Good morning, everyone, and welcome along to the Giltrap Group Raceway. It is day 2 of our 2-day challenge here with Kartsport Auckland, the pool and spa city of SAILS. It is heat 3 to kick the morning off, and we are going for it. It is a beautiful day. The weather is absolutely perfect for a day of motorsport. And the Clubsport lads are the first to roll out and get themselves into formation, and we can get our boogie on for the rest of the day. The format is the heats this morning, a lunch break, then pre-finals and our main finals. Clubsports are 14 laps, everyone else is 15 laps, and of course the finals are more than that, 20 and 25, although they may put 18 or 19 on the club sports. But here we go. We are underway with our live stream out to the world. Thanks for joining us. The lights are out and we are racing on a Sunday morning. Here go the club sporters. Muggeridge leads the pack away, number 51, as he did yesterday. Just demolished everyone yesterday. Had a great time doing it. 2 wins from 2 races. And no one could touch, but the passing further back was fantastic, and they have a lot of fun out there. We know this is pretty much the grassroots when it comes to club sport, 160 kilos. They're only the 120 cc's, but they go out there and they have a ball. Muggeridge leads the pack through. Hutchinson is second. Couches, 30's moved up a spot, so is McDowell. Down a couple is Brennan and Bennett, with Gilbert and French trailing the pack. But I'm actually surprised this time around because Hutchinson is starting to catch Muggeridge. So he doesn't have it his own way. Might not make it 100% in the heat races this weekend. We'll keep an eye on those 2 front runners to see what happens. There might be the occasional pass further back. I'll let you know if that happens. But let's just see if that position 2, kart 17, Paul Hutchinson, has any opportunity at all to catch up to 51. Talk about grabbing the top number, eh? Wants to be the 51 in the club sport. Out there going hard. Muggeridge still leads the pack in field. Now the gap is starting to come out. Maybe the tyres have just come on. Maybe the focus is in as well. The sleepy eyes have disappeared away from the Saturday night, giving it the large down at the Club Sport pits. All the focus is on now. We're into racing proper, and these 2 are starting to lead it away. So it is Muggeridge and Hutchinson, but check out what is happening in behind. There's a battle going on, and there's a slide on the grass. There's a push out onto the curb. And there's a gap created, and down the inside is 27 going to get the squeeze. Yes, 27, Brennan couldn't make it happen. But this is good fun now happening for positions 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. This is what we want out of club sport. Here we go. They come past the pits. We're not a lot happening up front, but these guys who want to claim 3rd spot, they're going at each other, and they might be close enough to have another shot here at the end of the straight. As 1 and 2 go past. But 3, 4, 5, they're going to do it again. We're going to go 2 wide into the hairpin, and there might be another nudge. Yes, there was. Who holds on to the spots? 33 gets past. McDowell has moved himself into 3rd spot, and Brennan has lost a position, and he might lose another one because all the momentum was gone as he tried to squeeze down and grab an advantage. Okay, that's happening, but check out the front. It's all on again. Muggeridge has lost the big advantage here, and Hutchinson is ready to go. Hutchinson, kart 17, wants to have a crack at this. Hutchinson goes into the hairpin, still there. Keeps the momentum. Exit out of there. Power down. Catches up to 51 Muggeridge. Still not enough. There's a kart length in it. Needs to be closer. Slightly less brakes. Slightly more acceleration. Just half a metre here and there might be enough to do it. They are into lap number 6. He still has an opportunity. 9 laps to go. Can 17 make it stick? He's on the inside this time as they head into the hairpin. It's still not close enough. Don't give up, Hutchinson. Now he's got his game on. He knows there's an opportunity here, and I think Stephen Muggeridge knows as well. He senses him there. He can probably hear him. If he can really get a good draft here. That's it. He's much closer now. He's given him a little push. That's better. Now if he can hold the momentum coming into the chicanes, he goes through, he sweeps one, sweeps two. No, I don't think he's close enough. He had the opportunity previously, half a lap ago, but not this time. Try again. Another lap down. They are halfway through this heat. Trying his best. Here he goes on the inside. He might be able to do it on the infield. No, thinks better of it. Gee, if there were mirrors on Muggeridge's kart, he'd be looking left and right all over the place and he could play some serious mind games. Hutchinson having another crack. He's certainly got the better lines and he certainly is a fraction quicker, but he has to back off. There's no way through. Is he close enough this time? No, I don't think he is. He'll think about it. He's got to stitch him up. Muggeridge still holds sway, but only just. Look at the speed from 17. Hold into it, Hutchinson, and you can take it. No, he has to back out yet again. There is a battle for 3, 4, and 5, but at the moment, the fun and excitement for the club sports is further up. There's a black and white flag being flown for someone. We won't worry about that either. Not a concern for these two front runners. 51 and 17. It was a mixed bag for 17 yesterday. He's going to try the inside, but no, he backs out again. Oh, he's just got to keep trying, and now the outside. He's been squeezed, but can he squeeze 51 over? Now there's a chance for a switch if he gets the momentum. Yes, he does, but he has to take the push instead. Just not quite enough racing room there. That's good driving by Muggeridge to squeeze it out and hold on. Hutchinson scored a second yesterday and then a fourth. It wasn't good in heat number 2, but this time he's got the pace, but he can't find a way around. 10 laps down. He's probably only got 2 more opportunities to make a pass. He knows where he's quicker, but he's got to do something different, does Hutchinson. Sticks in close. Go for the draft. Keep the momentum. There it is. Probably a kart short of length there to make anything happen, but if he can keep his momentum here through the sweeper, away he goes. Now he's close enough. Now he's close enough. Can he make it go? Down the inside. No. Still stays in behind for the draft. 3 laps. Here's his opportunity down the infield. He's been seen. Muggeridge has to let him go. He does. He reneges the spot and he takes over the lead of the race. Good stuff by 17, Paul Hutchinson. It's taken him 11 laps to stitch up Muggeridge and he had no chance, did the leader, to squeeze him off again. And now the pressure is on 51. He's not going to make a clean sweep at this stage. With 2 laps remaining, it is up to 17 to make his kart the widest kart in the world. He does the seat shuffle to try and get an advantage. He's definitely quicker out of the hairpin. He slides a little bit infield, loses some momentum. But I think Muggeridge backed off a little bit there as well because the gap stayed. Here goes Hutchinson leading the race. A second yesterday, a fourth yesterday. Could this be a first place to gain those extra points? I think there's enough distance. Muggeridge won't be able to go here. This should be the final lap now. He holds on, keeps it clean. He's got to be mistake-free now. He does another seat shuffle. He's doing everything possible to get the Clubsport moving. Much better into the infield area. Let's see what his exit speed is like as he comes past the dummy grid and pits. Very nicely done. Hutchinson has got this. I think Muggeridge knows. He'll just have to live with a second spot. We wait and check to see if they're going to give them 14 or 15 this morning. They are still going. This could be the final lap now. So still an opportunity and still a chance for the leader to make a mistake. Further back in the field, there's a little bit of hustle-bustle going on. Another passing manoeuvre. So a points position change for 3rd and 4th, but up front. So 27 and 32, Couch and Brennan are having a good race against each other infield, but they are not the points holders for the maximums. That is happening up front. Hutchinson is doing a good job now. This should be it. The checkered flag is out. The checkered flag will wave, and 17 will get a win for the morning ahead of Muggeridge. And third and fourth has been a right royal battle. Look at them come across the line. 3 wide. Fantastic stuff with Brennan claiming the spoils over Couch and McDowell. Wonderful racing up front and midfield with French in 6 and Gilbert claiming position number 7. Tony Bennett out, cart number 78. So no result for him. Fantastic stuff. Oh, that was an exciting way to start the morning here at Giltrap Group Raceway with the Pool and Spa City of Sales 2-day challenge. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to do our Heat 3 this morning. Then we will have a lunch break. That'll be roughly around midday. It'll only take a couple of hours to punch through these 8 classes. Then we'll have the pre-finals and the main finals, which of course are 20 and 25 laps. Second session for our Heat 3 this morning, Sunday, and a beautiful day on Partiki Road in Avondale. It is time for the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. Mixed bag yesterday with position swapping and changing all over the place, and it wasn't a clean sweep for anybody. Zach Hemphill winning a race, but then getting nowhere in heat number 2. 78, Seth Comer winning heat number 2 and was second in heat number 1, so that's a really good points haul for number 78. 15, Henry Fisher got a third yesterday, and then nothing in heat 1 in regards to the high points. Our South Island representative, Jackson Culver, had a mixed bag as well with a third and a fifth. So as I say, a lot of mixing it up, which is really good for the category. It means you cannot predict who is going to be leading. You cannot predict who is the favourite. It's exactly what we want to see. And we should be very close to getting a formation lap. And they start to sort themselves out now. For Heat 3 of the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. And it will be Zach Hemphill and Seth Comer that will lead the pack away. They've had all night to think about what they did yesterday and prep themselves for this morning. Brains will be going crazy right now, trying to work out some race tactics and craft for the restart. Pretty good so far. I'm happy with it, but I'm not the one pushing the green light. Let's see if the officials like the lineup. Yes, they do. The lights are out and we are racing in the Strata Networks Cadet Rock, and it's a good start for the front runners. No issues at all. Nothing bad happening midfield. 26 didn't get a good run at all. Lucas Bell has lost a couple of spots, but Zach and Seth, they are away. Everyone clean through the infield. And in fact, it's a launch away for the race leader, just leaving the rest of the opposition. Well, that's ominous, isn't it, on the first start of the morning? Seth Comer really doing a good job to kick off a Sunday morning with Jackson Culver, the South Island rep. Lucas Bell has moved back up to third. Henry Fisher and Zach Hemphill have both dropped down fourth and fifth respectively. Luke McMillan, Atto Bailey. Braden Watson has moved up from 9 to 8 at the cost of Aston Walker moving down into 9th. Riley Tombleson in 10. Indy Irwin 11. Blake Kendall 12. Harrison Cunningham is down, languishing in 13th spot, but Seth Comer holds sway at the moment and has got a decent enough gap to just concentrate on circulating at pace. Doesn't have to worry about racing as such. That's the job of Culver and Bell in behind. And I would say that Bell in third spot is starting to close a little bit on the South Island rep, Jackson Culver. Just getting closer and closer. And that'll be good for him because it'll help push Culver and they'll get closer to Comer up front. But at the moment, there's a decent gap for everyone. Oh, a little mistake, just a tiny one for Culver in the chicane area. And that's cost him because now Lucas Bell in third spot is right on the tailpipe. A tiny mistake from Culver. He'll know. He'll learn real quick. Don't do that again. Yellow flag is flying. Yellow flag is cleared. I'll try and work out who we have lost, but it wasn't one of the front runners. Just a dead cart. Okay, let's see if that mistake happens again. No, it doesn't. Culver does much better this time. In fact, the mistake was Lucas Bell, who has lost a lot of position there. And carts 15, Henry Fisher, and 85, Zach Hemphill are going to give it a shot now. They are back in positions 4 and 5, but this battle pack is now starting to close up. It's not a runaway by Comer anymore in 78. There is going to be some pressure. It'll only take one little mistake now from Comer, and Seth Comer in 78 still holding. The tiniest of mistake is going to be costly for any of these competitors. Lucas Bell losing a little bit of line there. Feeling the squeeze back in third spot. Moves over to the inside a little bit, then back to the outside onto the hairpin. Heads are down on a couple of the front carters. And South Island Culver is real close now. Oh, that's opened the door. Comer hasn't had it all his own way now. At first, I thought this was going to be a runaway, but the pace is coming on for the following bunch. And Comer has lost the momentum. So here's an opportunity. 4 and 5 are having their own little race. That could change very quickly, and it does. Zach Hemphill moves up into 4th spot. So he's now on form. 85 has moved into fourth, but look at Culver in second place through the infield, incredibly quick. But then Coma just pulls away as they go past the dummy grid area. Coma still holding. It's still Coma leading. Culver, South Island, not close enough to try an inside run. We'll need another couple of laps to make it work. Instead of trying to pass on the infield, but he's going to. Is he going to try now? He hopes that 78 looks on the inside. He does, but only just. Got right up on the windshield of the helmet, and he saw him, but it was so close. I thought the gap was going to be closed by Coma. I thought he was going to move left pretty quickly and push Culver onto the curb, but he saw him coming, and now look at it. Look at the change. Here comes 26 as well. Lucas Bell is going to have a crack, is he? Lucas Bell in third spot. Goes on the inside. Good exit speed, but won't be able to make it stick there, and he could lose a spot if he's not careful because Zach Hemphel's coming on the inside, and they do a good racing line. Clean racing. Well done, lads. Culver, Coma, Bell, Hemphill, Fisher in 5. And Jackson Culver is making up for not a great run yesterday and is starting to pull away from the pack. Seth Coma still only just holding on to second because Bell is quick. The problem for Bell is if he tries anything dramatic, Zach Hemphill in 85 is sitting there waiting, ready to pounce. So too Henry Fisher in 5th. Culver lost a little bit of momentum through the infield. They go past the dummy grid. They head to the sweepers. Gets it back again. But there is going to be a change, I think, inside run. Could there be the momentum required here on the hairpin for Hemphill? No, he has to give it up. And this is what I was talking about just before. You try something, it doesn't stick, you can lose a spot. Here comes Fisher down the inside. No, has to break and pull out. Can't make it work. Culver still leads, but only just because Coma's now there. Now Coma's going to have a shot as they come through. Culver extends. I don't think there's enough. We are in lap 10, now lap 11. There is still an opportunity for passing here. Momentum lost by 78, Seth Coma. Lucas Bell in 3rd, Zach Hemphill in 4, Henry Fisher in 5. The youngsters are putting on a karting display for us this morning. Certainly a different line by Culver. He goes out wide as he opened the door. Yes, he has into the hairpin. He does. He leaves the window wide open. Coma goes through, and now they will go side by side into the infield, and there's more happening in 3 and 4 as well. What a position change. Great racecraft, great driving as they go around the hairpin. A lead change for the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. But it's not all over yet. 3 laps remaining. And I think there's potential for another pass because here comes Culver and here comes Lucas Bell. There it is. Big mistake on the hairpin. Culver goes wide, loses 1, loses 2. No, it's not. Yes, he does. Coma loses plenty of positions, and there's a contact and a spin. Unfortunate, but it was great racing. Still maintains himself on the track. I don't know how he missed all of them because he's going around in little circles and just about T-boned the other competitors, but let's go back to the front of the pack. It was wild racing. It was fantastic racecraft and just an unfortunate touch in the melee. But Culver has grabbed the lead back ahead of Lucas Bell, who has moved up into 2nd. Henry Fisher has moved up into 3rd. And Seth Coma, his big mistake, cost dramatically, dropped down into 4th spot. And now Luke McMillan and Aston Walker are going to chase each other down for that 5th spot. The South Island, Jackson Culver. Oh, there's a mistake on the hairpin by one of the competitors. I'm not sure who it was. It was 81. Blake Kendall had a little problem. And now it's just a big gap. It was a great race. But I think the checkered flag, and for some reason, I didn't see it, but the checkered flag had flown. And I think some of the competitors were a little confused as well. There it is. But I can tell you that Culver did win in the end, ahead of Lucas Bell and Henry Fisher, with Seth Comer's unfortunate incident with 2 laps remaining. Kart 78 Comer ended up in 4th position, was leading and had a chance to take the race. But that's okay. McMillan is 5th with Aston Walker in 6. Braden Watson 7. Riley Tomlinson 8. Indy Irwin ended up 9. Blake Kendall back in 10. And Zach Hemphill, unfortunately, unable to finish, only clocking in 11 laps, 13 out of the 15. So that's unfortunate for 85. Same with Atto Bailey and Harrison Cunningham. So not the best of results for those ones, but very good for our South Island representative, Jackson Culver, ahead of Lucas Bell and Henry Fisher. Up next will be Praga Karts New Zealand Rotax Lights, and they will have their Heat 3 with a very good result. In fact, for kart number 30, Liam Lawson. You ever heard of that boy? He does all right in karting. We'll see what he can do. Can he make it a clean sweep and make it 3 from 3 in the heats? They'll be up next. The Praga Karts Rotax Lights here at Giltrap Group Raceway. Now we get ourselves set for the third session of Sunday morning. It's the Praga Karts New Zealand Rotax Lights. Clean sweep so far for number 30, Liam Lawson, but then a really big mixed bag further back. Rihanna getting second and then not even featuring really in heat number 2. Number 15, Clay Osborne, not featuring in heat 1, but grabbing a second in heat 2. Kart 72 has been reasonably consistent. Zach Stitchbury with a 4th and a 3rd. And like everyone, we'll want to improve on that. For those of you joining us live on YouTube, please subscribe to the new Kartsport Auckland channel. It'll be appreciated. And if everything goes well this weekend, after a bit of analysis on our single camera live stream for you guys, we'll analyse it and say, hey, let's keep doing it again. And your subscriptions will be very, very helpful. There's also a Kartsport Auckland app. If you want to get instant information, you can download the app from any of your favourite phone supplying software stores. If you're an Android or an iOS, it's on both. But here comes the formation, and gee, is it a slow one? Oh, okay. So everyone just grab yourselves a coffee while we wait for this formation to come around. I have a flat white, thanks, no sugar. They'll be here in about 5 minutes, so you've got time to bring it up to the commentary room. This is the longest formation lap I have seen so far this weekend. There's some serious mind games going on here already. And it's Zach Stitchbury who is making the call. Number 72, the blue cart in front. Lights are out. Officials are happy. We are racing. And he gets a big shunt further back and another shunt further up. There's a lot of tapping going on. A lot of instant jostling for positions, but Zach Stitchbury finally gets a good start and leads the pack away. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt, good start as well. Moves up into second. Ryan Crombie down into third. Clay Osborne into fourth. Let's confirm the numbers as they come past. Stitchbury, O'Meara Hunt, has lost the spot to Crombie, has moved up into second. Liam Lawson now in fourth spot with Clay Osborne down into 5. And there are lots of passes going on through the rest of the field as well as they jostle for the minor spots, but desperation for points. They need them. The way the system works this weekend, it's a fun system, but it's like a whole season of motorsport. You accumulate points to take the championship for the weekend. Zach Stitchbury leading them away. Oh, another shunt from Rihanna. Straight into the back of Crombie. Sort of a, here I am, get out of my way. Well, it's not so simple as that because you have to do more than tap the cart. You've got to get around it. You can tap it all you want, but that's not going to work. Stitchbury out in front. Crombie showing some pace. So too. And there's a pass up on the curbs, up on 2 wheels, but is it costly for speed? Yes, it is. Dramatic change up front. Huge pass gone on because number 2, Ryan Crombie, tried to go down the inside to take the lead, went up on 2 wheels over the curb, was luckily did not connect with any of the other karts, but it got absolutely swamped. And staying out of trouble there was Zach Stitchbury, but the advantage falls to Liam Lawson, who moved dramatically and quickly into second spot and now only has to catch Zach. He had 4 karts to get around earlier. Now there is only 1. The pack is closed up again, though. Crombie down in 5th spot. Osborne moved up. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt still in 3rd. But gee, did the positions change from one little mistake. And Zach knows now there is still 10 laps remaining, but he knows he's under pressure. And here comes Liam Lawson. Here comes Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. Here comes Clay Osborne. They all want a shot. Oh, Rihanna having a good go at Liam Lawson. Fantastic racing. Not backing down through the infield, but it cost a little bit of pace. And now Osborne and Crombie are going to try the attack mode. It was a good try. Clay Osborne has moved up a spot. It cost Rihanna 1 position. Gave it a good shot. Still quicker. gives Osborne a pushback as they go infield. Have another crack at it. Zach Stitchbury still holding sway. Just in the blue cart in front. Liam Lawson biding his time, planning, watching, deciding where the best spot is to make the pass. Clay Osborne, head down, trying to make some moves. Not close enough. Still plenty of racing further down in the field. Another couple of position changes. But we are talking 12, 13 and 14. They are having a right royal battle though. They go too wide into the infield and they are switching spots all over the place. But up front, it is still Zach Stitchbury, Liam Lawson and Clay Osborne. Those are your front three, but Clay is very, very close to losing a spot here to either Rihanna O'Meara Hunt or Ryan Crombie. And here comes Rihanna now down the inside, tries to make the squeeze work, tries to push wide and does. Gets the inside run, gets the pass made, moves into third spot. Great racecraft, and now has an opportunity to chase down Lawson and Stitchbury up front. And there is plenty of time to do it. 9 laps down, but if Stitchbury and Lawson start fighting each other, it's going to let O'Meara Hunt in. She will be hoping that those two start battling. It'll slow them down. Give her an opportunity because there's a nice gap back to 4th spot. Crombie is in 5th, wants to take 4th. They could have their own little fight, but they desperately need Stitchbury and Lawson to start mixing it up. At the moment, it's follow the leader. They go into the hairpin, and here comes Lawson down the inside. Heavy under brakes. Did he use too much? No, he makes it stick. Lawson moves into the lead on the hairpin. Stitchbury back in 2nd, but he's quicker on the infield, but can't do anything about it. This is the fight that Rihanna O'Meara Hunt wants to see, because she has closed the gap a little bit, but is starting to run out of laps. There's only 4 remaining. She needs another lead change if she wants to catch up to them to get in the fight. And here it comes. Here it comes. Stitchbury down the inside. He gets Lawson back. Lawson thinks a move down the outside might work. There's a yellow cart over and upside down, but the driver's okay. The yellow flag is flying, but there it is. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt is right there now because Lawson and Stitchbury did what I thought. They started fighting and it slowed them down. So now she has an opportunity. If those two really start mixing it up, she could pounce. Here it is. There is a change. They switch again at the hairpin. And this time, Liam Lawson is on the inside. Rihanna thought about following in. She gives it another go, but no. But she is fast through the infield. We've lost another cart down on the straight, but it's out of the way as the yellow flags hold out. Here comes the racing. Now she moves down the inside. Loses it back into 3rd still, but could lose another one back into 4th. Just holds on. Liam Lawson leads the race out of the hairpin. A big gap now. Back to 72 Stitchbury. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt in 3rd. But she is under pressure from Clay Osborne because she tried to get clever on the chicanes and it cost her. Got to get the momentum back now. Liam Lawson looks untouchable with 2 remaining. Stitchbury in 2nd, O'Meara Hunt 3rd, Osborne 4th. Richmond now moves up because we are losing some drivers. And I am pretty sure now, I've just noticed it is Ryan Crombie's cart is out. Ryan Crombie is out of the race after a great start. So it's Lawson, Stitchbury, Hunt, Osborne, Richmond, and Osborne in 6. Here we go. Liam Lawson. Liam Lawson on the infield, holding the pack ahead, and he wins the race clean and nicely. Zach Stitchbury in 2nd, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt in 3rd, Clay Osborne in 4th, Richmond in 5, Finn Osborne in 6, Campbell Joys in 7, Michael McCulloch 8, Ashton Grant in 9. We then move to the 10th spot as Dylan Grant with George Sampson in 11, Liam Skeets in 12, Zane Hills, Casey Lett, Roman Harker Ferguson, Hunter Robb, Satcheth Rangatunga, Ian Smith, Caitlin Stanley, Cohen Muir Thompson in 20, Emily Robb, Josh McDonald, Scott Briscoe, Blair Holdham, Alexander Bashik in 25 with Heather Comer in 26, and the three that were out is Ryan Crombie, Darren Walker, Sonny Bill Harwood. One of those carts was upside down. But Ryan Crombie, gosh, talk about hero to zero. Unfortunately, had really good run, but ended up his cart off into the side of the track. So that was it for the the Praga Karts New Zealand Rotax Lights. A wonderful race that ended up being. Coming up shortly, Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy. That'll be a chance for Aaron Tahu to try and make it a clean sweep against Aaron Cunningham. The two Aarons, the two namesakes, have been going at each other all weekend, and it is so good to watch. Now, remember, there is an app for Kartsport Auckland, so do download it. You can throw that on your iPad or your phone. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you are viewing online, or if you're not viewing and you're here listening actually at the venue, jump onto YouTube, find Kartsport Auckland, and do yourself a favour by subscribing to the channel. It'll be good for the future. And just for the competitors, to let you know, there are some big, big prizes coming at prize giving this afternoon. You need to be at prize giving to receive them, because they are massive prizes, and if you don't get picked, if you're not here, you don't get it. It'll be drawn again and someone else will get it, and they are seriously good prizes. It's worthwhile hanging around for prize giving this afternoon, but we're still in heats. This is Heat 3 session, Sunday morning at Giltrap Group Raceway in the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. And the way it works, if you're wondering, it's just a little tweak by Kartsport Auckland on a CIK format. So yesterday's two heats, this morning's Heat 3. The points from all of these three heats will determine your grid position for your pre-final this afternoon. And the grids for the main final come from that pre-final. So the three heats are the points to determine the pre-final grid, but then you go into your main final from pre-final results. However, here's the twist and the kicker. If you win the main final, you might not win the championship for the weekend, because the entire 5 runs accumulate points to find the weekend's champion, just as though it was a full season of motorsport. Just a little twist here from Kartsport Auckland. We'll be back soon from Giltrap Group Raceway with the Pool and Spa City of SAILS, because it's going to be the it's not the Glen Eden Auto Electrical. We are still on Rotax Heavies, Milwaukee Tools. Back soon. So we're now underway for the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy here at Giltrap Group Raceway, the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. Our live stream coverage brought to you by Right Karts and Rotax. The 6 karts are ready to go. So far it's been a clean sweep for number 48, Aaron Tahu, ahead of Aaron Cunningham. And it's been great racing, great viewing. The lights are out, the officials are happy, and we are ready to go. And there's a big lock-up already from Tahu, who tries to stay ahead of Cunningham, and it cost him some momentum. But here comes McBride around the outside, because for those of you who watched on yesterday, Matthew McBride is insane. He is gold-class entertainment in the black cart. And he's one you've got to keep your eye on. But up front, Aaron Tahu leads it ahead of Aaron Cunningham. McBride managed to get into third spot. There's a battle going back between Cook, Hart and Dawson for the minor placings, with Brendan Hart trying to scoot down the inside. Does so, makes it stick, but doesn't close the door. And here comes 9. They have a touch. Rear wheel, front wheel, shunts their way through. There's all sorts of things happening at the back of the field, but they settle themselves out and carry on racing. Meanwhile, up front, Tahu still holding ahead of Cunningham, McBride, Dawson, Hart and Cook. Oh, Aaron Cunningham, way heavy on the brakes on the back straight. Really tried to make a chance there, but he just went in way too hot, and it let McBride close in behind. McBride is there. He wants to have a crack at this, and he is a wild man. And if he's close, he'll launch that cart into a gap. But at the moment, Tahu ahead of Cunningham and McBride. No changes. Tahu takes a look back to see how far his gap is. It's pretty good at the moment. Cunningham again losing the flow. He's trying so hard to catch Tahu in front of him, but he's losing his momentum, and it's letting McBride in with a shot. McBride needs to just wait, bide his time, sit there and watch for a little bit more. We are into lap 4. Smooth exit from Tahu. Here in the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy, the 185 kg category. There's McBride right on the tailpipe of Cunningham now, who once again tried a little bit too hot on the infield entry. And it's cost him another cart length to Tahu. And here's McBride as they come through the sweepers. McBride's thinking about it. He'll need another lap, I reckon. And he'll need another mistake from Cunningham. Oh, and there goes McBride. His cart just puffed out a giant chunk of smoke, and he exited stage left way up onto the grass. It was dramatic, it was quick, it was completely insane. And I think a little bit of life flashed before his eyes as he went scooting up the embankment at full pace. And it was seriously full pace. So McBride is out of this. Now the race is simply Tahu holding on. Something went kaboom in that cart of McBride's. There was a giant puff of smoke, and he went exit straight off the circuit at full speed. But up front and at the back, there are no passing opportunities right now because they are in full circulation mode. Tahu doesn't have to do anything but stick to his game plan. Brake at the right time, throttle at the right time, no mistakes, and he has got this. Cunningham once again comes in hot and heavy, the end of the straight. He's trying his best, we'll give him that. He's not backing off. He doesn't care about the quality of his tyres at the end of this one. There'll be some serious flat spots on them, but he wants the opportunity. But the gap is just too big, and Tahu is walking away with this. No twitching. We'll watch him going into the hairpin. Let's see how calm Tahu is now. Very smooth. No panic driving. No need to. You're out in front. You can do what you want. Didn't quite get the exit right as he came out of the tight hairpin. on the infield. But his gap is so big back to 72 Cunningham, it did not matter. Tahu still holds it. .8 of a second. It's nearly a second gap. That's a massive lead. It's 5 seconds back to Cook in third. So there is no race as such. This is high-speed circulation. Tahu doing what? 30.556. Cunningham 30.554. 0.02 of a second between them, but it's not achieving anything. Cunningham once again locking the brakes, sliding into the hairpin to try and gain anything, but it's costing him. The experienced Carter has nothing. He doesn't know how to catch Tahu. Well, he probably does know, but he just can't achieve it. It's actually a stellar performance by both of them, because here's the circulation again. Tahu, a 30.457. Cunningham, a 30.573. So basically there was a tenth in it, where before there was thousandths in it. That's simply because Cunningham is trying all sorts of things. He's trying to gain those tenths on every turn, but it's not working out. The difference, the gap is almost built out to an entire second. Yeah, it's 1.1 now. So the gap is growing. And Cunningham just has to settle in for the last couple of laps. Crazy man McBride is standing up on the bank watching what could be. But yet again, it's a simple circulation of heat number 3 for the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy. Cunningham can do nothing but hope. Hope that Tahu breaks down, makes a crazy mistake, does something silly on the last lap. But he'll still get points, but it'll be a repeat of yesterday with 48 and 72. Last lap. Tahu takes a slow glance back, but he knows the gap is massive. It's actually out to 2 seconds now. And it's a 7-second gap back to third place Craig Cook. But he'll hold the points there as well, ahead of Brendan Hart. And number 9, Brandon Dawson, the last remaining card, who's twitchy going onto the infield, hasn't quite got it dialed in right. But the checkered flag flies now for Aaron Tahu. He's relaxed, he's calm as he goes across. He knows he had to clean up. Aaron Cunningham in second place. Craig Cook does complete it in third. Brendan Hart in 4. Brandon Dawson in 5. And Matthew McBride, a DNF. Standing calmly, respectably up on the embankment, wondering what could be. So they'll collect that cart, and then they'll let the others come back out. And next out will be the Mansons TCLM Vortex Mini Rock here at Giltrap Group Raceway for the Pool and Spa, City of SAILS. So out on track now, the Manson's TCLM Vortex Mini Rock. The 9 to 13-year-olds ready to put on a display for us here at the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. Coming to you from Giltrap Group Raceway, Partiki Road in Avondale. If anyone is watching on the live stream, a very, very warm welcome to you. We bring you the action across the day. We're in Heat 3. Then we'll have our little lunch break before we get into our pre-final and final for the weekend. No mixed bag results yesterday. Marco Manson winning both heats. Cole Turney claiming second in both heats. Carson Daly grabbed a third position, and Maxim Kerwin grabbed a fourth. Also managed to grab a third, which is nice. Formation time, a little bit quicker than a couple of the previous outings. No need to wait on ceremony when it comes to the formation. Manson's TCLM Vortex Mini Rock as they come around here, ready to do their 15 laps. The lights are waiting. Lights are out. Officials are happy. We are a go. And off they head. Helter-skelter into turn number 1. Everyone through clean and fine. It is Cole Turney who leads the pack away. He was second yesterday twice. Marco Manson is the one that gives it a run, and they sort of had a small bit of contact on the infield. Minor position change. And there will be some more because there's a race for third and fourth and fifth. Around wide on the outside, cuts over the curbs. Crazy racing, love it. Cole Turney leads the pack ahead. Maxim Kerwin has moved up. Manson is now in first place, leading with Maxim Kerwin in second. Zach Tucker has moved down into third. Cole Turney dropped right down into fourth. Carson Daly in 5. There is a really good race going on for positions number 7, 8, and 9. See what happens as they come through the sweeper. They decide to go single file. The leaders at the moment, there could be another change because down the inside goes Kart 97 of Carson Daly. Makes it stick. Good exit. Moves into fourth spot. But 38, Cole Turney doesn't like the idea. Gives a little bit of a push in the back of the cart, but achieves nothing and has to settle down into fifth and wait for an opportunity later in the race. Up front, potential for change because there was a mistake. Marco Manson still leads. Maxim Kerwin in second. Manson won both heats yesterday. Kerwin, a fourth and a third. Wants to improve. Has to wait for an opportunity. There could be a pass coming for third and fourth spot, which is Zach Tucker and Carson Daly. They are close. But Zach Tucker holds on to it. They go full pace around the hairpin and down the front straight. Heading into the infield, the 4 of them up front are going to have their own fight soon because they are nice and close. The rest of the field back is Turney, McDonald, Johnson, Inslee, Baker in 9, Lala in 10, Brangwyn 11, Bryant 12, Edmondson, Finnemore, Tombleson, McMillan in 16, White, Forrest, Frost, Hayes and Alders are the full order for the Manson's Vortex Mini Rock. A yellow flag is out. One cart is over the wall and safe. Well, as the driver is over the wall, the cart is still on the outfield, but it's all good. Yellow flag is fine. But Marco Manson still leading the race. But only just. Here comes the battle now. There is a good run for second, third and fourth as well. The pressure is there. There has been some dramatic changes because Maxim got in front, Kerwin got in front. Here comes Manson now, trying to do it. No, Maxim Kerwin still holds sway, leading the race. South Island, Zach Tucker in third, Carson Daly in four. This is a good battle pack up front. There might be a change further back in positions 8 and 9. No, they continue single file. Let's focus again up front because there could be the opportunity for a pass at the end of the straight. Maxim Kerwin holding sway. Goes too wide, opens the door. He might have let two through. Here they go. They're going to shuffle. They're going to change. Zach Tucker might lose a spot to Carson Daly. Holds third, but there has been a lead change. Manson now leads again ahead of Kerwin. We are on to lap 8, going to come up now. And I see another change coming because here comes Kerwin. Here comes Kerwin down the inside. He can squeeze and push. He's done it. He slotted in and he moved Manson. Manson thinks about going down the outside. Can't imagine that's going to happen, nor the switch. But it had a lot of momentum. So the four of them are going hammer and tongs at each other. Manson, Kerwin, Tucker and Daly. Kerwin holding the lead. Needs more momentum down the straight. Has to stick on the inside this time. Much better racecraft. But he could have given the spot up. He could have given it up to Zach Tucker, who goes through the inside. Zach Tucker now takes second position away. Marco Manson has been squeezed, dropped down into fourth spot. A massive change. A massive one goes ahead. Kerwin, Tucker, Daly, and Manson down to 4. Turney's having a think about it now. Turney wants to get in on the action. But now Kerwin leads it. There's another card out with a yellow flag, but it should be out of the way. Kerwin starting to pull a gap, and there's another mistake. This time the mistake is 97 Carson Daly. But he manages to hold on to the spot. Manson tried to take it down the outside, but I've not yet seen one of those moves work on the infield this weekend. You've got to try, though. They might come across the lapped traffic, which is the cart that's only resumed back on the circuit. But at the moment, it is Kerwin, Tucker. Manson has moved back into third spot ahead of Daly. Manson does grab the position back. And is he going to have a go in 2 and 3? Well, there's only a handful of laps remaining. But this little race for second, third and fourth is letting Maxim Kerwin run away with the lead. Nope, the gap is closed. The lead is gone. So here we go, talk about a change in fortunes. I'd say Kerwin made a minor, tiny mistake, and now it's closed right up. Now, will the back marker play a part in this race? It happened a couple of times yesterday for other classes. It could play a part here. Let's see what happens. They've all grouped up. The back marker has let them through, and they continue on with their race. Great driving by the back marker. Really good work. Well aware of what is going on around, and lets the carts through. But there could be a change. The blue flag is out. The blue flag is cleared. No need for it now because it is still Kerwin. Then it is Tucker. And then it is Manson showing some pace. Johnson has moved up. Johnson is having a crack at this now. Because the front three are fighting. They couldn't be any closer. Here goes a move for the lead. Yes, there is. There's a cart spun around, and that's going to make some changes. Now they're all switching it up. Kerwin gets through, but here comes Tucker again. Tucker thinks about it. There's major changes on the hairpin. The heads are down. And Manson is shuffled back yet again. Unfortunately, got swamped out of the hairpin. And this could be it. They're going to come up to the checkered flag, and it was a major and dramatic change. Kerwin leads them through. Kerwin holds on. Kerwin takes the checkered flag. Kerwin puts his hand in the air. Kerwin is happy. Ahead of Zach Tucker, Matthew Johnson, Marco Manson shuffled down into 4th position. Daly in 5, Cole Turney in 6, James McDonald in 7. Miles Baker was 8, with Aryan Lala making a good move to move up to 9. William Edmondson in 10. Taylor Bryant 11, Levi McMillan, Cy Finnemore, Finlay White, Maya Forrest make up to 15. Dylan Bragwin, Logan Hayes 16, 17, Frost in 18. Cooper Inslee 19, and Jasmine Alders with a 20. Lachlan Tombleson a DNF. Some really good quality racing coming out of the Manson's Vortex Mini Rock. Up next will be the Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2. We love the DD2s. It was a great battle yesterday because, well, you know who was in there. Liam Lawson was in there. But then further back, 2, 3, 4, and 5, those positions chopped and changed. Both heats, both good runs. Really looking forward to it. They are up next. Glen Eden Auto Electrical and the Rotax DD2s from Giltrap Group Raceway at the Pool and Spa, City of Sails. Time now for a little bit of Glen Eden Auto Electrical Rotax DD2 action from Giltrap Group Raceway at the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. Our live stream coverage brought to you by Rote Karts and Rotax. Our action brought to you by Drivers on the Track. Liam Lawson cleaning up yesterday, 2 from 2. Good run for Ryan Crombie, grabbing a second. However, Kart 5, Jason Lee, had an absolute ripper yesterday. And good points haul too. Should be sitting in second in the points tally. With a third and a second. Nearly had the opportunity to take the race win. There was that much action in it yesterday. So if you're joining us on the live stream, get yourself strapped in because it should be equally as fun as it was 24 hours ago. Nice steady formation. Oh, we're back to one of these slow ones where we can order a coffee, maybe have a little bit of chocolate cake while we wait. I love the mind games. Here we go. Liam Lawson deciding when and where. He's done it straight away. The lights are out. We are racing. We are a go. Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2s are underway for Heat 3 with Lawson leading the pack away ahead of Crombie. Jason Lee right in behind as he was yesterday, trying to gain that extra advantage. Make some more moves. Grab the third, grab the second. Could he grab a first? The opportunity is there. And the opportunity is interesting because Liam Lawson has made a mistake early on in the first lap and Crombie has got through to take the race lead. Going through the hairpin. Crombie, great start. Ahead of Lawson. Lee, Walker, Cook moved up. Ryan Nowacki down into 6. Dwayne Smith up into 7. Tim Erickson down into 8. Mile in 9 and Barry in 10. Crombie starting to pull a gap. This is very interesting. Very interesting. I wonder if Liam has made a change to the kart. Whether he's dialed it in for maybe the latter laps. But at the moment, Crombie is making a move. And look at Jason Lee in third spot. He is all over the back of Liam Lawson. This is what we want when it comes to racing. We want the pressure. It's a runaway at this stage for Crombie. 3 laps down. Crosses the line, leading the way, ahead of Lawson and Lee. Walker and Cook making up your top 5. There could be a change for positions 5 and 6. I'll let you know if that happens. But at this stage, up front, Crombie is on fire. But Lawson will warm up soon. Give it another lap, maybe 2, and he'll be all the way back into the lead. There's my prediction. And I desperately want Crombie to prove me wrong. I want Crombie to stay out there in front and make Liam work for every single point of the weekend. We don't want him running away with it. Oh, he's made a little mistake, Crombie. He's out on the grass. Didn't cost him a position, but it would have cost him track speed. Jason Lee is still there waiting. He wants another mistake. All good from Crombie. Great racing. He's dialed himself back in. Got the focus eyes on. Liam Lawson trying to make a plan for his attack. Trying to work out what he can do. At the moment, he has no answer because Crombie is ripping away. Jason Lee still in third with Walker in 4. But a big gap between 4 and 5. Craig Cook, Ryan Nowacki in 5 and 6. No change back there. Running through Crombie, Lawson, Lee, Walker. The gap is 1.5 seconds back to 4th spot. It is a massive 4 seconds back to 5th position. So there'll be no major changes there. Nice dramatic race up front though, because at the moment Ryan Crombie is holding sway. Nobody has an answer. He's dialed himself in. He's kept it slick and smooth. Makes no mistakes so far. Plenty of speed coming out of the hairpin. Onto the infield section of the circuit. Liam Lawson did close up a little bit, but it's not enough. You can close up, but you've got to be in a passing position. Jason Lee just waiting. He has no answer either. Running out of time. We are halfway through the race and Crombie still leads. But Liam Lawson is catching. Liam Lawson is closing in. He is certainly quicker under brakes coming into the infield section. Crombie a little bit loose, just over that slight brow in the circuit. Gains it back again as they go past the pits and into the sweepers. And then he's okay going down the start-finish straight and into the hairpin. He locks up a little bit, just gets a little wide on the rear end of the kart. It turns itself in. And yet again, Liam Lawson closes on the infield. Maybe that's where Lawson is planning his attack. If he can get close enough, he can try an inside run. He's now within a kart length of the leader. Liam Lawson trying to hunt down Crombie. He goes down the inside of the hairpin. Is this his opportunity? Yes, it is. And Crombie could lose 2 spots because Jason Lee did exactly what was predicted. Waited for it and pounced on the gap that was created. Crombie shuffled back into 3rd spot. Lee into 2nd. Lawson into 1st place. So now Liam Lawson can concentrate and Crombie wants to make it back. Crombie is. He's putting an attack on. Oh no, there's a problem for Lee. Lee is out. Lee is out of the race. He is gone after a great run. And that has moved Crombie back into attack mode. Crombie goes up to 2nd. And Walker will move himself into a lone 3rd. Oh, look at Lee. Tragedy for Lee. Meanwhile, Lawson leads the race. Crombie, has he got any opportunity? There are only 3 laps remaining. Is he fast enough to gain, to catch Liam Lawson? He lost 2 spots. He gained them back. And he's sitting in 2nd. Dramatic position change in the latter segment of Heat 3. For the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2 category, Jason Lee out a DNF. And I just don't think there's enough laps now for Crombie to make a move. There are some back markers that will come into play. But it'll more be a mental game. It'll be the eyesight. Crombie will see them and go, will they make a difference? He'll just start playing on his mind. But it looks like he will take a 2nd spot. 1 lap remaining. Liam Lawson leading. These 2 are well ahead of 3rd spot. 3.5 seconds back, Darren Walker, who yesterday scored a 4th and a 3rd. So Walker will clock in another set of good points. Crombie had an up and down with a 2nd and a 5th. But it will be Liam Lawson that takes the checkered flag ahead of Crombie. So it's a clean sweep for Lawson. Crombie in 2nd. Good for his points haul with a 2 seconds and a 5th for the weekend so far. Walker in 14, doing a little better. Gets 3rd and 4th so far in his 3 heats. Craig Cook in 4th. Ryan Nowaki following through in 5th position. In 6, it was Tim Erickson. With 7 was Daniel Mayle. Dwayne Smith in 8, Mike Barry in 9, and Sam Martin in 10. Few little switches of positioning. Cameron Dennis in 11, Gary Claxton in 12, Wakefield in 13, and Ross Carlson in 14. The DNF, the lone DNF, was Jason Lee out of 2nd place. His kart finished on him. Tragedy for that race because he was doing so well this weekend to get a 3rd, a 2nd, but unfortunately ended up with a DNF, and that will be costly for his accumulated points as they head into pre-finals and main finals after the lunch break here at Giltrap Group Raceway. We have 2 more classes remaining before that lunch break. The last of our third heats, KZ2 and Rotax Juniors, here at the Pool and Spa, City of SAILS. Let's go. West Speed Motorsport, the KZ2s. Watch the launch. Yesterday, 44 and 30. They got massive starts on Smythe, who leads on pole. Done it again. Oh, they've come together this time. Oh, the two of them. Dear, oh dear, they both got a great start yet again. Aaron Smythe got swamped yet again, and they ended up coming together on the infield. Oh dear, and it's moved them midfield, and now the rest of them, they're shuffling and they're coming together. Contact all over the place. All from a crazy start when they put pressure on themselves. And it didn't go the way they planned. Not this time around. Wild stuff coming out, but Parkinson yet again leads the pack ahead of Smythe, Krang, Hall and Adolf, Storr, Kinsman and Bugler were the ones who got great starts yesterday. Massive drop for them. Down to 7 and 8. Could even be further once I calculate and they come through again. Definitely a fun start, wasn't it? Westfield Motorsport KZ2s. And at the moment, Parkinson got the best of it, launched away. Graham Smythe doing everything possible to try and catch up. 62, Nathan Krang in third with Regan Hall in 4. And that is becoming a potential battle zone right there. Positions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. 7 holding Matt Kinsman. Bugler back in 8 on the lonesome. Not the start they wanted at all. Parkinson, great gap. Smythe, nowhere near and a chance to pass, so he's got to hold off Krang, because Krang is coming in close. Cart number 62, sitting in third spot. But I am not sensing any opportunity. However, there is further back, because that's a pass for position number 6 by Kevin Storr. Matt Kinsman, ahead of Kevin Storr, moves up into 6, gains 1 spot back from a disastrous start. It's still Parkinson, Smythe, Krang and Hall with Aldorf in 5. And it's a big gap though, a really big gap. And Graham Smythe really needs a mistake from Parkinson in front to have any chance of taking the lead here, because he doesn't have the pace to catch him on merit. It's nearly a second gap. 0.9 of a second, but it's 1.7 back to third, so no problem there. Smythe doesn't have to worry about defending his position. He's just got to grab tenths. In fact, he has to grab more than that, because there's not enough laps left. A tenth a lap isn't enough. He needs double that, triple that. He needs mistakes from Parkinson in front, and Parkinson is not making any at this stage. However, there is a back marker coming up. We'll keep an eye on that. No other changes going on in the race. Plenty of gaps between drivers. So at the moment, it's whether Kinsman can make any more moves to try and get into the top 5, and he does. Kinsman goes on the inside at the hairpin, moves himself into 5th position. So that's some kind of return to form. Might be able to claim another scalp, maybe one more before the race finishes, but at this stage, Joshua Parkinson, Graham Smythe. Hang on, there's been a change that I've missed. No, there hasn't. It's the back marker confusing me, because it looked like Graham Smythe's cart. So there's the back marker going into the pits now, out of the race, so doesn't play a part. So now I won't get confused over the carts looking identical. But Graham Smythe is actually closing. And there is still around 6 laps remaining. There is an opportunity coming. There is another one as well for cart number 30, Matt Kinsman, back in 5th. He has a chance to claim 4th spot. As they go into the infield, he is very close to doing it. But up front, the gap has dramatically closed. Parkinson pulls away again with a little launch as they come into the sweepers. But Smythe is closing. It was 0.9 3 laps ago. It's 0.3 with 5 to go. 0.3 of a second. He's gained back those 2 tenths. He's gained back the 3 tenths. He is right on the dial now of Parkinson. Kinsman has moved into 4th. Kinsman has moved up 3 spots to claim 4th, but he's on his own. There's a race up front, though. Parkinson is in big danger of being passed because Smythe is there. They have 4 laps to go. And Graham Smythe has closed it from a 1 second gap to a 0.1 second gap. Graham Smythe is there. Parkinson trying to hold on to the lead. 3 more laps of the Giltrap Group Raceway for Parkinson. There is another back marker starting to make an appearance here. Will he play a part? Smythe needs to make a dramatic move. He's faster as they head onto the infield. Can he maintain it? The gap is virtually zero between these two. It's back to 2.27 last time past. But there is one card in it, and here is the back marker, now playing a part. Will he move over? Yes, he does. Brilliant driving. Great awareness. Absolutely stunning move there. They both got past, but Graham Smythe is there. He gives it a push. He has an opportunity. 2 laps to go. Smythe and Parkinson. Parkinson holding, gets another pull away. Parkinson into it, through the sweepers. I think there's enough of a gap here. Smythe won't be able to make a move, not yet. He has one chance left. He has to do it on this lap. Parkinson takes a wild look back to see where Smythe is. He knows he's there. Smythe needs a mistake now, or he's got to try and make a lunge. He won't be quick enough coming past the pits. Now Parkinson just has to remain wide. Don't give any passing moves. Oh, he's going to do it. He is going to do it. And I tell you, if there was 2 more laps, it might have been another challenge. But Parkinson gets the win ahead of Graham Smythe. 2 Parkinson wins for the weekend. Smythe has a win and 2 seconds. Nathan Crang gets a 3rd. Matt Kinsman moves up into 4th spot after a dramatic start off the line. Regan Hall in 5th. Michael Outoff grabs 6th position. Connor Wilson, Kevin Storr, Daniel Bugler, Luke Thompson making up your top 10. David Malcolm, Henry Gelb, Callum Armstrong, Gary Callum, Andrew Hunt 15, Sean Curran in 16, and a DNF for Declan Goffin, who pulled off the circuit. So that's it for the West Speed Motorsport KZ2s. A nice little dramatic start. Some good racing mid-pack. But we head to the last of our sessions now in Heat 3. Yesterday, both heats, this bunch of loonies gave us entertainment galore. The Urban Performance Rotax Juniors are about to head out and do their formation. You really need to keep your eyes on the screen if you're watching live, or get yourself to a fence line, because they are coming out and it is pure helter-skelter. It is crazy stuff. And I love every second of these guys. Guys and girls are out there going completely loony. The Urban Performance Rotax Juniors. So we'll get ourselves set for the formation. Formation lap of Urban Performance Rotax Juniors. They queue themselves up. They get themselves ready. Wait for the official's call. Make sure they're happy. Heat 3. Urban Performance Rotax Juniors, the lights are out and we are underway yet again. And here they go into turn number 1. Let's see if it's all clean. It is. They come out. Only one goes on the grass. It's a wild ride for 71. but manages to hold on to the cart and get it back onto the tarmac where it belongs. They're still playing a little bit of dodgems as they go through the infield, but up front, it's a clean breakaway for 6 of the carts. Position 7 and 8, they're playing a little bit of hardball with each other, bumping and grinding, trying to make their way through. But Jay Irwin will hold the lead ahead of Sebastian Manson, who's moved up 2. Emerson Vincent down into 3rd. Ollie Workman up into 4. Ashton Phipps in 5. Mitchell Sparrow loses a spot and goes down to 6. And there was another one. Another opportunity. Here they go. They're going too wide. There's another position change in the top 6. But up front, it's clean. Really clean. Jay Irwin comes through. Manson still holds on to 2nd, but only just ahead of Emerson Vincent. But there could be a change here. They are both going for it. Emerson Vincent's got the inside. He makes it go. He makes it in there, and he now moves himself into 2nd place ahead of Sebastian Manson. So now Manson and Vincent will do everything they can to chase down the cart number 20, Jay Irwin. But Jay can walk away with this because the carts in behind are fighting so hard, it's slowing them down. Number 20 leading into the infield. 55 has got the position back. Sebastian Manson ahead of Vincent. Then it's Phipps, Sparrow, Workman, Lyons, Baccaris, Mellon and Thompson moves into the top 10. Knowles, Peebles, Young, Edwards, Millen, Findlay, Carter, Faulkner and Malone make up the rest of the numbers. But there's going to be a change, not up front. We are talking position 4 and 5. Makes it stick on the infield. 71, Mitchell Sparrow moves up. Gets into position 4. Meanwhile, race leader walking away while the fight ensues behind. Doesn't matter what code of motorsport it is. As soon as 2 of the competitors start being close and start fighting, they slow down and it lets the lone chargers out front walk away. And at the moment, it's Jay Irwin walking away with this ahead of Sebastian Manson. Emerson Vincent, but there's going to be another position change. Yes, there is for 4 and 5. Great little fight going on back there. Mitchell Sparrow and Ashton Phipps, Ollie Workman. But now the gap, now a little bit of a break between all of the carts. There's no more that are toe-to-tail. Single file procession now, waiting for mistakes, midfield and further back, but up front, Jay Irwin still leading by a lot. 2-second gap. Definitely different to yesterday. Yesterday there were chops and changes going on virtually every lap. This time around though, there is a massive bit of difference between 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And it's increasing. 2.1 seconds back to 2nd, 2.7 seconds back to 3rd. Jay Irwin is dialed in this morning. The rest of the carters have decided to settle into their rhythms. There's a little bit of a battle starting to happen back in positions number 10. There's a bump, there's a run, there's a pass. As they come around the hairpin, I'm just watching mid-pack. There's a good bunch of changes going on. This is back for 10, 11, 12 and 13. But they're having a great little race at the moment. And now they've settled themselves down. The position changes have happened. But up front, Jay Irwin. I'll tell you the split difference as he comes past and see if it's increased from 2.1 seconds. Yes, it has. It's up to 2.2 now to Manson in 2nd and Vincent in 3rd, 2.9. So I don't know if they are slowing down or whether Jay Irwin is just building a gap on his own. But it's quick. A best lap time of 29.6 for Jay Irwin, 29.7 for Manson, and a 29.8 for Vincent. So it's a clear-cut case of Jay Irwin being on fire this morning, metaphorically speaking. Heads into the infield, doesn't even need to look over the shoulder. can cast a glance after he makes a turn because the gap is so big he can see the competitors coming in the other direction. Jay Irwin comes in, heads into the sweepers. He'll actually go around the hairpin of turn number 1 and be able to look back at his competitor. You don't see that very often. There he goes into the infield. Once again, he'll look across. Yep, there's my competitors. I am good to go. A 29.603. What a lap time from Jay Irwin. Manson still second, but has no answer. Vincent in third. Vincent and Manson had a good tussle in the first couple of laps. Then it died off. So they spread themselves out around the field. Further down in the pack, it's all settled in as well. Lyons in 6, Baccaris in 7. Thompson is back in 8, with Mellon and Knowles 9 and 10. We're on lap 11 with Peebles in 11. Jake Young is 12. Ashton Phillips has moved into 13 with Jake Millen in 14 and Stella Carter in 15th. Lily Malone is 16. Miles Finley 17. Xavier Faulkner 18. Regan Edwards back in 19th. And up front, it's still Jay Irwin. He's already in the infield. The gap is growing yet again. It's up to 2.7 seconds now. Unheard of. Walking away with this race. Come into lap number 14. Crosses the line. Does Jay Irwin ahead of Manson. Vincent and Sparrow. Finally, we have a bit of closure between Sparrow and Workman, 4 and 5. As they just go through the infield now, they'll come around the right-hander, head down towards the pits. And could there be a final dash to move up from 5 to 4 for Ollie Workman? Probably not close enough. There's only a cart in it. They are on the last lap. He might have a go, though, down the inside. No, not quite, says Ollie. As they cross the start-finish line, Irwin leads, Irwin wins. Manson grabs second, Vincent in third. Sparrow was 4 with Workman in 5. Gave it a shot, couldn't do it. Lyons in 6, Baccaris in 7, Thompson, Peebles, Mellon wrapping up your top 10. Jake Young grabbed 11th with Blake Knowles in 12, Jake Millen in 13. Stella Carter was 14, Lily Malone 15, Ashton Phipps was 16, Miles Finley 17, 18 Regan Edwards and 19 Xavier Faulkner. And that is the end of the heats for this weekend's Pool and Spa City of SAILS, coming to you from Giltrap Group Raceway. It is the lunch break. Carters will analyse. Carters will discuss amongst their team. Carters will decide what they're going to do as they come into the pre-finals in roughly half an hour's time. And the pre-finals will be 20 laps, followed by the main final, which is 25 laps. Remembering that the points from heats 1, 2 and 3 that we have now completed determine the grid for the pre-final. We'll go find those out and make sure we have the right call for you when that appears after the lunch break. And also the main finals, the grids for that are allocated not from points but from the results of the pre-final. However, the little twister in the CIK format for Kartsport Auckland this weekend is that points accumulate across the entire 5 sessions. That determines who wins in each category. We'll have more soon from Giltrap Group Raceway. It is the Pool and Spa City of SAILS 2-day challenge. The live stream brought to you by Right Karts and Rotax. Have a little lunch break, but don't go too far away, because in about 20 to 30 minutes time, we'll be back racing. Welcome to the lunch break here at the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. Coming to you live from Giltrap Group Raceway, and we've got a plethora of guests, very special VIPs who I'm going to have a quick chat to. I won't keep them long because I know they want to go eat. They've got the cornerstone of nutritional diet at Motorsport of pies, hot dogs and chips to shove down their gullets, and they've got to set up their carts ready to go racing this afternoon in the pre-finals and finals. We start with Clay Osborne, who... Mate, you're the current world champ, but you didn't get to race last year. How does that work?
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing because I was really looking forward to try and defend my title. But yeah, it is what it is and you can't change it. And I get to hold on to my title for another year.
Exactly right. And really, who cares if it's another year? It just means that it's an extension. No one else took it off you. You still hold sway. You're the leader. Yeah,
exactly. It's really good and it looks good on my profile.
Yeah, I'd like to have champion on my profile too, but I'll probably never, ever get that. So what are you going to do after this event this weekend to get back into that world sort of frame of mind? Is there anything coming up between another big session, or have they not even planned it yet?
I'm not quite sure. I know that I've got Nationals and Easter, so I'll probably be training hard out for that. But, yeah, that's all I know so far.
What's the training? Come on, talk us through it. Is it just seat time, or are you talking running and weights in the gym and eating healthy?
Yeah, seat time's one of the biggest things, but yeah, running and cardio at the gym.
No, I don't like the gym, just so you know. You see a body like this by not having to go to the gym. You don't have to do it all, mate. Yeah. Now, this weekend, how has it been going for you? Are you happy, you content, or are you disappointed? Tell us about it.
In the first race yesterday, my cart was just about to come on, but I hit the curb too much and my chain fell off. But overall, I'm not happy as I wanted to be. But yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is, exactly right. So the plan for the pre-finals and finals, have you got any racing tactics ready to go?
I'm just going to try and stay as clean as I can in the pre-final because I'll be starting far back after I drop my chain. So yeah, I'll just try and keep a clean nose in that. But in the final, I'm going to push as hard as I can.
That's right. Even though it's accumulated points and not the checkered flag that decides, you still got to go hard and race, don't you? It's a final after all.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
All right. Well, thank you for spending some time with us, a couple of minutes with us where people get to hear from you. You have a good weekend, the remainder of it, and we do wish you well in your endeavours to try and continue to be a world champion. World champion, wouldn't that be nice to have on the resume, mate? Thanks very much for your time. In fact, let's just keep rolling. Let's just run with this. Live streaming and coming back. Chuck us those headphones, mate. You can toddle off and go have your hot dog and your pies. Who have we got? Oh, come on in. Drop these on your head. You can walk closer to me. I'm not that scary. I'm truly not. Okay. All right. So why don't we let you do the introduction? Tell everyone out there watching in the world, there's only 475 million people watching right now. Tell them your name. Tell them what got you into karting and tell them what you're still doing karting.
Sorry. My husband got me into karting. I'm Heather Comer. Yeah, the kids did it, 3 of them. I thought they were going to kill him. I wouldn't come near the track. But I had to because he was overseas and we survived. And the kids did have a go in the ladies' race at Christmas, and I did. And I got 4th out of 14. I got all the hand-me-downs, took a break because the kids came first. And now I'm back. They've all got married, had kids, and now grandchildren are racing. Got a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old. One's racing today.
The most important question people will be wondering then, are you faster than the grandkids?
Yes.
And that makes you a day, doesn't it?
It does.
Oh, I could just tell by the way you answered that. I was like, yeah, like totally. Okay, so what's your plan of attack? World champs coming up?
No.
Oh.
I'll leave that to the young ones.
Oh.
I'll stay here and just enjoy myself, and did my fastest time ever yesterday, but it didn't count because the guys are way faster. But I'm surviving and enjoying watching their racing too. And yeah, my husband's got some secrets that he's putting on the cart now. So we'll see how we do.
Are they secrets as in totally secret squirrel you can't share with anyone type secrets, or are they secrets as in is he not just telling you?
No, he tells me. My lips are sealed.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so if you find Heather down in the pits, there'll be some secrets. She won't tell you, but photos of the cart. Photos is what will reveal it. There's F1 stuff going on here. It's just karting at Kartsport Auckland.
So amazing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your information with us. It's nice. Yeah, you're a little nervous, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Well, you shouldn't be. You race karts.
I know.
And you're nervous about standing in front of a camera with those people in Upper Mongolia watching on to see what you're doing down in little old New Zealand, and you're nervous about it.
Yeah, but you pull your visor down and that's it.
Red mist. Look at it. Look at it. I don't want to race against you. Hand me those cans. You can go off and get the secret squirrel. Oh, look at her. Come on then. Coming in, Miss McBride. Now, you've got a story to tell. Yeah, you do. I hope you're enjoying our little lunchtime interviews here at Giltrap Group Raceway. It's the Pool and Spa City of SAILS 2-day challenge, of which you're not really involved with this time, but you are, but you're not.
Well, I am, but I'm not. I'm involved a little bit behind the scenes this weekend rather than racing myself.
And that's sad, isn't it?
Well, people have got to run the event. It's just the way it is.
Okay, so tell us about your karting history then.
I have probably only been racing for about 3 years now. I have previous family members that used to do it years and years and years ago, and decided about 3 years ago that I wanted to have a turn myself. We've got a nearly 6-year-old daughter, so I thought I'd better to get in before she turns 6. So that's what I've done.
You know, if this keeps continuing this path, you'll be the second grandmother racing at this karting track. You know what I'm saying? You know, 6 now, building up, carrying on.
That is a very long way away.
Yeah, but it's still possible, isn't it? You know, this is a 20, 30-year plan we're talking about here.
We'll see.
Husband might not appreciate you taking all the glamour and glory and trophies home, eh?
Husband creates his own glamour and glory.
He does. Now, he tends to break karts, doesn't he? He's got a problem. He's got an issue. A little bit aggressive out there on the racetrack. What are your thoughts about that? Have you had any words? Because, really...
That's a little bit tricky. He jumped in that kart for the first time yesterday morning. Never been in it before. It's not normally the class that he runs in. He usually races in DD2. So it's all a bit fresh and new.
Okay, so then what are your karting plans? You finished this weekend, helped finish running the event, and marvellous event, by the way. You've done well all on your own, making it all happen. That's good work. But what's next? What's your next karting attack?
I am probably looking at switching over to road racing. Like I said, we have a 6-year-old, or nearly 6-year-old, coming up to start karting this year. 3 of us running in a sprint meeting on one day is probably a little bit tricky and unlikely. So I'll step back and move over to road racing and continue to help the club while the little one and hubby continue sprint racing.
And just a little insight, what sort of thoughts have you got towards the car racing? Any ideas yet?
No, not car racing, still go-karts, but on the motorsport circuits.
Nice. So gear changes and everything?
Just the two-speed DD2.
Look at her go. All right. Don't get too excited. No, don't get to that. All right. Thank you very much for your time, because we need to now speak to the man who breaks things. His name's McBride, senior, boss, whatever. Welcome to the commentary room, where we have been talking you up a little bit, but that's fair because you have put on Gold Star Entertainment in a kart that you don't normally use. You have broken it twice, but talk us through what's been the difference going out in this particular field.
New competitors.
Yep.
New equipment, kind of. Certainly totally different with the ballast we've added. I'm pretty round, but to compete with the heavies, we've had to put a bit of ballast on the car, just to make it meet the minimum weight spec. Yep.
Okay, so yesterday you had an issue. What was that one?
Yesterday we broke an axle in qualifying.
Yeah, not good, eh?
No,
that's pretty rough.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so you broke that, and today was epic. I don't know what it was like from inside the helmet, but from standing in the commentary room, you went down the straight at full speed and then went up the grass embankment at full speed. Can you try and paint a picture of what happened?
Yep. I can.
Yes.
If you can imagine accelerating as hard as you can down a straight piece of road and pressing a brake pedal that does nothing.
Oh, it was the brakes.
Yep. We had a loose bleeder nipple on the brake caliper, so instead of squeezing the pads against the brake rotor, it squeezed all the fluid out into the exhaust, hence the spectacular bit of smoke, and left me to try and avoid Aaron and take to the grass.
It was epic. It was surfing. I mean, the wave of dirt and grass coming up from the back of your cart as you headed up. And I did wonder if you were going to stop before you got to the fence, but you did. So that was nice. It was a nice, I'd give it maybe a turn and a tuck, pike half twist, maybe a 9 out of 10. You didn't quite get a full 10.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if I was going to stop before the fence myself, but yeah.
Okay, so that cart is out. You gone for the weekend, or have you managed to repair it and you'll be back out there entertaining us for the afternoon?
Ready to rock and roll.
Okay, I mean, that's nice. Yeah, that'll be great to watch. We'll keep an eye on you out there. It's an interesting category, isn't it, those heavies? There's heavy. It's 185 kilos, driver and cart.
Yep.
You've had to add ballast. But has it changed your driving style, converting to that cart?
I'd like to say it has, but no. It's very different to the DD2 because they also have the front brakes. So you drive a DD2 a lot straighter, but anytime I get a chance to run a kart with rear brakes only, I am a little looser than the straighter, faster guys.
All right. Well, look, trust me, you've been entertaining up for watching, and I'm sure the people online have enjoyed it as well. And it's good to know that you haven't completely trashed the cart. You've able to get it running again. You didn't demoralise everybody out there by going, we might as well cancel the weekend because Mr. McBride's not racing anymore. So that's good news, mate. Okay, so we're pleased that you're going to be back in it for the pre-finals and finals. Your prediction, you'll get, what, a first and a second in between those two? Or?
Well, I've got to start from the back now because I haven't recorded any points with the DNFs. So let's get to
tip of the week. Treat it like a reverse handicap, as though you're always the fastest and you knocked to the back and you have to come through the field. Mind games.
If only. But I like passing people, so there's more to pass.
Okay, we like to see you passing people. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate you coming all the way over to the commentary box. Give us some insight on that. We'll have those back.
Sweet.
Because the last of our interviewees. Now here we go. Finally, someone my own height. You make me feel good because finally I'm taller than someone. I can look down on someone. Is she in the shot? There we go. How about that? All right. Tell us your name. Tell us your kart.
My name is Maya Forrest, and my kart is really good at the moment.
What category do you race in?
Vortex Mini Rock?
Yeah, I don't think you're 185 kilo heavy, are you?
No.
No, not at all. Okay, so how has your weekend gone so far? If you were to give me a rating, say out of 10, how would you rate yourself this weekend and your efforts?
About a 7.
Nice.
So,
What's it going to take to go up to 8 or 9?
to try and get more corner speed.
Okay, that's where you're finding you're just not quite right this weekend, just a bit of corner speed. Okay, now, I've always said, those who can do, those who can't talk about it. That's why I talk racing and not drive. So if I wanted to get more corner speed, what am I trying to do? How am I going to get that?
You're going to brake hard and lift off of it early and try and get on the accelerator as quick as possible.
Yeah, but if I do that, I'll spin out. There's got to be more technique than that, or is it's that easy for you, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Okay, your closest competition. Who do you think it is in your category? You can name and shame them. Who is your closest competition?
Maybe...
You don't want to tell them, don't you?
No, I don't really know.
Oh, everybody?
Yeah.
Anyone with a helmet and a race suit on is fair game for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your future entail then? How long actually have you been karting?
2 years.
Yeah, see, it's longer than I have. And where do you think you're going to end up?
Well, I want to try and get into something like Formula 1 or something.
Well, that's a good aspiration. I'd like to try and do that too. The chances are 0 for me, but hey, there's always potential for someone like you. What's the stepping stone then? You'll go karting, do a few more. How old are you now?
11, sorry.
That's very important. Don't worry, I count backwards in age instead of forwards. But you're 11 now, so you'll go right through to what? You think you'll go 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 in the karts?
Yeah.
Okay. And then where? Formula V, Formula Ford, or do you like the idea of the closed cockpits, or are you an open wheel racer?
Probably start with Formula V and Formula Ford.
Good idea. Great category. V-dub engines. Oh, off their chain they are. I think you'll handle one of them nicely. Okay, so you go through the Formula V, you go through Formula Ford. TRS, did you watch the Grand Prix the other weekend?
No.
Say yeah.
Yeah.
It was a good race, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Who won? Say Shane Van Gisbergen.
Shane Van Gisbergen.
And he did a stellar drive, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you have to do is watch that replay of that race over and over and over and over again, a gazillion times, to see how to win from pit row and how to win a race, and that is your future, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so if you're 11 now, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, in 7 years' time, I want to be interviewing you on the grid at a TRS New Zealand Grand Prix meet. Is it a deal?
Yeah.
Shake on it. Deal. There we go. She will be TRS in 7 years' time, racing in a Grand Prix. Absolutely fantastic. I think you now you don't want to have a chat, do you, over there? No, you're just quietly escorting people in. Yeah, all right. Well, thank you so much for your time during this lunch break. We bring you these interviews at the Giltrap Group Raceway for part of this Pool and Spa City of Sales 2-day event. Future New Zealand champion right here. I called it first. That means that I get to name drop you for the next 7 years, and when you win a Grand Prix, I can go, yeah, when she was 11. That's how we roll here. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back with more racing in around about 10 to 15 minutes' time. Talk to you then. Welcome back to the Pool and Spa City of Sales, coming to you live from Giltrap Group Raceway. Thanks to Right Karts and Rotax for bringing this live stream footage to you, and we are running on time because we are running early, well and truly. So we head off and we race and we go for it in the Super Metal Recycling Club Sport category. This is the pre-final. 20 laps registered. I think for Clubsport it might be 18, maybe 19 laps for Clubsport. The pre-final. It was a great race during the last heat, heat number 3. There was some driver swapping all over the place, and there's going to be another one now with 17 going down the inside on the hairpin, but he might have gone a little bit too wide. However, he will hold the line as they think about going 3 wide on infield. That's not going to work, and it was definitely just going to be who decided to slot in where. But yesterday and today it was 51 winning both heats yesterday, but coming second this morning to 17. 17, Paul Hutchinson won this morning in the last heat. But at the moment, Muggeridge in 51, who won both heats yesterday, second in heat 3 this morning, now leads the pack. And it's a reasonably good gap back to second. It's enough of a safe one. In saying that, he made a small little bit of speed errors coming out of the turns, and it's going to cost, because here comes Hutchinson down the inside of the straight to think about taking it, but doesn't quite make it stick. This is what happened in the heats. Had to go, decided to pull away from it, but it's going to give it a try this time. He'll stay with it, and the rest of the field, well, they're having a good little battle amongst themselves as well for positions 3, 4, 5, 6, and all the way back down to 8. With Couch, Brennan, McDowell, Gilbert, French, and Bennett holding those positions respectively. And they might even make a change. No, they won't, coming into the sweepers. But it's ended up being 2 little battle groups. This tiny one up front with Hutchinson trying to take on Muggeridge. And then the rest of them go sideways, and it's all over the place as they come out of the hairpin. It's dramatic changes. So 32, Couch will stay in third. But all sorts of changes have happened behind him for 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Mistakes are plenty, some pouncing on the mistakes and others having to live with the costs of them. And that battle that they are having further back is just extending this gap between 1 and 2. Hutchinson thinks about it again with a little move across on that start-finish straight, but then pulling in behind by the time they get to the hairpin. Now he thinks about the inside, nowhere near close enough. Rest of the field just waddles their way through the infield. It's quite a gap. It's 3 seconds between first and third. These 2 karters in first and second are doing their own little game. Now down the inside, does he have a chance? I think he does if he sticks with it. He doesn't. Decides to back off the throttle and tuck in behind once again. At some point, he's going to have to continue with it, Hutchinson. He's just going to have to play the gamble game and hope that Muggeridge sees him, which is what happened in the last heat, but it happened on the infield. But I think Hutchinson needs to have a crack at it at the end of the start-finish straight as they come into it now with the sweepers. He's close enough. He gets down the inside, but then just backs off a little bit. This time he's not going to try. He's going to stay in the tow. Does it again. Stays once again in the tow as they continue their way down towards the infield. That's where he got him in the last heat. This is the pre-finals, though. And your finishing position in the pre-final session will determine your grid position for the finals this afternoon. Hutchinson, Muggeridge. Muggeridge still leads. Hutchinson in close behind, but not close enough. The rest of the pack, they come streaming across the start-finish line, but there'll be only maybe one position change. No, they do touch and rub, though. They knock each other about, and we're talking position 6, 7, and 8. And they're actually going to have a crack at it on the infield. The 4 of them, they go 2 wide. They're still bumping and grinding as they come around the turns. They're having a lot of fun by themselves. Up front, and we are talking 6-second gap, it is still Muggeridge and Hutchinson in their own race. Hutchinson is there. He is so close, he can taste the win. But he needs to pull something out of the hat. He's going to have to try something tricky. I think he just has to take the gamble, but the risk is, if he makes contact, they could both lose out. Tactical game. He's so much quicker around the back sections of the circuit. Heads into the sweepers. Didn't quite get the pace, but maybe he can get the toe and have another go down the inside. No, he still stays in toe mode. The rest of them come across the start-finish line. It'd still be Gilbert, McDowell. Couch has lost a spot. Brennan, Bennett, and French. But up front, Hutchinson doing everything possible. Gee, I've never seen anyone try to go down the inside there this weekend. They go 2 wide. Do they make contact? No. But if Hutchinson can stay there, he will have the inside line. This could be a great passing manoeuvre. Yes, he does. He makes it stick. Wonderful drive. 2 wide down the whole segment of the track. And now he can try and make a gap. Now Hutchinson is in a different mode. Instead of chasing, he has to try and pull away and defend at the same time. Great racecraft by both of them. Awareness from 51. He saw him there, gave racing room, didn't squeeze, didn't send them off the circuit. And now they change. So, Muggeridge has to change game tactics here. This is the order they finished the heat, with 17 in front of 51. The rest of the field, it's still McDowell who moved ahead of Gilbert. Couch is still in 5th, Brennan, Bennett and French. There's going to be a change on the infield because 44, Frank Gilbert, is going to try go up the inside. He's going to muscle. They make contact. They slow right down to almost a complete stop, but they keep going before the rest of the field could catch them. But up front, it is still Stephen Muggeridge now trying to go on Paul Hutchinson. He goes down the inside. That's how you do it, Hutch. Take note, because you've got to return serve now. Muggeridge will get the inside line. There's no way Hutchinson will go around the outside there. He gets squeezed, he loses momentum, and he has to do it all over again. Muggeridge retakes the lead. And here comes Hutchinson. He's done it again. They touch once more. He's getting upset. The hand went in the air. He got cut off. He got squeezed. And I almost think he has the right to be a little bit upset about that, because he had the line. But he's got to remove the red mist now and focus on attack. He has 5 laps left to do it. But there might be a wee conversation back in the garage. Meanwhile, down in the mid-pack, or I should say the end of it, this lot of chopping and changing positions all over the place. McDowell, Gilbert, Couch and Brennan, Bennett, they're having a great time. Up front, though, Muggeridge, he might know what he did wasn't quite correct, but he's not going to give up the spot. He leads the race. 5 remaining, according to the sheets, but I think they might have it as 18 or 19 in reality. 20 listed on the board, though. Laps for the race in the Super Metal Recycling Clubsport category. On the infield, yep, they go, they duck, they dive, they switch, they swap, they try, but up front, Muggeridge and Hutchinson. Hutchinson's caught up again, but he has less laps now to do it, but he will be a little bit aggrieved. He will be a little bit angry, so now he might decide to take the plunge and go for the dive. He's only a kart length in behind now. He has basically 2 to 3 laps left to go. Hutchinson can do this. He's caught up again. Now he has the opportunity. Further back in the field, 44 and 33. McDowell and Gilbert are fighting over third spot. But up front, Hutchinson lost just a little bit there. He's close, but not close enough to give it a go. He's got more momentum coming through the hairpin. Can he think about a go down the inside? I think he might try and dive. No, he just backs out. Muggeridge just had enough. Just had enough to close the door. McDowell still leads in third spot. Frank Gilbert's trying everything to get around him, inside, outside, but up the front. I'm waiting to see if a checkered flag will come out on 18, 19 or 20, but here comes Hutchinson down the inside. He's going to back out again. Mainly, I don't think he is sure if Muggeridge sees him down the inside. And he doesn't want to stack the cart. Second is better than a DNF. But he has an opportunity now for a clean pass. It's 18 gone. They might be holding it to 20 laps. Here comes Hutchinson down the outside. It's not going to work there. And there's not enough room for a switch as they come into the sweepers. They come past the start-finish line. I still don't see a checkered flag, so that's good. There's still an opportunity. 2 to go. That was 19. This could be the last lap now. There's a huge fight going on for 3, 4, and 5, but up front, I don't think Hutchinson is close enough for Muggeridge to lose this one. There have been position changes in 3, 4, and 5. We'll go through those in a second because they are having a great ding-dong battle amongst themselves. But up the front, the checkered flag is going to fly for Muggeridge with Hutchinson in second. He won't be happy, but if we look back at 3, 4, and 5, third has finally made a breakaway. That'll be enough to hold it. Can fourth position hold sway? I think so, yes. There's not a chance anymore. And it will be McDowell in third with Gilbert in 4. Couch, in 4 and Gilbert in 5. Brennan with 6. Tony Bennett and Aaron French making up the rest of the field. But unfortunately, French a DNF. So it was good. It was a good race. And up next will be Cadet Rock, Strata Networks Cadet Rock. We'll have them on your screen for you very soon here at the Giltrap Group Raceway. It's the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. So they form themselves up for the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. Their pre-final 20 laps here at the Giltrap Group Raceway. It's the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. A big thanks to Right Karts and Rotax for bringing the live coverage on YouTube as they bring themselves around to the start-finish line. We wait for the officials to be happy about their formation. They are, the lights are out, and we are underway. Jackson Culver and Lucas Bell, Seth Comer, Harry Fisher, Luke McMillan, Zach Hemphill, they all had a great battle, but it is Culver who leads the pack ahead of Henry Fisher in second spot. Already chasing down, and there were some good passes in the heats. We've had one kart spin out. I'll work out who that is shortly. And it just seems in the distance, I can't quite make out the number or the pattern on the kart, but I think it might have been one of our favourites. I'll double check that for you shortly, but as they come across the line, Culver leads the pack through, first lap down. Henry Fisher has moved up, Luke McMillan's moved up, Zach Hemphill has moved up, Riley Tombleson, Braden Wilson, Atto Bailey, and yes, it was Seth Comer. I'm sure it was Seth Comer who had the issue. I'll watch it goes past again. No, it was 78. Yes, it was Seth Comer, 78. So, one of the race favourites, who so far this weekend has had a second, a first and a fourth, has been knocked out of the battle. Way down in 12th position, but leading the way through, Jackson Culver from South Island, Henry Fisher. Zach Hemphill has moved up into third. Luke McMillan down into fourth. And then it's a big back gap. Back to Riley Tombleson, Atto Bailey, Braden Watson, Lucas Bell, Indy Irwin, and Blake Kendall making up your top 10. With Cunningham, Comer, and Walker not out there, kart 16. So there's a definite split between the competitors here. First and second, Jackson Culver holding the lead against Henry Fisher. There is an opportunity though. There is an opportunity there. 85, Zach Hemphill starting to close in. It's the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. They are 6 to 10 years old. And the gap between first and second is nothing. Fisher has a chance here. And if they start mixing it up, the two up front, that allows Zach Hemphill to have a go. And Zach is actually close in third position. Zach's really close. So now there's an opportunity in the next couple of laps to see some potential dives down the inside. Here goes the first one. Yes, it is a good one too. Henry Fisher goes around the inside of the infield. Jackson Culver had too much speed, couldn't wash it off. Went wide on the infield, loses the lead, and that's allowed Hemphill as well, an 85 to close the gap. He's currently third, but Hemphill wants to have a crack at this. There is an opportunity here. Goes down the inside, does Hemphill. He knew it, he had the pace. Might even try for first place. Very close, they all touch, they all nudge. But they come through unscathed. 15.85 and South Island. Wow, what a change on the hairpin. Great racing by these three drivers up front. Further down, we're going to have a pass on the infield. Indy Irwin's thinking about making a move around the outside. Can't make that stick. But we go back to the front because we're going to have a position change again. Coming through the sweeper on lap number 5. And Zach Hemphill has taken the lead of the race. Zach now leads. And there's going to be another one. There's going to be potential here. Zach's got to be careful. Goes out wide. Tries to maintain some pace. Nearly lost the inside line. Henry Fisher also very close to making a mistake there and allowing Jackson Culver to come through. Jackson Culver, now third, was leading. Jackson Culver was first, now third. Zach Hemphill was third, now leading. And actually starting to pull a gap, and that's because Henry Fisher and Culver are having their own little fight. It's slowing them down a little bit. And if Hemphill can get into the zone, talk himself through the circuit, nail the braking points, nail the throttle position, get it exactly right. He'll start to create a gap while the two behind fight it out for second and third. Culver goes down the inside but knows he's too far back to have a go. Gets back into the toe. Ducks the head down, trying to gain every thousandth of a second. Good run through the infield. Closes within a kart length of Henry Fisher in second. A good race for 5 and 6 as well, with Addo Bailey and Lucas Bell further down the field. They are close to each other. I'll keep an eye on that for you. They come through the sweeper actually now, 5 and 6. And they are going for it. Here we go. 26, Lucas Bell thinks about a run down the inside. Can't quite make it, but I reckon 2 more laps because, wow, got some wonderful exit speed. And has the door been left open? Down the inside, into the infield. No, not quite. Thinks about it, crosses the kart up a little bit, goes sideways, loses all the momentum, and has to have a think about another crack. But up front, it is still Hemphill. Still Hemphill leading. Fisher still in second, and Culver has dropped back a bit in third. The close pace seems to have disappeared out of South Island's Jackson Culver. McMillan is on his own in fourth, but they're still bumping and grinding back in 5 and 6. Atto Bailey just got a good tap from Lucas Bell in 6th position. Up front though, clean pair of heels from Zach Hemphill, untouched at this stage, halfway through their pre-final race. Henry Fisher, no answer, no chance of closing in. Jackson Culver has lost momentum and is now languishing a little bit back, 1.3 seconds behind the leader. Fourth, Luke McMillan still out on his own, but Addo Bailey and Lucas Bell in 5 and 6. They have been sticking to each other for the entire race so far, and I think they're going to continue doing so. They are going to go head-to-head at the end. At the very back of the race, there's also a great battle, and I'll focus on that in a second. But there they are. They're going through the infield. And it looks like the leaders have caught the back markers. And now they're trying to work out how to get through, and it's actually becoming a little costly because it's closed the gap. And I'm trying to keep my eye on what is happening. Oh, and it's a mistake. It's a big mistake from some of these drivers. 96 getting a little bit twitchy, but let's watch 72 coming down the inside again. They're way down the end of the race, 72. But that is where the action is up front because that is the back marker at the moment. A flag waves. They come past the pit lane area and into the sweeper. And our leader goes past the start-finish line now. Zach Hemphill, Henry Fisher, Jackson Culver. And there's been quite a jostle and a mix-up. Henry Fisher still second. Jackson Culver. 72 is a tail ender who got caught up in the mix. 72, Harrison Cunningham. The back marker, but he's clear now, and so too are the front three. They've managed to get around. It took a lap or two. 14 down. But Zach Hemphill still leading the race ahead of Henry Fisher and Jackson Culver. Further back in the field, there is a couple of position changes happening, but nothing major at the moment. But they are going to catch, I think, some more back markers soon. With only 5 laps remaining, there is the potential for that to happen. And will that allow the gap to close from Zach Hemphill down to Henry Fisher, down to Jackson Culver, and get a race back in? The back markers are starting to feed their way through the start-finish line, and here comes the leader now. Zach Hemphill crosses the start-finish line. 15 down, 16 down. Henry Fisher still holds second. Jackson Culver still holds third. And they're only a little bit behind those tail runners. But I think there's enough of a gap between first and second for it not to cause a problem. However, it could give an opportunity for Culver to catch up to Fisher and have a final last dash for the second position of this race. But at the moment, Zach Hemphill still going through. Ahead of Fisher and Culver, way back in the field. Cunningham still in last place at this stage. No, he's made a pass on Watson. So Watson now trails the race. Luke McMillan is in 4 with Lucas Bell 5, Ad O'Bailey in 6, Seth Comer in 7, Blake Kendall in 8, Indy Irwin is 9, Riley Tombleson in 10. But the back markers have now been caught. So this could change things. With 3 laps, make it 2 laps to go. Zach goes past the back marker. Can Fisher and Culver get through? I think they will. I don't think there's enough in it to be a worry. 96, Riley Tombleson is the one going to be caught up in the melee. But doing a good job circulating at a good pace, not being a hindrance, some good driving. Isn't wobbling all over the racetrack, just holding his line. Zach comes through now. 1 lap remaining according to my board. And they go through past the back marker. Oh, a little bit caught up. No, they get through. They do touch. They do nudge. But Jackson Culver gets through unscathed. However, Zach Hemphill has caught a bunch there. He's got to make a decision. Does he pass? Does he take the gamble and put some cars in between himself and second place? Yes, he does. So Zach Hemphill is going to come through the sweeper amongst some of the back markers. Just needs to stay calm. Don't do anything too crazy. Gets it. Goes through for the win with Henry Fisher in second. Jackson Culver in third. The great race for 4, 5 and 6 is done with McMillan taking 4, Bell taking 5, Bailey taking 6 and Seth Comer moving back up into 7th. It shows Blake Kendall in 8 with Indy Irwin 9, Riley Tombleson in 10 and Harrison Cunningham in 11. So a good run there. In the Strata Networks Cadet Rock, up next will be the Prague Karts New Zealand Rotax Max Light. There is a big crowd gathered at the gate. I say they are doing a driver briefing, maybe giving them the word on how to drive clean and safe around the Giltrap Group Raceway. We'll be back shortly with more from the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. Time now for the Praga Karts Row Tax Lights. It was hustle and bustle for Heat 1s, 2 and 3. And I don't see any reason why it would change for the pre-final 20 lapper here this afternoon from Giltrap Group Raceway. For those of you just joining us, welcome along to the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of SAILS 2-day challenge. It has been an epic day and a half so far, and we've got the last half of it ready to go. They form up, and wow, was it a crazy heat number 3. I did notice a driver's briefing, so maybe the official said, hey, let's race. Let's not be dodgems. They lined themselves up. Calm and collected. Fantastic field of drivers. Ready to rip around the track in the Rotax lights. The lights are gone. The racing is underway. And let's see if they all get through turn 1. There was a few. There was a couple that got lifted up as they went over the top of each other. One up on the curb, gets it under control, but the field goes through. In the Praga Karts Rotax lights, Liam Lawson won all 3 heats. Can he continue the battle against Zach Stitchbury, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt and Finn Osborne? Well, at this stage, the answer is yes, because Liam is leading the race. Rihanna is second. Zach Stitchbury dropped down to 3rd. Clay Osborne moved up to 4th. George in 5. And Finn Osborne down to 6. And the front 2 karts are leaving the pack behind. They have found their pace very early on. Liam Lawson, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. And she was actually in with a chance during the last heat. Was giving all the drivers a good go. They all look back and see where they are. Clay Osborne into 3rd. Zach Stitchbury down to 4th. They touch again on the infield. Clean pair of heels shown by Liam Lawson at this stage. Running in 2 categories this weekend, but doing a great job in both of them. Untouchable, basically. But Rihanna's not going to let him run away with that. She is staying in close and always has the opportunity. There's a gap going back. Positions number 6, 7, 8, they are hitting each other to get round the infield. They've managed to sort it out amongst themselves. Back into single file. I think it's a slight gap advantage now to Liam Lawson. Last time around was 0.26 of a second. Now it's 0.5. So he has pulled out a little bit of a gap as Lawson. But Rihanna's still got a gap back to 0.6, back to 3rd spot, which is Clay Osborne and Zach Stitchbury still holding in 4th. Zach gets airborne over the curbs. Really wants to try and battle these 3 in front of him. He's going to have to try something drastic, and maybe that's what it is, curb hopping. Gets really close into Clay Osborne, does Zach Stitchbury. He's there or thereabouts, but he just can't quite get close enough to make anything work. Everyone hits the inside curb hard on the right-hander. They're throwing their karts around, but up front, Liam Lawson, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. Let's see if the gap is closed. It looks like it has. It was half a second, and now it's dropped down to 0.3, so she's made it back again by 0.2 of a second. The gap is still decent. Back to 3rd, Clay Osborne, and 4th, Zach Stitchbury. Josh Richmond, Finn Osborne, Campbell Joyce, George Sampson, Liam Skeets, and Zane Hills are making up your top 10. But the front 4 are running away with this. 5, 6, and 7 are in their own battle, and then it's another big gap. And I think Zach Stitchbury is going to have a go soon. He is very close to Clay Osborne. Zach Stitchbury currently in 4th position. He wants 3rd. Remember, your result from this race determines your grid for the final. It's more than just points. It's a clean airtime out front for the final race when you start. Liam Lawson, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. I reckon the gap is closed up completely between these four. Forget about the timing chart. There's not even a cart length in it between 1 and 2. She is really starting to speed up now. Liam Lawson losing his advantage. It's down to 0.1. It was up to half a second at one stage. We are 8 laps in, 9 laps down of 20. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt thinking about the options. What can she do to get around Liam Lawson? Thinks about a little twitch down the inside. She is really close now. Definitely quicker. Has to try and think of a way through, but Liam shuts the door. He knows how to make it hard to pass. There she goes on the inside, makes it stick. Could it be a double banger for Lawson? No. Squeezes his way down on the inside to hold into second, and they're going to have another crack at it. The two of them go side by side. They change positions at the hairpin, and we are 3 wide going infield. Where is it going to end up? I think she's done it. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt takes the lead. And that was hustle and bustle coming out of the hairpin. 3 wide going down into the infield section, but they settle themselves in now. And Liam Lawson has lost 2 spots, down to 3rd. Zach Stitchbury is there. Lawson's cart is a little bit twitchy. O'Meara Hunt leading, ahead of Clay Osborne, Lawson Stitchbury, Finn Osborne in 5. Campbell Joyce in 6 and Josh Richmond in 7. Then it's another big gap back to Liam Skeets, Dylan Grant and Ashton Grant making up your top 10. But then there's a whole group of carts ready to pounce on any mistake. But back on focus, up front, here they go for a lead change. Clay Osborne thinks about it. There's a switch happening. There's nudging, there's pushing. And Rihanna has been left out. She's been hung to dry. Can she hold on? No. Drops back into 3rd. Very clever driving from Liam Lawson to sit right in behind Osborne on his tailpipe. They were basically one cart, and Rihanna had no chance to close the gap. Very clever moves, and here comes Liam down the inside now. He's got his mojo back, and he leads the race out of the hairpin. Here comes Clay Osborne to try and get it back. Zach Stitchbury's just sitting there in 4th going, oh my goodness, will you 3 sort yourselves out so I can come through? Sitting there waiting is Zach. Every time there's been a position change, ready to pounce, but not close enough to do it. This time he might be, though. This time Zach Stitchbury tries to go down the inside, but now there is a gap, and it's a big one. Oh, moves left and right. Does Clay Osborne to block the gap for Rihanna O'Meara Hunt. She had an opportunity there. I think she will get Clay Osborne shortly. Might even try here at the sweepers. No. But now there's a chance. Down the straight they go. Will she go inside? She does, but is blocked again. Bobbing and weaving is Clay Osborne. Moves left and right. Rihanna, twitchy cart under brakes. She goes down the inside. They nudge. They go up on the curbs. They both go off the circuit, and she goes around. And she's out. Recovers, gets back on the circuit, but that's her race done. There's another cart on the circuit as well, but that driver is in the Marshall Bay, but that's okay. But Rihanna O'Meara Hunt got caught up in a melee with Clay Osborne. Clay Osborne dropped down to 5th. Liam Lawson now leading away in 1st place. Zach Stitchbury has moved up to 2nd, waiting for all the mistakes, and they came. Finn Osborne is slotted into 3rd now. Campbell Joyce in 4. Josh Richmond has moved up to 6 with Liam Skeets in 7, Ashton Grant in 8, and George Sampson in 9. Liam Lawson, 17 laps down. Zach Stitchbury in 2nd. Finn Osborne has moved into 3rd. The big loser, and this is Rihanna, way down. I think her cart is gone. I think it's damaged. She is out. I'm pretty sure of it. So Liam Lawson will come around still with the lead. And it's getting to be a big gap now. It's nearly 2 seconds ahead of Zach Stitchbury, who is being now chased down hard. Finn Osborne having a go. Finn Osborne in third, right on the back bumper of Zach. What can Stitchbury do? He has 2 laps to try and maintain the spot to have second place on the grid. Oh, I'm not sure if he can do it because Finn Osborne is definitely quicker. Zach Stitchbury slides his cart around the hairpin, but he is under massive pressure. Defensive driving by Zach Stitchbury, Glenn. Finn Osborne in third with Liam Lawson well and truly ahead. He should take the checkered flag. It's ready to be waved. He comes past the start-finish line. Liam will take it, and in second, it is Zach Stitchbury by half a cart length ahead of Finn Osborne. Campbell Joys all the way back up to fourth. Josh Richmond will be in 5 with Clay Osborne in 6. Liam Skeets in 7 with Ashton Grant in 8. Darren Walker 9, Zane Hills 10. Casey Lett 11, and in 12th is Roman Harker Ferguson with Hunter Robb, Emily Robb, Satchith Rangatunga in 15, George Sampson 16, Caitlin Stanley, Cohen Muir Thompson, Scott Briscoe and Blair Holden wrap up your 20, Sonny Bill Holden, Hardwood, Josh McDonald in 22, the DNS was Ryan Crombie, and the DNFs were Dylan Grant, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt, Heather Comer, Ian Smith, Michael McCulloch. So unfortunately for Rihanna, she had the opportunity to lead the race or at least be in the top 5, had it coming together with Clay Osborne, and it cost her. She hit the hay bales and went around, and that was the end of her kart. A good race nonetheless from the Praga Karts. New Zealand Rotax lights. Up next will be the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Max Heavy. Can Aaron Tahu make it 4 from 4 ahead of Aaron Cunningham, who will go 4 from 4 in second spot, and who will claim those spoils for 3, 4, 5 and 6? We'll let you know soon as we return at the Giltrap Group Raceway for the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. time for the Milwaukee Tools Road Tax Heavy, the 185 kg tanks. 20 laps. Will it be the same? Will it be 48, 48, 72, 72? Will 45 make an appearance? 24 make an appearance? Well, I'll let you know in 20 laps time, shall I? But we are in formation and we are about to get underway. The officials are happy, the lights are out, and we are racing yet again. And this time, Cunningham gets the best start and shuts the door on Tahu. That's what he needed to do. Finally, Cunningham gets a little bit of pleasure out of his race this weekend, and he leads the pack around for their first lap of the pre-final in the Milwaukee Tools Road Tax Heavy. He's already pulling a good gap. Wow, that's very nice by Aaron Cunningham, ahead of Aaron Tahu, and there's going to be a position change as their 45 goes in sideways. Gets a little bit of a tap. McBride, Dawson, mixing it up down the rear end of the field, but they're going to keep going at it. They're not going to back down. Aaron Cunningham is now being caught by Tahu. Cunningham's gap is gone, so here we go. Battle Royale up front. Tahu versus Cunningham. Cunningham still leading. Is Tahu going to try it down the inside? He is. Can he hold it? But is he too fast? And can he scrub off the speed? Yes, he can. Cunningham thinks about the outside. It's not going to work on that left-hander. And they slot into the positions they've held for the majority of the weekend, with Hart in third, Cook in four, Matthew McBride with the repaired machine in fifth, and Brandon Dawson down in sixth spot. But right now, Cunningham has to stay with Tahu, whatever he can do. Stay with him, be ready to pounce. And here we go, 45 was thinking about it. That was Craig Cook trying to go down the inside of Brendan Hart. Matthew McBride ponders the idea of sneaking down the inside while those two race each other. He's close enough to do it. Here he goes, and he does. He goes down that inside path. And now he's going to try for third as well. He hits the brakes hard. He goes in sideways with the front wheels bouncing off the ground. Talk about a turn at the hairpin. McBride goes into four, but up front Tahu still leads on Cunningham. But wow, it's getting hectic now with third and fourth. Keep an eye on that position, third and four as they come through the sweeper now. McBride up on Hart. Here they go. McBride down the inside. What will he do under brakes? He goes fully sideways and he drifts it. He drifts it completely around the hairpin. And he holds position into third. The first kart this weekend to drift around the hairpin and take a position, Matthew McBride. Oh, I've been calling it all weekend. The guy is gold star entertainment. He might be hard on the equipment, but it's definitely entertaining. So now he holds third, but leading up front, Tahu is starting to create a gap between himself and Cunningham in second, and that gap back to third is 3 seconds. McBride will try and close it up. He is giving the kart everything. I feel sorry for the number 24 chassis, engine, drivetrain. It is getting a punishing, tormenting time out there under the guidance of Matthew McBride. But let's keep an eye on the front, shall we, with Tahu. Smooth as silk, extending the gap to 0.7 of a second. McBride is still 3 seconds behind in third. And then it is Hart, Dawson and Cook. We are about to hit lap number 8. There's Tahu through the sweepers. Cunningham, McBride, Hart, Dawson and Cook. It's now a game of follow the leader. The most aggressive driver out there will probably be McBride at the moment, but in saying that, I think Hart, Dawson and Cook are having a great little ding-dong at the back of the field. They are right within each other. There is nothing between them. And there is actually a pass done. So there we go. So a pass by Cook. I'm sure it was Cook on Dawson, and Dawson's just got it back as they come through the sweeper. We know up front, and they're rubbing and racing as they come down the straights. Entertainment galore from the Milwaukee Tools Heavy up front. Tahu, Cunningham, McBride. No, the gap is extending. It was 3 seconds. It's now 3.5 seconds between first and third. It's a masterclass of driving right now from Tahu. Takes a very different line to Cunningham through the hairpin and gets a lot more exit speed. Very smooth under brakes through the infield is Tahu. He's just gliding his kart around here at the moment. And the rest of the field is now starting to settle down into a position of maintaining. No chance of passing. It's just looking for the person to make a mistake. But the gap, let me tell you what it's going up to now. 4 seconds between Tahu and McBride. 1.2 seconds between Tahu and Cunningham in first and second. But it's going to be all over within about another 5 minutes. 4 minutes actually, because Tahu crosses the line. His fastest lap time was a 30.5. The fastest next was Cunningham with a 30.7. McBride a 30.8. Craig Cook did a 30.8, but he's languishing back in 6th spot and has lost all of his momentum and is unable to catch the guys in front to make any ground. But considering he is circulating at basically the same speed as the top three, must be quite frustrating being back there. But Tahu goes through yet again. It's now moved it out to 1.3 ahead of Cunningham and 4.6 seconds to third spot. Brendan Hart, Dawson and Craig Cook. I'm looking at Craig Cook, who's coming in last at the moment in kart 45 in the blue suit. He's certainly quick. Let's get a safety car out there. Let's close the gap. Craig Cook languishing in last place, but trying to catch up to make some numbers. See if he can at least grab 5th spot, which gets him on the inside for the start of the main final. He's got 5 laps remaining to do it. Up front, it is still Tahu. The gap is 1.5. The gap to McBride in third is 5 seconds. Tahu comes through the sweepers. Cunningham in behind. Untouchable at the moment, Tahu. Super smooth driving, but finally, I thought there was going to be a pass by Cook at the back of the field, and he made it stick, and then he lost it again on the hairpin. So Dawson holds on to 5th with 4 laps remaining. Tahu and Cunningham, both untouched. McBride, way down. 3rd spot, did make a position though. Wildman moved to get it. Still working the tyres and brakes hard as he slides his way into the hairpin. It's almost as though he's doing it on purpose now, just for the fun of it. That's car number 24. You can watch him now. Comes past the dummy grid, Matthew McBride. The black cart with the black helmet. And you watch him go into the hairpin. He just seems to have this mentality of, I need to slide the cart. Is he still doing it? Not so much that time. He certainly has a unique style. Meanwhile, way up front, Tahu is still leading the race ahead of Cunningham. No changes further back between Hart, Dawson and Cook. procedural race now. Tahu will just be making sure that his cart is kept clean. Don't hit any curbs. Don't take any risk. No damage. Don't pressure the tyres. Don't pressure the gear. Plenty of opportunity here for mistakes, so don't do any. 1 lap remaining. In the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavies. At this stage, with the points, I'm not even sure if Tahu has to race in the final. Having won all 4 sessions, I say that prematurely, there's still half a lap to go. But 4 out of the 5 outings with a win pretty much means he is probably going to clean up the weekend. The checkered flag will fly for Aaron Tahu. Cunningham will take second spot. McBride finally gets another point on his board in 3rd place. Hart does grab 4th. Cook manages to get through to 5th, ahead of Brandon Dawson in 6th spot. And it's been a mixed bag for some of those drivers, but not so much for Tahu and Cunningham. But it is status quo, 1st and 2nd to both of those drivers in all 4 outings so far in the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavies. Up next, Manson's Vortex Mini Rock here at the Pool and Spa City of Sails, coming to you from Giltrap Group Raceway, and our live streaming proudly brought to you by Right Karts and Rotax. Manson's TCLM Vortex Mini Rock into formation position for their 20-lap pre-final here at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of Sails, coming to you live from Giltrap Group Raceway, Pārtiki Road, Avondale, Auckland, New Zealand. To our overseas viewers, thanks for joining us. We hope you have enjoyed the motorsport that Kartsport Auckland have brought to you this weekend so far. They line up. We wait for the official call. Lights are out and we are racing in the Manson's Vortex Mini Rock. And there has been a tumble and a tussle right from the get-go. We have lost 4 karts. 2 of them might be able to recover, but 2 of them have tangled up. Can they get themselves back underway before the rest of the field comes through? The marshals out there doing a great job. Get the kids racing again. Here's hoping. Yes, the cart has started and they are away. Fantastic. As the rest of the field now comes past the start-finish line, it is a big mob of them as they come around. So Marco Manson leads the field ahead of Cole Turney. Zach Tucker from South Island has moved up a spot ahead of Maxim Kerwin. We watch them come past now. The start-finish line, 2 laps down. A big field of cars. Marco Manson heads into the infield now. Cole Turney in second. Zach Tucker in third. But there's opportunity for passing as they continue through the infield. They start to single file themselves and work out their slots, work out their positions. And already Marco Manson in cart number 69, who is leading the race, is caught up to the tail. Those who were caught up in the melee on the start of this race. So it's going to mix them up a little bit and they will get caught in it. Catching up now, he's trying to find a way past. Gets around the inside, does Marco Manson. Goes down into the hairpin. And the first of the back markers is clear. Now he goes around the outside of 98. And that's going to happen a lot now because the rest of the field is starting to file and starting to follow suit. No need for any of them to panic. We've only had 4 laps down so far. There we go. The leaders come through now. Marco Manson goes into the hairpin. The blue flag flies just to let the other karters know. Cole Turney still in second. Matthew Johnson in 4. Dylan Brangwyn in 5. In 4. Maxim Kerwin down to 5. But definitely leading the race is Marco Manson, because those back markers are starting to play a part. Cole Turney in second. Matthew Johnson in third. Dylan Brangwyn in 4. Maxim Kerwin still back in 5, but I think there could be another position change coming. Because the back marker is getting amongst it, but it's not slow, but it's just in there. And they're all trying to find a way, and they're all got a right to be out there racing. And here they come through once again. Marco Manson leading the field. Cole Turney in second still. Matthew Johnson in third. Brangwyn in 4. Kerwin in 5. And it's going to get crazy on the infield now, because 6, 7, 8 and 9, they're all bunched up. Manson well and truly out in front. But the rest of the field is starting to file their way through that hairpin. There will be some passing because a few of them have decided to duck down the inside and make some moves. Some good racing there. Miles Baker in 6, McDonald in 7, William Edmondson 8, Cooper Inslee is 9, Cy Finnemore is 10, Finlay White 11, Maya Forrest is 12. Aryan Lala 13, Taylor Bryant 14, Logan Hayes 15, 16 is Jasmine Alders, 17 is Carson Daly, Levi McMillan, Nixon Frost, Lachlan Tombleson. But Zach Tucker, the South Island, is definitely out. 9 laps down. There's some good racing down in 10, 11, 12 and 13 at the moment, because it's quite the bunch of cars. Marco Manson through. Second and third are now starting to get close to each other. Cole Turney and Matthew Johnston. Matthew Johnston with the opportunity. They come through the sweeper now, second and third. And can Johnston have a go? I think he's close enough. Maybe within 2 more laps, he might be able to have a chance. Second and third is the race at the moment. Cole Turney, Matthew Johnston. On the infield, the green carts come around. They do the right-hander, and they're up by the pits at the moment. They come past the pits in the dummy grid. Second and third. They head into the sweeper, and I think Johnson has a chance. He's closer than he was before. The 48 of Matthew Johnston. Give it one more. That's my guess. One more lap to claim second spot. And the front row for the final. 38 Cole Turney trying to hold on. Johnson, Matthew Johnson has got some pace there. They come past the pits now. And look at Johnson. He almost thought about having a go down the inside on the left-hander. Is he going to try on the sweeper? Here he goes. No, has to duck him behind. He's close enough now for the toe. Inside line here, turn to the hairpin. Under heavy brakes, gets past. Can he keep the momentum? Yes, he does. Matthew Johnson takes second position. We know Marco Manson is well out in front, but that race for 2 and 3 is an absolute blast right now. They come into the sweeper yet again, and they are still at it. Here they go. Is this going to be another position change? Wow, they do it. They come around. And Cole Turney gets back in front, but here comes Johnson again. Tries the outside line this time. Infield, and what's this doing? It's letting fourth position Dylan Brangwyn catch up. So, in the last few laps, could there be a major change with position 4 catching up to 2 and 3? Here we go. They're going to do it again. They come past the start-finish line. They go left. They go right. And here it is. They drag each other down. It is still Cole Turney, but only just. Matthew Johnson, Dylan Brangwyn, he's right there now. Here it is. 5 laps to go. And the big battle is for third and second position. 3 carts now want it. Turney, Johnson, Brangwyn. Little bit loose from Cole Turney. Who's going to try? Look, here we go. Brangwyn down the inside as well. And it's a door shut up on the grass. Cole Turney loses 2 spots down into 4th. Racing now coming out of the Manson's Vortex Rock. So, Dylan Brangwyn, languishing way down, has managed to catch right up. And I tell you, he's got a chance for second. He's got a big chance for second. He still has pace here. If he can get a good toe down, Dylan could go from 4th to 2nd in 1 lap. No, he has to stick with it, but he's got the speed. He's got the speed going down into the infield, but he's going to get hung out to dry, is he? No, 2nd place for Dylan. 2nd place for Dylan. What a fantastic drive. 2 laps to go. This is a stunning effort by the top 4 drivers to stay out of trouble and give us some racing. Here they go now. The order is Marco Manson, Dylan Brangwyn, Cole Turney, Matthew Johnson, Maxim Kerwin is in amongst it again. So too is Miles Baker. 2 laps remaining. Can Dylan hold on? He's got the inside running, but he's got to keep his foot down. He might lose the spot. He just does. Moved back into 3rd. He's got to stay here to hold on to that. All right, another change. Cole Turney moves back into 2nd spot. Great racecraft by these youngsters. And here comes Dylan again. He's going to try for the switch, but he might get caught out wide if he's not careful. Maxim Kerwin claims a spot, pushes a driver in, and it's going to be 2 more positional changes. Dylan nearly has a shot. This is the last lap. Marco Manson is going to clean up this race, but there is an epic battle for second and third. They've got still an opportunity. Manson crosses the start-finish line. Here comes a run down to the checkered flag, and Dylan grabs it. Dylan Brangwyn grabs second spot in what has to be one of the great races of the weekend. Ahead of Cole Turney, Maxim Kerwin moves into fourth spot. Miles Baker is 5. Matthew Johnson 6. William Edmondson in 7. Cy Finnemore, James McDonald, Taylor Bryant. The 9 to 13-year-olds in the Manson's Vortex Mini Rock have brought it out for us this afternoon. And my race of the day goes to Dylan Brangwyn, who has moved all the way back from 5th to 2nd spot. What a chop and change for positions. What a race from the juniors. Fantastic effort here at the Pool and Spa City of Sails 2-day challenge at Giltrap Group Raceway. Kartsport Auckland, be very proud of what you've got here. But we continue. We are still a little bit behind on time. Not far behind. We're catching up because they're bringing them out. More to come in a second. Welcome back to the Pool and Spa City of SAILS 2-day challenge from Guild Trap Group Raceway. Kartsport Auckland bringing you a wonderful event, and we are now getting ourselves into the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2 category. Formation lap is done, and we wait for the lights to go out from the officials. They look happy. I seem to think it's good. The lights are out, so everyone is happy as they go into turn one. And we see who comes out best. And it is Liam Lawson heading the pack from Ryan Crombie. So Liam Lawson getting the best run out of there from the start. And he has had it his own way the entire weekend so fast. Ryan Crombie has been very, very close. But he's had a mixed bag. He's had a second. He's had a fifth. He had a second in heat number 3 behind Liam Lawson. He's there or thereabouts. He's just got to find a way to pass him and hold it. At times he was leading the race, but he couldn't make it stick. Darren Walker is in third. Ryan Nowacki is in fourth. Fifth is Tim Erickson. This is after the first lap. Craig Cook in 6. Dwayne Smith 7. Daniel Mayle is 8. Mike Barry has moved up into 9 with Cameron Dennis dropping down into 10. And we know Ryan Crombie is fast. He is right there. He goes down the inside on the infield. They both brake check. They both go loose. They both twitch their carts. And they both get around clean without major contact. But Ryan Crombie has to try something else. But at least he's giving it a go. Any tiny gap, he's having the plunge. Here he comes now again. Gets a good run out of the hairpin, does Crombie. Definitely faster going in towards the infield. But there's nothing he can do at that point because Liam Lawson shuts the door every single time. It is still Walker, Nowacki, Erickson, Cook, Smith, Mayle, Barry, and Dennis, your top 10. Sam Martin, Gary Claxton, Tim Wakefield, and Ross Carlson make up your 14, with Jason Lee, one of the other real front-runner potentials this weekend, having had to pack up because he broke it completely. I think he wrecked the chassis on his kart. Unfortunately for Jason Lee. However, Liam Lawson and Ryan Crombie are still going to have a crack at this. Here comes Crombie. He's much later under brakes, so not as smooth. But he needs to be aggressive now. It's the only option he's got to try and get around Liam Lawson. Liam is calm, just doing his business. Really enjoying the return to karting that he left after 12 years old. Moved up into circuit racing, now returns for a play, returns to have fun, knowing that sometime in the next few months he'll be heading off to Europe to further his career. And people like Ryan Crombie get to have a challenge against him. He thinks about the inside run, does the 63, backs out of it before the turn. Definitely gets good exit speed. The kart is fast. Ryan Crombie is fast. But Liam Lawson knows how to make it almost impossible to get around. Darren Walker still holding third. Nowacki still in fourth with Craig Cook in 5. Walker is a second behind these two. He needs them to start mixing it up more so he can catch up. Darren Walker in 14. He is close. Just waiting. And the more that Lawson and Crombie battle, the better it is for Darren Walker. However, in saying that, they're also keeping their pace up because they know of the potential danger from third position, not from fourth at this stage, with 47 Ryan Nowacki too far back to make a play or a challenge. But Ryan Crombie is not giving up. He's got every opportunity to pass Lawson because they still have 12 laps to do. Smooth driving from Lawson. No panic. Nothing dramatic in his driving style. No heavy braking, no sliding of the kart. He is getting full potential out of the machine. And Ryan Crombie is the one who has to be a little bit more hectic, a little bit more aggressive. He's the passer. He's the one that has to make the moves. He's trying and do everything he can to be within that 0 kart length distance between himself and Lawson as they come into that hairpin, because he is fast around the hairpin. Now that distance of 0 kart, 0 gap is what he needs coming down the straights. He's got to stay close. That's better from Ryan Crombie. Is he? No, he's still not. It's just that last little braking line. He loses momentum. By the time they get to the hairpin, it's too late. Into turn number 2, the infield. Crombie is there. He's close. Turn 3, he's there. Turn 4, he's all over Liam. The little turn 5, but once they hit turn 6, the gap is gone. And he can't catch up anymore. Yet again, it's the same old for Crombie. He's trying his best, but somehow in that last little segment of the track, he has to stick with Liam Lawson to get the toe, get the slingshot around him as they come into that hairpin. Further down in the field, Walker, Nowacki, Cook, Ericsson, Smith, Mail, Barry, Claxton make up your 10. Martin, Wakefield, Carlson and Dennis are your final 4. And Carlson will soon be getting caught up. He'll soon be getting caught up in the Liam Lawson-Ryan Crombie battle. Here we go. This is what can dramatically change a race once you get to the back markers. The back marker doesn't even know he's there. They're at the hairpin now. Liam Lawson thinks about the inside. He's got to be careful because the marker doesn't know. See, there it goes. And that's given Crombie a chance, but they can't go around the outside. So he just once more has to stick to the bumper. He's only got 6 laps to do it. And now they shouldn't have any more trouble with any more lapped traffic. Same goes for Walker back in 3rd position. Crombie again, by the time they get to the end of the straight into the hairpin, he's 2 or 3 karts behind and can't do the pass on the inside. When they're infield, he catches up again to Lawson. He's right there on his tail. And then just here as they go through those little exit bits, past the dummy grid, into the sweepers, all the gains are lost again. And Crombie has to start once more from scratch. And the gap has actually increased for that one. So I suspect Ryan Crombie tried something a little bit different to try and gain some ground, but it didn't quite work. Liam Lawson still leading on Crombie, Walker, Nowacki, Cook, Ericsson, Mail, Smith, Barry and Claxton are your 10. The Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2s have 3 laps to go. And there's more lap traffic. And here, does that give an opportunity? It certainly does. Wow, does it what? Because now things could change. Probably shouldn't have tried to pass there, but here's an opportunity. Couldn't go down the inside because Liam Lawson knew it. He closed the door, but the switch is a chance. The switch is a viable option. And Ryan Crombie tries to go down the outside, but there's again, can he stick it? If he holds the inside, no. He has to give way. He has to let him through. And Liam Lawson holds on. That was probably the only and last final opportunity for Ryan Crombie. And it was caused by some backmarker traffic. He had the chance. He didn't want to wreck both karts. He backed out of it. It was good racecraft. It was good driving. And as they come round for the final time, they'll have a couple more back markers, but I don't think it'll play a part. And Ryan Crombie settles himself down, knowing that second place is going to be the way he'll finish this race. As they go past the start-finish line, Liam Lawson, he takes the checkered flag ahead of Ryan Crombie, Darren Walker, Craig Cook and Ryan Nowaki are your top 5. Tim Erickson, Daniel Mayle, Dwayne Smith, Mike Barry, Gary Claxton, the remainder of the 10. Sam Martin, Tim Wakefield, Ross Carlson and Cameron Dennis. Not finishing a DNF, with the DNS being Jason Lee, as said earlier. So, great racing up front between the Glen Eden Auto Electrical drivers in the DD2 category. Coming up next will be Westspeed Motorsports KZ2. It's going to be insane. Okay, it's time for the West Speed KZ2 category, where they launched themselves off the line. There was chaos and madness the last time around. And this grid, of course, has been determined by the points from the 3 heats, which means that Graham Smythe is no longer on the inside. But 30 and 89, who had good launches every other one except heat number 3, a little bit of a jump start. I don't know if there'll be a penalty for that, but we'll see how they go. And the racers are underway. They do tussle, they do hit, and there's been a big mashup further down the field. And I'm trying to work out who it is. We've definitely lost one of the karts, who is going to go infield, and we'll see what happens with the rest of them as they come through. He's managed to get it underway again. Check for damage as he comes through, but if we look at them coming across the start-finish line now, it should be Joshua Parkinson ahead of Graham Smythe, but Smythe has an inside running here. Smythe has an opportunity to really muscle his way through. They do. They all bash. They crash. There's flicking and turning and twisting. And they muscle their way through. And now Smythe has an opportunity to take on Parkinson. Here comes Smythe. He gets it done. Job sorted. 89 now moves back into second. 30, Mark Kinsman is third. Aldolf, number 5, is in 4. And Nathan Krang, number 62, has slotted himself into position number 5. Graham Smythe, for one of the few times this weekend, takes the lead back in the race of a KZ2. He's had a win and 2 second places. It's basically been between him and Joshua Parkinson the entire weekend. Parkinson now is in second. Mac Kinsman is in third, with Aldolf in 4th and Krang in 5th. Regan Hall moves into second with Daniel Bugler in 7th. Connor Wilson 8, Declan Goffin 9, David Malcolm make up your top 10. And really, they are all still so close that one little mistake will mean a pounce. Joshua Parkinson is trying very, very hard to catch up to Smythe. Smythe goes sideways a little bit. He'll scrub some speed there. That's not what he wants to do. He needs to keep distance between himself and Parkinson, which at the moment is half a second. Parkinson needs to worry about number 30, Matt Kinsman, in behind, because he's close enough to make a challenge. Definitely different lines going around there. Smythe goes wide, cuts in tight. Parkinson likes the centre of the track. Kinsman is right there in third spot. He wants to slam down and grab the second position away from Joshua Parkinson. Keep an eye on second and third right now. The two bright-looking machines. They come past the start-finish line. Can Kinsman go down the inside? No, because look at the line Parkinson takes. He takes the inside running after going down the centre of the track. It is unique compared to everybody else, but I suspect he's doing it to block this, to block the door, shut the gate, make sure that Kinsman can't get through. We stay with them. Kinsman in third. Parkinson second. Parkinson comes down. And again, he takes a different line going into that hairpin. But the gap is increasing between himself and Graham Smythe in first spot. It's now up to a second. It's a unique line, but I do like the way that Parkinson goes around there. It's basically saying to anyone following, that's my race line, and if you want to try dive down the inside, well, good courage to you. There goes Parkinson. He's doing it again. Tucks in really tight. It's a late apex, but he gets good exit speed. And he has reduced or not. No, he hasn't reduced the distance between himself and Smythe. No changes happening further back in the field. I'm now going to try and study the line between the top 3 drivers. Smythe comes down, way out on the outside, cuts in. Parkinson, not quite as much. He really does turn in early. Almost makes 2 turns out of the hairpin. There could be a change further down in position, but it's between 83 Goffin and Wilson in 8 and 9. And the only thing that'll do is change their start position for the final race this afternoon. It's not really going to add too much in regards to their points. The points at this stage going to Graham Smythe in first spot, and he is increasing his lead. It is now out to 1.2 seconds, 1.8 back to third. And then, it's daylight, isn't it? 3.3 seconds back to fourth spot. Aldolf holding that position ahead of Regan Hall. Nathan Krang. Goffin did move up into 7th and drop Bugler back down into 8th with Connor Wilson, Callum Armstrong making up your top 10. But the gap is getting larger between 1 and 2, but it's closing up again between 2 and 3. Will we see another chance here for Kinsman? He is closing in. Try and work out where he's best on the circuit. They go past the pits now. The white and pink machines. Kinsman late under brakes, catches right up. Is it an opportunity? I think it needs one more lap with exactly the same tactics. Number 30, trying to get hold of 89 Parkinson. One kart's up on the grass, 93. Well and truly out of it, Regan Hall, who was running for a top 5 position, but he is out. Pushes his car mid-track. But meanwhile, up coming into the sweeper right now is 2 and 3. Karts number 89 and 30. Parkinson ahead of Kinsman. Here we go. Kinsman's going to think about it this time. I knew it was coming. Maybe 2 more laps he might have him. We are on lap 13. One of the karts has just pulled in. He's gone from the race, so that's one less to get through. Smythe has just taken a position from the back marker. Now will that play into the hands of Kinsman? Here we go. 33 is the back marker. Kinsman right on the tailpipe of Parkinson in second. And they've caught up to the back marker on the infield. That is not what Parkinson wants, because now Kinsman has a chance. Oh, only just seen by the back marker, but aware nonetheless. They come into the sweeper now, positions 2 and 3. Here we go. Here comes Kinsman. He is close. He is dialing it in, and he's working out Parkinson's line. He's got to get down the inside of him before they go down the lights. Otherwise, he'll be on the inside, and Parkinson will not see him. He'll cut across like he does, taking an early apex, and they will make contact. So there's 2 games going on here. One, Parkinson forcing Kinsman to make a new move early, and Kinsman knowing that he can't make the move late. Has a look around, does Kinsman, from 3rd position. There's no one around. Forget about looking behind. Focus up front. It's a 1.7 second gap between 1 and 2. 2 seconds back to position 3. Smythe leading, but look at the race for 2nd and 3rd. Here we go again. Kinsman, he is so close, but he needs one more kart length in it. And he can't get it. He gains it back on the infield. Loses it going around the right-hander. Drops down past the dummy grid area, and then it extends out again to a 2 or 3 kart distance. And by the time they hit the sweepers, he is too far back to make anything happen. Somewhere in the next 2 laps, he's got to do something different. You keep doing the same thing, you'll get the same result, and Kinsman's got to try something now. Jumping the curb probably isn't the thing to try. That would have cost him a little bit. It did. It cost him a kart length. So he lost an opportunity there, but at least he tried something. Probably a little bit hotter going into turn number 2. They head into the first turn, the hairpin, the end of the start-finish straight, and it's a gap. So I think Kinsman can probably relax now and say, well, this will be my start position for the final. Because Graham Smythe has led this race almost from the start. It only took him a lap or 2. And Graham Smythe will come around and take the checkered flag ahead of Parkinson and Kinsman. A really solid race by Graham Smythe. He was untouched in the end. He made a good move to get that lead, and the rest of them just followed suit. I feel for 93. Regan Hall was in with a chance of a top 5, but he had to retire halfway through the race. And he'll wait for the recovery trailer to come and grab him, go back to the pits and see what they can do to get himself out for the last race. Of course, with that DNF, it means he will be starting at the back of the field for the final. So that was the West Speed Motorsport KZ2s. We now get into our final pre-final, that being the all-insane Rotax Juniors. That's right, the Urban Performance Rotax Juniors are up next at the Giltrap Group Raceway here at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of SAILS. Right, let's finish the pre-finals off with the Urban Performance Rotax Juniors. Formation lap is done. The lights go out and we are racing in the pre-final. Results of this determine where they grid for the next race, and got swamped, did the leader, Jay Irwin, into that turn. And in the middle, it's bash, it's crash. They jostle, they smack each other around a little bit. They decide where they're going to come out. And they finish that. That's nice, right. But up front, because they all decided in the middle of the field to hit each other, we've got Irwin, Vincent, and Manson racing against each other. But look at Manson down the outside trying to have a crack here on Irwin. Can't make that stick, but definitely played some mind games. Irwin, Vincent, Manson, Sparrow, Lyons, Baccaris, Workman, Phipps, Knowles, and Jake Young are your top 10. And away goes Jay Irwin, leading the pack yet again. Sitting in behind, Sebastian Manson gets the run. Emerson Vincent got knocked back. Mitchell Sparrow, there's now a gap starting to create between 1, 2, 3 and back to 4. 4 and 5 might end up racing each other. But it's definitely clear air back to 6 and the rest of the field. Vincent in third, Manson in second, Irwin first. On the infield, Manson is definitely looking racy, wanting to take the lead. I think there could be a very quick opportunity here because there's a bit of pace from Manson. I look forward to seeing how everyone goes with their tyres come the final race, but at the moment, Vincent not doing very good out of the hairpin that time, really losing some ground in third spot. But there is, I just tell you, there is some hustle and bustle on the infield because the main pack, they are still knocking each other around the circuit. 1, 2, and 3 at the moment are having a good run, 4, 5, and then there's a gap. But this mob at the back, they are going crazy at each other. They are changing positions. They are going down the inside. They are skidding. They are touching tyres. And I think there were 3 position changes in that one turn. They come into the infield. They are going crazy in the Urban Performance Rotax Juniors. But up front, it is still Jay Irwin staying out of trouble. Sebastian Manson deciding when to make a move. And Emerson Vincent, I would say, tyres. It just looks like he doesn't have the tyres to stick with those 2 up front. There is a battle, a little bit of a race going on between 4 and 5. Not sure how long that will go for. They seem to be circulating at exactly the same pace. No gains, no losses. Between 71 and 12, which is Sparrow and Phipps. 71 and 42. But up front, now there could be a change. Now some things might happen because I think Manson has caught up to Irwin enough to make a pounce soon. Here we go. We watched him come through the sweeper, down the start, finish straight. Our leaders. Sideways a little bit does Irwin, so he scrubbed off some speed there. Not the best way to approach the hairpin. It's keeping Sebastian Manson in this race. Emerson Vincent is not making any ground at all. On his own in third with a big gap back to 4 and 5. The 4 and 5, though, could change in the blink of an eye. Up front, nothing yet. But 4 and 5, I think there's going to be a change soon. They both go top and tail into the hairpin. They come out exactly the same. Sparrow and Phipps having a good race for 4th and 5th position. Up front, though, it is still Irwin over Manson. And we are now halfway through the race. Still no chance for Manson to go down the inside. Vincent having no luck making any ground at all. And definitely no change, but it's a lot of fun watching 4th and 5th between 71 and 42, which is Sparrow and Phipps. Big gap, though. Big gap back to the rest of the field. And they've finally all sorted themselves out. They're not hitting each other anymore on the infield. They've knocked all that out of each other, and now they're just back to racing as they should be. But up front, we still have Irwin. Now, Manson's closer this time. I'm predicting 2 more laps, and he'll have a lunge if he can stay in that spot. If he can keep that 1/2 to 1 kart distance. Manson's close now. You got to wonder about Irwin's tyres. But Manson will be burning them up as well, doing the chase down. Is he close enough this time? No, I don't think so. He will still grab a toe going down the straight and into the hairpin. Gets a better exit speed coming out. Irwin has a little look over the shoulder just to make some ideas and make some plans on where to go on the racetrack. But here's an interesting one. Just cast your eyes back to spot number 3 because Emerson Vincent is really losing speed. He's just hitting the sweepers now. And positions 4 and 5 are about to pounce. Emerson Vincent had potential to lead the race, and now, very soon, with half the laps gone, could be swallowed up completely. I'm guessing tyres. But look at them come at him now. 4th and 5th, Mitchell Sparrow, Ashton Phipps. 71 and 42, they are eyeing up the number 10 kart of Emerson Vincent. He has lost all his pace compared to those two. And this is now a race for 3rd. If kart 42 does this right, Ashton Phipps, he can sit in behind 71. They can both pass at exactly the same time. Watch for the train ride. 42 sitting in behind 71. Sparrow needs to make the gap. Sparrow needs to push the opening. And 42 will slot in directly behind. Emerson knows. He took a glance over his shoulder. He knows they're there. 15 laps down, 5 to go. There is a chance here for a position change. Still no change up front, but look at 3, 4, and 5. A great race here. Of course, there's points at stake, but also grid position for the final. Emerson, he's in big trouble now, and he knows it. He tries down the inside to Sparrow. He gets it, and Phipps wasn't there. Phipps needed to be right on the tailpipe of 71, who went wide, and he nearly lost the spot back. He cast a glance to see exactly where Vincent was. His kart drifted across the track, and he nearly lost the spot. Focus ahead, the coach will be saying. The parents, the manager, the team. Focus ahead and stop looking over your shoulder. Here comes Vincent to lose another spot, does he? He weaves and holds, but I don't think there's anything left in it. 2 more laps remaining. And the big battle is happening for position. There he goes. Vincent loses another one. And he drops down to 5th. Up front, there's a clean gap. But hang on. Have I missed a pass here? Yes, I have. Sebastian Manson now leads the race while we were focused on 3, 4, and 5. Manson has taken the lead. And Irwin is down into 2nd. And I don't think he's got an answer for this because it's a 4 gap. There is 4 kart gap. It's opening up. I think Manson has stolen away with this one. 1 lap remaining. Manson leads ahead of Irwin. There's a huge gap back to Sparrow, Phipps, and Vincent is going to take it. Vincent has gone back down the inside, but will he go too hot, too wide? Yes, he does. So, positional changes coming all over the place. They hit, they make contact. Vincent has got his elbows out and they spin. They come together. It was bound to happen, but the leaders are going to cross the line. It will be Manson on Irwin, and this is costly for both Vincent. Oh dear, oh dear. I think it's Phipps and Vincent. It is. They will finish here last. They will start the final at the back. Wow. So, what a dramatic end. They touch, they sportsman, they shake, they go, okay, it was racing. And it was. And I enjoy every second of it because it is racecraft. And they were going at it like racers should. And they just ended up spinning out and making contact. But the final results are clear. Sebastian Manson wins it, gains the most points, and will have pole for this afternoon's final. Jay Irwin will take second spot ahead of Sparrow. Lines, Young make up your 5. Baccaris into 6. Blake Knowles 7. Ollie Workman 8. Joshua Peebles was 9. And Jake Millen in 10. Stella Carter 11. Lily Malone in 12. 13 was Miles Findlay. 14 Regan Edwards. Xavier Faulkner in 15. Vincent and Phipps will have a DNF alongside Raymond Mellon. And the DNS for that race was Jamie Thompson. So, well, how do you describe that? Epic, outstanding, fun, adventurous, urban performance, Rotax Max Juniors. Here at the Giltrap Group Raceway, certainly turning it on for you this afternoon at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of SAILS. Thanks to Kartsport Auckland for doing this. Talk about an entertaining way to use up an Auckland anniversary weekend. What else would you be doing? Barbecuing, fixing the deck, going for a swim when you can come here and do racing? I think so. Coming up next will be the finals, 25 laps per category. A few of these drivers will head back to their pits, lick their wounds. The crews will get on, fix the karts. They'll be back. They'll be up. And we'll be ready to go. Do not forget you can download the Kartsport app. For the drivers, the competitors, major prizes are coming up at prize giving this afternoon. So don't leave early, because if your name gets pulled from the hat and you're not here, I'll get it. Well, I'll put my name in the hat 10 times, and maybe I'll get it if you're not here. So make sure you're here this afternoon for prize giving. Those of you watching online, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate you watching. Please subscribe to the new Kartsport Auckland YouTube channel. This weekend's YouTube streaming brought to you by Right Karts and Rotax. And up next, we return. We go back to the beginning. It is the Clubsport 120cc's who will have their final for this weekend. The Pool and Spa Maintenance City of SAILS 2-day challenge. Thanks for sticking with us here on the live stream from Giltrap Group Raceway in the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of SAILS for 2021. It is time for some finals racing here at the Kartsport Auckland event. And we kick it off with our 25 lapper from the Clubsport class. Super Metal Recycling Clubsport. And aside from one of the 4 outings so far, it's been all number 51, Stephen Muggeridge. He has been the winner of everything so far. They line themselves up in formation. We make sure race control is happy. They are. The lights go off. And we are racing in Clubsport. And Muggeridge once again takes the lead. One of the rest of them goes, oh, he's not happy. Who ended up on the grass? 32. A little bit upset, waving his arms around, was Matt Couch. There's no point waving at me. I just talk about it. I can't do anything for you, son. But it was a nice ride up on the grass. Nothing like a good run on the roller coaster. In last place, and he's got to hope that there's some drama up front to catch up into this racing again. But 25 lap up, Muggeridge leads the way ahead of Hutchinson, McDowell, French, Brennan, Gilbert, and Bennett. No changes, and I don't expect any for a few laps yet. Hutchinson will give it a crack later on. I think he'll just line up Muggeridge for a few more laps like he did last time. He's going to prove me wrong, and he's going to try the inside line straight away. No, backs off again. It's really been the way he's done the whole weekend so far. He gets right beside number 51 and then backs off. Just decides he doesn't quite have the speed or the line to stick with it under brakes and force Muggeridge onto the wide line. But here we go again. Hutchinson in second. Let's see if he's going to have another go at it. He is certainly faster on his exit speed. He is quicker through the sweepers. He goes down the inside. This time he doesn't. He goes for the toe. Around the hairpin. A little bit faster around there. Goes and looks down the inside and then backs off. We'll probably see this about 20 times across this race before he finally decides, I'm going to have a lunge. Right in behind Muggeridge. No changes in third, fourth and fifth, which is Brennan, McDowell and Bennett. Well, Brennan did get ahead of McDowell. Here he goes again. Hutchinson down the inside and back and behind. Thinks about it once again. Certainly a different apex line and gets a lot more speed through the turns. But he can't get the speed at the end where it counts. The end of the straight on that hairpin. Here he is again, Hutchinson. Check it out. Right in close. He's right on the bumper again. And this time he sticks with the toe. He's got to stay there. Different, unique approach to doing the infield turn that time. He sort of went sideways around there, did Hutchinson. But oh, wow, he was quicker than Muggeridge. Muggeridge got that all wrong coming out of there. That cost him dearly for lap pace. And I think Hutchinson had to brake, and it's cost him as well. So a bit of tactics going on here. Here they come now into the hairpin, and it's a way bigger gap than it was before. So Hutchinson has to start again from scratch because he has lost a huge amount of time there. It is still Brennan in third with McDowell, Bennett, Gilbert, French, and Couch following in behind. Couch has got a lot of work to do to even think about getting involved in the race here. Hutchinson up front with Muggeridge. And this time, he ducks down the inside, and is he willing to hold on to it? No. Again, He just loses momentum at the 3/4 point of the straight. Has to back off. Once again, he gets the better speed coming out of the turn. If there were rear vision or side mirrors on the Muggeridge cart and he was looking left and right all the time, he'd be in for quite a surprise at how many times Hutchinson goes left and right. He'd be able to play some mind games with cart number 17. So 9 laps down. Time for a bit of aggression, and does he do it this time? No, the door is shut once more. Maybe it's time for the elbows to come out. They've grown a 2-second gap between themselves and third spot, Carl Brennan. But it's time for Hutchinson to get a bit of muscle on here and push and barge his way. I'm glad he's not listening to me because it's probably the wrong advice, but Couch still last at this stage after getting knocked off the track on the opening lap. Up onto the grass on the exit of turn number 1. Brennan, McDowell, Bennett, Gilbert and French are the order. But Hutchinson's the one who's trying to make a move on Muggeridge. He just needs that one more cart length and speed, and he thinks again of going down the inside, but I'm sure he's backing off. Maybe there's a fix on here. Maybe they're TAB betting against each other, that they'll finish first and second in that order. And there's a lot of money on it. Hutchinson thinks about a little tap on the back of the cart, pushes Muggeridge a little harder. You've got to do more than that, Paul. Number 17 still slotted into second spot. Now he might have got a better run. He's got to stay there. He can't break now. He's just got to hold it and force Muggeridge to go late, and he does. He gets the pass made down the inside on the infield, and now he can concentrate on running away with the race, but he's done this before, and then he lost the spot back. So Hutchinson now leading, can concentrate on speed, on braking lines. Forget about trying to pass. Can he keep his speed that he had out of the turn? Yes, he does. If he changes his driving style now, he will be passed by Muggeridge. He's got to go back to what he was doing when he was chasing. He was quicker as a chaser. He pulls a couple of cart lengths away. This is the 120cc Kartsport brought to you by Super Metal Recycling. He is choosing a different line going into the hairpin because he's worried about Muggeridge jumping down the inside. I think he's got to forget about that. Get that out of his head. Scrubbed off a lot of speed going sideways in there. The tyres now might be playing a part with not only the Clubsport, but it will be through the rest of the field as well. Every category. They come into the afternoon racing finals, and Hutchinson still leads just ahead of Muggeridge. Still decides to go down the centre line, not giving the opposition a chance to get around. It'll work. It's not the fastest way for him to get around the circuit, but at the moment it is holding, and there's going to be a good race coming back in 4, 5 and 6. They're just about to hit the infield, and finally they're all over top of each other, which is good to see in the club sports because you do have to pick your moments. 1, 2, they're having their own battle. 3 is out on his own, Carl Brennan, but 4, 5 and 6, they're deciding who is going to take the glory spots in that. This is their final for the weekend. Hutchinson is out there, but there is a good race, and a pass has just happened on the infield for those positions 4, 5 and 6. They're having fun, and it's spread them out fast. But up front, Hutchinson still holding on to the lead. I don't think he has to do anything dramatic, but he certainly has changed his driving style to more of a defensive pose. He's just not giving Muggeridge any chance. He's actually slower now, Hutchinson, on his lap times. Let's see if he improves them now with only 4 laps remaining. Time to keep the foot on the throttle. Keep the pace up. He does pull a good gap as they go past the dummy grid area. Into the sweepers. That's a better gap from Hutchinson. I think he's decided it's time to put the pace down. A few laps remaining. A 34.6. That is his fastest lap. But they are 4 seconds ahead of the chasers. So now he can focus on his speed. Muggeridge is closed right in again. So is he going to give it a last gasp effort in the last 2 laps of the race? Not from that distance. He's got to look for a mistake now. Hutchinson still leading. 2 laps to go. 18 down. Oh, sorry, we're on 25, not 20, aren't we? Because we're in the main final. So let's give it 6 more laps to go. So plenty of more time for Muggeridge then. I was well ahead of myself there. And Muggeridge is all over him. So maybe he's realised as well, hang on, I've still got 6 laps to do this. And I can give you some good news that Matt Couch has actually managed to catch up to some of the field, make a pass, and move himself from 8th into 7th. That's some kind of pleasure for him after being knocked out of the race on the opening lap. Hutchinson, every time he comes out of turn number 1, he does the seat shuffle to try and push his cart. He's sideways into the infield every time though, and he loses ground. Muggeridge is there, 19 laps down. We're about to hit lap 20. But it's a good enough gap for Hutchinson. Does he go wide to get more speed into turn 1, or does he stay down the centre? He does. Well, he goes centre wide, if that's a term. The gap is 4.5 seconds back to number 27, Carl Brennan. Mike McDowell is a further 8 seconds back from the lead. Troy Bennett in 5th. Frank Gilbert in 6th. Matt Couch is in 7, and Matt Couch is actually now being chased down by Aaron French. So there could still be a switcheroo going on there. However, up the front, there is no change. Hutchinson over Muggeridge. And at this stage, it's by the numbers. Couch has lost his position to French. Or Bennett, sorry. I'm trying to work out who is doing what here. So 21, Aaron French has gained a spot back to move into 6th. Matt Couch is in 7. Tony Bennett is somewhere in 8. Because he is showing still on there, and I'm trying to find where he is. He's not in the race, but I'm just curious as to what's going on with him. And there he goes past the start-finish line now. So I think he's had a cart problem. So 78. 22 down, soon to be 23, with Paul Hutchinson still leading ahead of Stephen Muggeridge. And the gap is pretty big now. Definitely running paint by numbers. And Hutchinson knows it because he has gone back to his earlier driving style. He looks over his shoulder. He sees the gap. He's no longer driving defensive. He is back to driving wide, taking a late apex and keeping the speed up on his kart. No more inside line defensive maneuvers. He is just going around and doing his job. Paul Hutchinson doesn't mean he is going to win the weekend. In fact, I don't want to add up these points because if he wins this race, No, he will come. I think he'll still be second in the weekend. Number 17. He will take the spoils at this stage with 1 lap remaining. He will take the spoils for this race, but because 51 Muggeridge has had 3 wins compared to Hutchinson's 2, and Hutchinson had a bad heat number 2, finishing 4th, that'll be it. So that's the checkered flag. It is waved. It has gone across the line. Hutchinson does take the win in the main final, but he does not take the championship for the Clubsport. They give each other a good handshake as they go across. Carl Brennan is in 3rd, Mike McDowell in 4th, Frank Gilbert in 5, and Aaron French in 6, with Matt Couch and Bennett further down in the field. But I'm fairly comfortable and fairly confident that with Muggeridge taking 3 wins and 2 second spots, he has definitely claimed the Clubsport title for this weekend at the Pool and Spa City of Sales. Coming to you from Giltrap Group Raceway, Kartsport Auckland event. We'll be up next with our continuation in the finals, the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. We get ourselves set now for the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. And I was just trying to work out the points in this class, and it is all over the place. I'm struggling to work out who could take it. I think there's a big potential here for Zach Hemphill to take away the weekend's championship, and he's actually leading this race. He does have pole position at this stage, but the lights are red. They are not happy. They are doing it again. The officials not happy with the setup, but as I was just saying, I was trying to work it out because Zach Hemphill has 2 firsts, but then 2 nothings. So it's not so great, but 78 Seth Comer has a first, a second, and a fourth, and then less than sixth, because I didn't bother writing down 7 and further. But if you're with me, you can sort of understand where I'm going here. It's all over the place. 26, Lucas Bell has a second, a nothing, a second, a fifth. So it's crazy points as they come back for their second shot of formation. Very close this time. Are the officials happy? Yes, they are. The lights are out and we are going for it here in the Strata Networks Cadet Rock. And I have no idea who is going to be the champion for the weekend. It's not necessarily the winner of this race because it's the accumulated points from all 5 sessions. Currently leading is South Island, Jackson Culver. Now he has had a third, a fifth, a win, and a third. I think there is a potential there with those points to be the leader. But I don't want to get the calculator out. We've got 21, 24 laps to go. Decide what happens. So, Jackson Culver leads. He gained the lead on that first lap ahead of Zach Hemphill. Henry Fisher in third. Luke McMillan in 4 and Lucas Bell in 5. Seth Comer moved up. Potentially could take the championship. Into 6th spot. Atto Bailey dropped down into 7. Aston Walker into 8. Indy Irwin 9. And Braden Watson moved up into 10 ahead of Blake Kendall. But let's focus back on the front, shall we? Because Jackson Culver leads the pack through ahead of Hemphill. Hemphill. They're playing Bargy already, and it's only lap number 2, Culver and Hemphill. Culver had the inside line. Hemphill could lose a spot here because Fisher is close. In third, right on the back bumper. Gets a good run out of there. Comer has moved up to 4th. So Comer is going to have a shot at this. And as I said, the points might be going in favour of Comer. But it's so close. Here we go now. Culver, Hemphill, Fisher, Comer, Bell, McMillan, Walker, Bailey, Irwin and Watson are your top 10. That number 4 battle up there. 4 of them, Culver, Hemphill, Fisher and Comer. South Island, the SI code on the cart. Jackson Culver leading the pack through. It's Zach Hemphill in 2nd, Henry Fisher in 3rd, and Seth Comer in 4. This is going to be a right royal battle all the way through these 25 laps. They've done 4 already. 21 to go. No drama, no big moves at this stage. I think they're just deciding, lining each other up, working out when the best shot is to pounce. It's still Culver ahead of Hemphill, Fisher and Comer. But hang on, here's an opportunity. Hemphill thinks about it down the inside. No, has to pull back a little bit. Fisher enjoyed that. Allowed a chase to happen. But no positional changes. Culver, Hemphill, Fisher, Comer. It's actually opened up a little bit of a gap between 1 and 2 because of that hustle and bustle on the previous lap. But I'm surprised at the speed loss of Seth Comer in 4th position, cart number 78. Further back is Lucas Bell, Aston Walker, Luke McMillan. Atto Bailey is 8th. Braden Watson, Indy Irwin, Blake Kendall, Riley Tombleson and Harrison Cunningham makes up the final number of 13. But right up front, here we go. Is there an opportunity now? They're getting closer to each other. There is an opportunity here for a slipstream, and they are coming up already on a tail runner. 72, Harrison Cunningham needs to be fully aware. The blue flag is out. I'm sure Cunningham knows what's coming behind him. just stays wide and lets the other carts go through. Good work there from Harrison. Good job. Meanwhile, up front, it is Culver, Hempel, Fisher, Coma, and another gets around. Lucas Bell in 5. But here's the chance down the inside. Hempel's thinking about it, squeezes, pushes up onto the curb. 2 spots lost. 78. Seth Coma comes through, who's come through from 7th spot into 2nd. So it's Culver and Coma, 1 and 2. But I think there's been more changes. Yes, there has, just out of the blink of an eye. Now here it comes now. 15, they nudge, they budge, they punch their way through. But Culver holds on to 3rd. However, 26, Lucas Bell thinks about a wild ride around the outside of Fisher as they go infield. That's not going to work. Hempel still holds on to the lead. Coma in 2nd. Jackson Culver in 3rd position. Has a lot of work to do now to catch up, but there are still 15 laps to do it. Plenty of time. Coma has got the pace though. Seth Coma in cart number 78, currently in 2nd spot, the white helmet. Has the speed. Seems to be quicker than Hempel. Has to find a way around. I don't think it'll be too much longer. They come nearly together side by side. Yes, they do. Here's the pass. Makes it stick on the inside. Up on the curbs goes Hempel. That bounces his cart around a little bit. He would have lost some track speed. And Culver's going to try and take advantage of it. No, not quite. Yes, he is. He's going to think about it in a second shot at it. They go side by side into the infield segment. The hard left-hander. But Hempel will hold the advantage. He had the inside line. But there were plenty of mind games going on by Jackson Culver. Just letting Zach know that he's there. And that's allowed Seth Coma a good lone lead, because while those other carts are battling each other, Coma is able to say ta-ta for now, and he has built up a nearly 1 second gap between himself and Hempel. Culver in 3rd, Fisher in 4 and Bell in 5. Walker, McMillan, Bailey and Watson still 6 to 9. Kendall, Irwin, Tombleson and Cunningham wrap up your final numbers. But the gap is fairly decent right now for Seth Coma leading the race. 12 down. We're basically halfway through it, and I'm not sure, unless they catch up to some more back markers, that Hempel will have an opportunity. And here comes the first back marker now. It's slowed Coma down a little bit. Will it do the same for Hempel? Yes, it does, but only by a fraction. It's enough, though. So they both got slowed down. They both suffered the same fate. But there is awareness from the cart around them, and that's a good job. They'll soon be catching up to Indy Irwin in cart number 20 on the infield now. Seth Coma leading the race. Zach Hempel, Henry Fisher and Jackson Culver down in 4th spot, losing 3 positions. Lucas Bell has moved up from 6 to 5, and that drops Aston Walker down a position. They're about to hit another back marker. Back marker comes through the sweepers. Coma comes through. It's cart number 20, Indy Irwin. The blue flag has been flown, so Irwin will know what's going on. Blue flag comes out again. Seth Coma is close. Looks, thinks about the inside, just relaxes a little, but what that's done is it's closed up the gap now. Here we go. Always plays a part. Back markers in motorsport. It's all part of the challenge. All part of the entertainment. And this has made a dramatic change to the race because Zach Hempel has taken the opportunity. Can he make it stick down the inside? The back marker played a huge part. Hempel inside, gets the lead, takes it off Coma. Fisher goes through past the back marker. The back marker didn't hold them up. Raced exactly the way that it should be. Irwin did the job. Every right to be out there on the racetrack. But here comes some racing now. The blue flag is flying. It is Hempel ahead of Coma and Fisher. Culver. Three of them. Hempel, Coma, Fisher. A little bit of a gap back to Culver and a decent gap back to 5th place. Lucas Bell. 3.5 seconds, in fact, between 1 and 5. But now we are racing proper because Seth Coma thinks there's an opportunity down the inside but backs off a little bit, has another crack, they tap. They do have a little bit of a nudge. And then has that opened the door? Yes, it has, because now they'll go 3 wide infield. Oh, wonderful move from Jackson Culver. Fantastic run from the South Island representative to go from 4th into 2nd. Talk about taking opportunities when they're presented. Great racing. It's allowed Hempel to go through with a great lead, but I was impressed with that run. And here comes Fisher as well. Going down the inside, won't have a chance on Coma. Coma manages to hold on to 3rd. But there is only 5 laps left in this race. They have to chase down Hempel. Cart number 85. And I'm just not sure there's enough points for Hempel here to take the championship for the weekend. Certainly looks to be in the right position for winning this final race, but not the points overall, because 2, 3, and 4, that is where I think the decision is going to be made. And at the moment, it is Seth Coma ahead. Jackson Culver trying. Henry Fisher wants to get amongst it. It's excellent racing. Hempel leads through the sweepers. 21 laps gone. Out of 25. Seth Coma is still in 2nd. No chance at this stage because has to play defensive. Culver could have an opportunity, but so too could Fisher. All Fisher needs is one mistake from any of the 2 in front of him, and the points will be stolen. Fisher has potential to get some good points this weekend with a third, and a 2nd, but no race wins. Right thereabouts, number 15, currently in 4th position. And now we got more back markers. So will this play a part again and make a change to the race with 3 laps to go? Hempel is going to catch them on the infield. Slows them down. Slows them down twice. But now the others will get caught behind the same back marker. They all have the same thing to deal with. Gets through cleanly. They come through the sweeper. Hempel through now. The green cart. And they all dodge and bob and weave as they look for a way through. And this could be Culver's opportunity. No, it's not. Fisher gets through as well. But Hempel gets caught up again. And now the gap is closed right up. There are 2 laps remaining and the gap is closed. There is virtually nothing in it. There might just be enough. Hempel leads. Coma is 2nd. Culver back in 3rd. Was leading the race at one point. There they go, past the start-finish line now. And I think Coma is looking racy, but he needed a couple more laps. He needed a couple more, maybe not. There is an opportunity on the last lap. Here comes Coma now, 24 on Hempel. Here they go. He is close and he knows it. Is the opportunity there? Down through the infield. They come out past the dummy grid. One final chance down the inside. No, the door is shut. Hempel comes through. Hempel will come through and take the win, take the checkered flag ahead of Seth Comer and Jackson Culver. Henry Fisher has to live with 4th place, Ashton Walker in 5, Lucas Bell 6, Luke McMillan finally in 7th, Atto Bailey, Braden Watson, Blake Kendall, Indy Irwin, Harrison Cunningham, Riley Tomlinson. So Zach Hempel gets the win in the final race, but is it enough? I'm unsure. I've got my calculator going like crazy, but I can't work it out. Good luck to everyone in the pits trying to work it out as well. But I can tell you that number 85, Zach Hempel, has had 3 wins, but also 2 bad runs out of the 5. 78 has had a 2nd, a win, a 4th, a 2nd. South Island has been a 3rd, a 5th, a 1st, a 3rd, and a 3rd. So the points will be close. I look forward to hearing the results as soon as they come to hand. Up next be the Rotax Max Lights from Praga Karts. Praga Karts New Zealand, Rotax Light. 25 laps around the Giltrap Group Raceway here at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of SAILS 2-day challenge. It has been Liam Lawson all the way. 4 from 4 so far. Zach Stitchbury, 2 wins, a 3rd and a 4th. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt, a 2nd, a DNF, a 3rd. The lights are out. We are racing in the final. And let's see where the hustle and bustle takes us after turn one. Who gets pushed out onto the grass? Nobody. It is a good run. A really good run. A great start by everybody. Clean and simple as it should be. And we are racing and on our way for a 25-lap extravaganza here. The Praga Karts Rotax lights. And leading the way, as we expected, Liam Lawson, Zach Stitchbury, and Campbell Joys moves up into third position with Finn Osborne in 4. Josh Richmond 5. Make that 6. Clay Osborne got him. Liam Skeets, Ashton Grant, Darren Walker, Casey Lett. And we know that the name we've been looking for, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt, has moved up into 17th spot, but a lot of work to do to get up in that top 10 at least. So it's Lawson. But there has been a change. I've missed another change. It's happened very, very quickly. Campbell Joys has got ahead of Zach Stitchbury. Lawson, Joyce, Stitchbury, Osborne, Finn and Clay respectively. Richmond, Skeets, Grant, Walker and Lett. So we keep an eye on those front runners. At this stage, I don't see any pressure on Liam Lawson. He is running away with this. Already early on, Campbell Joys, 95, has a look. So too does number 1, Finn Osborne, down the inside of Zach Stitchbury. It's not going to happen. That ain't going to work, but he gives it a good shot anyway. Zach Stitchbury still holds on to third spot. Finn Osborne thinking about it with the number 1 on the cart. But everyone's starting to stretch the legs now. It's single file. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt has moved up into 13th position. Close to that top 10. Zach Stitchbury nearly lost the spot. And he sent Finn Osborne up onto the grass with Clay Osborne right on the back. Campbell Joys is actually sticking to Liam Lawson really well here. There's a little bit of a gap pulling out to number 3 with Zach Stitchbury. Finn Osborne, Clay Osborne, Josh Richmond. No change for Ashton Grant, who has moved up to 7th. Liam Skeets dropped down to 8, Darren Walker 9, and Casey Lett 10. Hills, Sampson, O'Meara Hunt 11, 12 and 13. But these front two are sticking together. Now Joys, I suspect, has got some pretty good tyres. He's managing to hang on to Liam Lawson. And Zach Stitchbury lost the spot now, loses it to Finn Osborne, who gets through. And now it's Clay Osborne wanting to have a crack at it as well. The front two have got incredible pace at the moment. It's Liam Lawson with Campbell Joys, number 95, right there. And a move has been done. Zach Stitchbury loses another spot. I wonder if he's got any tyres left at all. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt has moved up to position 11. There was so much potential for her this weekend, with a second in the first heat and a third in the third heat. But everything went awry in a couple of the other ones, and especially in that last pre-final. But she's making up for it now in the top 10. That's a great run from near the back of the field into the top 10 with Liam Lawson, Campbell Joys, Finn Osborne, Clay Osborne moving up ahead of Zach Stitchbury, Josh Richmond. Darren Walker has made a move on Liam Skeets. Casey Lett is in 9. But now there is a gap. There is a gap that has finally been created. You may notice a name missing from this field. You may notice that number 2, Ryan Crombie, is not out there. He's had a mixed bag of a day with the Praga Karts Rotax lights. A third a fourth, potentially race wins, and then it all turned to dust. But right now, number 30, Liam Lawson, leads this race because they're the ones we focus on. Campbell Joyce, Finn Osborne, Clay Osborne, Zach Stitchbury, Josh Richmond, Darren Walker in 7, Liam Skeets in 8, Casey Lett, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt 10, Sampson, Hills, McCulloch are 11, 12 and 13. Half a second now between Liam Lawson. Make it 0.7 of a second. It's increasing between Lawson and Joyce, but the gap is now closing between second and third. That's going to be our race now because he is right there. Finn Osborne has managed to catch up to Campbell Joyce. Here we go. They head into the sweeper. Positions 2 and 3. I reckon there are 2 more laps in it and Finn Osborne will make a pounce. The number 1 on the cart. Right in behind 95. Definitely gives a little tap on the infield. Campbell Joyce struggling for pace now. Liam Lawson running away with this, but Finn Osborne wants to have a go. Finn wants that second position. There's a huge chance for it. Right on the tailpipe now. Here they go. Will he go down the inside? Yes, he does. Heavy under the brakes. Keeps it under control. Scrubs the speed. Gets the foot down and moves into second place. Finn Osborne making the move ahead of Joyce. Clay Osborne is there now and wants to have a crack. Zach Stitchbury back in 5th place. I would say 0 tyres left. Rihanna O'Meara Hunt has now moved into 8th position. Talk about making some moves in the final. Here is the opportunity to get into the top 5 now for Rihanna. But up front, Liam Lawson still leads. Some changes coming for 2, 3 and 4 because Clay Osborne is there. And Clay Osborne goes down the inside and Clay Osborne claims 3rd place ahead of Campbell Joyce. Zach Stitchbury just looking on, thinking if I had the tyres, I could have a crack as well. And here comes Rihanna. She is close to Zach. She wants a top 5 now. And if she gets one, to me, that will be the race of the day to move from nearly at the end in this category into the top 5 is absolutely outstanding. Look at the lead, though, from Liam Lawson, Finn Osborne, Clay Osborne there, Campbell Joyce, Zach Stitchbury. Sorry, it's Josh Richmond in behind. Darren Walker. I'm missing a cart here somewhere. I'll get my eyes back onto the right part of the track to try and work this out for you. But it's not matching what I'm seeing in front of me. My timing board, 30, Liam Lawson, 1, Finn Osborne, 15, 95, 72, and 9. 14, and there is number 6. Rihanna is still in 8th place. So she needs to move up 3. I don't know if she'll have enough time to do it because we are 17 laps down. Liam Lawson, Finn Osborne, Clay Osborne, Campbell Joyce, Zach Stitchbury are your top 5. There's a bit of a crazy battle down further in the bunch for 9, 10 and 11. But Liam Lawson looks like he's got good tyres. He's holding on to this lead. Finn Osborne in 2nd. Clay Osborne in 3rd. And Campbell Joyce is staying right there. Zach Stitchbury all alone. Rihanna has dropped in the fastest lap time of the race. She is out on her own and has the opportunity to do it. Bit of a battle between her. She's not happy. Something happened. I think they came together and Rihanna's out. I think her and Darren Walker might have touched. And she is dejected and out of the Pool and Spa City of SAILS final. It's been a roller coaster weekend for Rihanna. But Liam Lawson does lead at the moment. 20 laps have gone by. Finn Osborne is second still. Clay Osborne sitting there. And Campbell Joyce has the potential to pass both of them, because I don't think it's done and dusted yet for positions 2 and 3. Let's keep an eye on 2, 3, and 4. They come through the sweeper now. 2, 3, and 4 head into the hairpin. It's Osborne, Joyce. Does Joyce have anything left in his cart? I'm not sure, but I know one who does. That's Clay Osborne is thinking about making a move. Liam Lawson still well and truly out front. But just keep an eye on 2, 3, and 4. It's only going to take one little blink and a mistake, and there'll be a position change here in the grand final. For the Praga Karts Rotax lights, there it is. There's the little change. Just a little blip in fortune. And Clay Osborne has gone through. And now Finn wants to have another crack, but that'll open it up for Campbell if he's not careful. Here we go. Finn, Clay, Campbell. 2, 3, and 4. Liam Lawson is just running away with this, though. He'll only have 2 laps remaining. But in positions 2, 3, and 4, you've got the Osbornes. And then you've got Campbell Joyce. Is there anything for Campbell? I don't think so. There's definitely nothing there for Zach Stitchbury. There are no tyres left on that kart to have a crack at this. Still should have a good points haul for the weekend, though, as Liam Lawson gets on to the back markers with 1 lap remaining. There go the back markers moving over. Clay Osborne, Finn Osborne, Campbell Joyce, Zach Stitchbury, Josh Richmond, Darren Walker. They are on the final lap. We look now at the front of the field. And there it is for Liam Lawson. He takes the checkered flag. Clay Osborne goes through and behind in second spot. Finn Osborne claims third. Campbell Joyce settles in fourth, with Zach Stitchbury having no opportunity to make anything happen in fifth place. Josh Richmond, Darren Walker, Michael McCulloch, Liam Skeets and Casey Lett finish off your top 10 in the Praga Karts Rotax lights. George Sampson, Dylan Grant, Roman Harker Ferguson, Sancheth Ranatunga in 14, Sonny Bill Harwood 15, Emily Robb, Cohen Muir Thompson, Caitlin Stanley, Hunter Robb and Scott Briscoe are your 20, with Josh McDonald and Blair Holdham 21 and 22. The DNFs, Rihanna, O'Meara Hunt, Zane Hills, Ashton Grant, Ian Smith that did not start, is Heather Comer and Ryan Crombie. Well, it's clear that Liam Lawson will have won that for the weekend in kart number 30, but when it comes to positions 2 and 3, I don't know. My calculator isn't fast enough to work that kind of stuff out. I'm not here to be a math whiz, but anyway, that's it. The final for the Praga Karts Rotax lights. Next up will be the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavies, and that is a done and dusted as well. We know the result, but I want to see the final because I want to see some challenges going down and see who can do what. We'll be back with more soon. In the Pool and Spa City of Sales, coming to you from Giltrap Group Raceway. Your live streaming brought to you by Right Karts and Rotex. And so we are in formation for the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy. We pretty much already know the results overall, but we still want to have a decent grand final race regardless. Tahu will get the chance to lead the pack away. Will he get a good run as the lights go out? Oh, he locks it up because he didn't quite get the speed he wanted off the start. McBride goes into third, Cunningham into second. And then there's a little bit of hustle and bustle as they go side by side around the infield. And he has to back down. McBride, Cook and Dawson. Oh, dear. So, Hart lost the spot to McBride there. Tahu getting ahead of Cunningham, and he's looking left and right because Cunningham's doing what he should be. He's putting the pressure on left and right. Tahu's not sure where he's going to come from, has another glance back. And the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy, 185 kilograms of man and machine going around the circuit. And now he's starting to settle into his very smooth driving pace. Does Aaron Tahu? Cunningham's got to make something happen here. It's been those two for the whole weekend. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. And the rest of them unsure what they're going to do to try and gain some points back. And who will have the potential to be third overall for the weekend in the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavies? My guess at a glance of the points is it should be Craig Cook in 45. Because Mr. Cook has had a third, a fourth, a third, and a fifth. And that should be third position if he can stick with it here, because a couple of the others might sneak through if he messes up this final. And Craig Cook is currently at the back of the field. But as long as he finishes, I think he'll have enough points to claim third spot. But it is Tahu, Cunningham, and Matthew McBride. I think we'll call him Madman McBride from now on. As they scream around, we've had 4 laps gone of 25. But Aaron Tahu's not leaving Cunningham behind. I actually wonder if he's purposely backed his speed down, or whether Cunningham has just found something that little bit extra. It'd be nice for Cunningham. I actually want both of them, because it'd be nice for Cunningham to get a win after all his efforts for this weekend. It'd be nice for Tahu to get a win, because then he can claim a clean sweep. It'll also be really cool for McBride to get a win for all his entertainment he's provided so far this weekend. And then again, the other three as well, Dawson, Hart and Cook, deserve a win too, because they've put on a show as well. So how do you pick 1 out of 6 to win? Who's your chance? Who's your choice? Who is your favourite? And at the moment, Tahu is holding. He has a quick glance back every single time just to make sure he has some kind of advantage over Aaron Cunningham. Matthew McBride in third. If he can keep the cart from exploding, because that would be the only thing left. So far, we've had a broken axle, lost his brakes completely at full speed at the end of the straight. The only thing that can happen next is an exploding cart. Meanwhile, further back, it is Dawson, Hart, and Cook in last place. Now, Cook, even though he's last, I think should claim the results for position number 3 overall for the weekend for the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy. Certainly Tahu has won it, because he's 4 from 4 so far. Cunningham is second with 4 seconds. But there is nothing between these three. In fact, the gap between them has stayed consistent the whole entire race so far, which is 8 laps down of 25. Not hearing any tyres squealing, so no one's being overly aggressive, but the gap has actually built a little bit between Tahu and Cunningham. I'll try and work out if Tahu has lifted his pace a little bit or whether Cunningham has backed off fractionally. The best lap so far was a 30.6 by Tahu and a 30.7 by Cunningham, 30.8 for McBride, and then it's 31s for everyone else. So that gap increase will keep increasing between 4, 5 and 6. They'll end up getting further and further back because these front three are in the 30s. 30.7. It was actually Cunningham who was faster that time around. So they're doing tit for tat. They're swapping their lap times, but it's not enough. Cunningham needs more than that. He's got to get a 10th every single lap if he wants to make a shot at this, because 10 laps are gone, 15 remain. If he can get a 10th on Tahu with every single lap they drop down, he will be on his tailpipe with 5 laps to go. I look at the lap times now, and Tahu's lifted again. He's gone down to a 30.6, and so too is Cunningham. There's actually thousandths of a second in it, not tenths anymore. But Cunningham's got to do more. He needs to gain a couple every single lap from here on in. But he's not. He's losing tenths rather than gaining them. Same with McBride. McBride is now 1.8 seconds back from Tahu. It's nearly a full second back for Cunningham. It looks close, but it's not. He stretches it out. He got good exit speed as he goes past the dummy grid. And now he just smoothly drives through, does Tahu. Nice and wide, late turn, late entry, fast exit, glances over the shoulder as he does every lap. And he looks back. He doesn't even have to see Cunningham. In fact, if he doesn't see Cunningham, he should be happy because he's got the gap. 30.699, 30.725. He's lifted the pace a little bit. And aside from a mistake here from Tahu, Cunningham has run out of time. So if Tahu drops down a little bit, just backs off the pace, if he doesn't burn out his tyres, Cunningham might have a chance. He could get close. Take that last final lap dive. 30.7, 30.6 for Cunningham. So he was a 10th quicker on that one. But he needs to be 2 tenths quicker every time. What he needs is Tahu's tyres to completely disintegrate. And he's done it again. It's a 30.7 for Tahu and a 30.5 for Cunningham. So, with 10 laps to go, could Tahu be losing the tyres? Let's keep an eye on these times. I mean, you can physically see the difference. You know what the gap is visually, but let's look at it in numbers. The gap has gone down from a 0.9 to a 0.5. What do we have as they go through for lap 16? Oh, Tahu's lifted it. A 30.5 and a 30.6. He knows. He knows he's made a mistake somewhere. The gap has opened up again to 0.6. It's 2 seconds back now to Matthew McBride. But there will be a change in position in 4 and 5 because Craig Cook has decided enough is enough sitting at the back of the pack. And he's going to make some moves. He's gone from last to 5th, and now he wants to take on Dawson. Meanwhile, up front. Oh, it's twitchy. Cunningham really twitchy. I'd say that he's lost all of his tyres as well. They could equally have nothing left. But as I say that, you won't believe this. Lap 17, and Tahu has just dropped to 30.4. He is going quicker than he has all race so far. I thought he would have backed it down, but he's actually speeding up. And so too is Cunningham with a 30.5. They're almost drifting into turn 1. There can't be anything left on the slicks. Craig Cook still not close enough to claim 4th position, but I'm sure he's done enough to claim 3rd overall for the weekend. Don't hold me to that though. However, definitely, as they come through for lap 19 of 25, Aaron Tahu ahead of Aaron Cunningham. And I want to check their lap times. They're basically even. In fact, Cunningham was fractionally faster, but it's gone back from a 0.5 to a 0.8 gap. I think Tahu's now playing the game. He knows exactly where he is, knows when to back it off and when to speed it up. Cook isn't close enough to make a move, but he could lose a position if he's not careful and drop from 5th to 6th. Here comes lap number 20 of 25. And again, the lap times have dropped right down. 30.7. He was 30.4 last time around. Getting a little bit bouncy on the inside curb. Probably taking more of it than he needs to. Tahu up front. Comes round for lap number 21. And so far this weekend, it's been an absolute blinder. He's only had a couple of passes done on him where he's been back into 2nd and 3rd, but he's gained them back. Never panicked. Never worried about it. Just did his job and got back out in front. Cunningham, at times, led heats. Had the opportunity to win the heats, but lost his position to Aaron Tahu. The other chaps have mixed and mingled amongst it. I thought at times McBride might be able to get in there for 1 and 2. But he's hurt the cart twice. Once wasn't his fault, and once he can blame the crew. But he's had fun out there, but his gap has grown right out to 4 seconds from Tahu, who is dropping 30.6, but so too is Cunningham. His lap times are equal at this stage. If only he could have kept them equal right throughout the race, there might have been a last gasp chance to get the win. With 2 laps remaining, Aaron Tahu still leads. Tahu out 30.6. Cunningham 30.6. They are even Stevens. And you know, McBride in a kart that he's never run before, in a category that he's never run in before. Oh, hang on. Who's pulled out? Is that Cunningham or is it Tahu? I cannot see. I'm going to have to wait till they come around. It's Cunningham. Yes, it is. Cunningham's cart is gone. He's pulled into the pits. He gets a DNF. He will still, I think, well, he will, clearly. And Tahu's like, where has he gone? He's looking all over the racetrack to see if he's fallen off the circuit. But Tahu is out on his own. With 2 laps remaining, make that 1 lap remaining. This is it. The final run past for Aaron Tahu. He will come and claim the checkered flag and the win for the weekend. A clean sweep. McBride grabs 2nd by default because Cunningham couldn't quite hold on. His cart let go. Dawson grabs 3rd. Cook in 4, Hart in 5 with a DNF for Cunningham. But I'm pretty sure regardless that Cunningham, well, he'll definitely be 2nd overall for the weekend. I'm pretty sure of it because he had a 2nd, a 2nd, a 2nd, a 2nd, and then a DNF. But the closest to him was 24 of McBride, who had a DNF as well, a 3rd, a DNF. So McBride probably won't take 3rd. I'm just trying to very quickly look through. I'm thinking it's going to be Craig Cook with a 3rd, a 4th, a 3rd, a 5th, and a 4th. Should be enough for Cook to take 3rd overall for the championship. So that's how they finished. In the Milwaukee Tools Rotax Heavy, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4 categories to go. Provisional results, I can tell you. In Clubsport, should be Muggeridge with Hutchinson in 2nd and Carl Brennan in 3rd. Cadet Rock will be Culver, Fisher and Coma. And that's the one I couldn't work out. I thought Hemphill might have had a chance, but here's the points. 14, 18, 20, 21, 22. Nothing in it. Liam Lawson. Oh, apparently Liam might have taken out Rotax lights. I'm surprised at that. Zach Stitchbury in second. And Finn Osborne, I think, did enough in that last race, in the last two, to get third and a third, to jump up and claim third position overall. So not bad. Not bad at all for Finn Osborne, with Clay Osborne in fourth. So Campbell Joyce, Josh Raymond, George Sampson and Rihanna ended up 8th overall with a couple of DNFs. But anyway, it's time to play around now with our Vortex Rock Manson's TCL and Vortex Mini Rock. Manson's TCLM Vortex Mini Rock. The 9 to 13-year-olds are in formation, and we are ready to go racing. The lights are out, and we are underway for their grand final of the weekend. Up on the grass goes one, but 69 is well out in front. Marco Manson has been doing that all weekend, so it really doesn't come as any surprise. Nor is it a surprise when you got so many carts out on the track to see one of them go grass. But he'll come around and lead the pack through. And for me, it won't be who takes out first place overall for the weekend, because that will be Manson. With the results so far, 3 wins from 4 outings and a 4th. It'll be who claims second, third. So Marco Manson, Dylan Brangwyn. What a great run by Dylan in the last race. That pre-final was epic. And I'm pretty sure we're set for another one of those in this race. So, as they come across the line, Marco Manson, Cole Turney, Maxim Kerwin and Dylan Brangwyn. Miles Baker, Matthew Johnston, William Edmondson, James McDonald, Cooper Inslee, and Cy Finnemore are your top 10. That's how they go through for lap number 2. Marco Manson with a first, a 4th, and a 1st. Has got this nailed this weekend. But look at 38. Look at Cole Turney come through. Doesn't try it, but sticks to the toe and is right there. The opportunity is there. Look at him. Cole Turney has a second, a 3rd, and a 6th this weekend. So Cole Turney probably has one hand on the second place trophy. Should be able to do that and stays there. Look at the toe down the back straight. Doesn't even bother making the pass. Just enjoys sitting in the slipstream. Here it comes down the inside. Is there enough room? Yes, there is. Oh, beautifully done. And awareness from Marco Manson. Saw Cole Turney coming down the inside. Gave the racing room. Great driving by both. Great driving indeed. 3rd place at the moment is Maxim Kerwin out on the zone. Dylan Brangwyn is in 4th with Miles Baker in 5. We'll see if any changes come from that. No, none. But hang on a second. Into turn 1, there's been another switch. Marco Manson back in front. Cole Turney gives him a bump, says, hello, I'm here. I'll let you have that one, but just get ready because I'm going to take another shot at this. We've lost the cart. On the infield, one backs right down, goes from basically 4th spot into 10th, I think. I'm trying to work it out, trying to count really fast. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How about that for counting? They stream their way through. It is still Marco Manson now over Cole Turney, Maxim Kerwin. It was Miles Baker, who was, I think, 4th or 5th, that's dropped down to 9th. And that moves Kerwin into 3rd, Brangwyn into 4th, Johnson up into 5th, Edmondson is 6th, with Carson Daly and James McDonald moving up, respectively, because of Miles Baker dropping down the order. So either made a mistake or had a problem with the cart. It seems to be going now, so I can't see any cart issues. What I can see is a great race up front. A really good race between Manson and Turney. And Maxim Kerwin, who wants one day to go to Formula One, sitting there ready to pounce. As soon as Marco or Cole Turney make a mistake, it's all on. They go through again, no change. And I just want to see if Maxim, if Kerwin, number 4, the red cart in third, is going to make any moves on these two up front. There is a position change happening midfield now. They bump and they touch as they go through the infield. It's a big gap back to 4. Another gap back to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And they are still hitting each other as they come through. The big mob coming through the sweeper. Look at them all coming through now. They are so close together. And they go down the straight and they're going side by side and there's position changes all over the place. They touch, they push, they nudge out onto the grass. Wow. Off goes a marshal to try and unhook them all. It was bound to happen because there was basically 8 carts all going at each other, trying to make a move. They would have learnt some lessons just then. But anyway, back to the start of the race. It is Marco Manson. They'll get them off. The marshal gets out of the way. And it will cause some problems. Will it? How many? How many problems will it cause? Inside and outside they go around and they are clear. The front runners, Manson, Turney, Kerwin, Johnson, Brangwyn, lost the spot, gained a spot, lost the spot, gained a spot. Edmondson down into 6. Carson Daly up into 7. James McDonald down into 8. Miles Baker still in 9. And Zach Tucker moves up to 10th. But here we go. More argy-bargy as they come through. Marco Manson getting through one of the back markers. Cole Turney, Maxim Kerwin, Johnston, Brangwyn 5, Edmondson 6. Daly in 7, McDonald, Baker, Tucker. Then it goes to Bryant, Lala, Forrest, Finnimore and Tombleson in 15. White, Frost, Elders, Inslee and McMillan. Marco Manson definitely holding the lead ahead of Cole Turney. Maxim Kerwin, I'm trying to find. Oh, there he goes. In 3rd spot. Johnson in 4 with Brangwyn in 5. And they're all just moving around the back markers who got caught up in the little incident. Manson, Turney, Kerwin. Manson comes through again. Turney in 2nd, Kerwin in 3rd, Johnson 4. Is Kerwin close enough? I think there is the opportunity here. There is definitely a chance for a position change between 4 and 5. Blue flags are flying as expected. There will be, I think, a good race in position 4 and 5. That is between Johnson and Brangwyn. But up front, Manson. Manson's holding easily. I just want to see if Kerwin can catch up to Turney. Let's look at their lap times. 33.6 for Manson. 33.5 for Turney. 33.5 for Kerwin. So 2 and 3 are faster at this stage. 2 and 3 are going quicker than position number 1, Marco Manson. Marco Manson was a 3.6. Turney a 3.5. Kerwin a 3.5. Matthew Johnson in position 4 is the fastest of them all. The fastest lap is position number 4. Matthew Johnson with a 33.404 has the opportunity to make some moves. But here comes Kerwin now, closing in on Cole Turney. Now we're getting a race for the podium. It is still Marco Manson. 16 laps have gone by, but Kerwin is making a move now. Kerwin is right there, only a card length in between them. He'll go late under brakes to try and gain that gap. He does. He's real close. I'd say one more lap for Kerwin. Great racing from the youngsters, the 9 to 13-year-olds, and here comes Kerwin. One lap in it, or one kart, I should say. He is there. Does Turney know? Does Turney realise how close that Kerwin has closed up? How close he is now? Is he going to go late under brakes? Yes, he does, to try and gain another thousandths of a second. Now he's getting even closer. Is Maxim Kerwin. He keeps the speed up coming out. Oh, he's right there. His kart is bouncing though. Loses a little bit of ground going down that straight through the infield. More back markers are going to play a part in this very, very soon because we are only 18 laps into 25. This is going to be an epic finish because the three leaders, there is nothing in it. Manson, Turney, Kerwin, who has the best tyres? Who will not get caught by the back markers? Marco Manson holding on by his fingernails to the lead. I do wonder if the tyres are gone because his gap is reduced to virtually nothing. Marco Manson was a 33.7. Cole Turney was a 33.2. Maxim Kerwin was a 33.3. I don't think there's anything left in Marco Manson's tyres. He is struggling to stay up there because the other two have jumped right on the back. And here come the two back markers now. This is going to make it interesting. Who is going to take advantage? They're all getting caught up. The blue flags come out. But now they come through the sweeper. You can't pull over here. Who is going to bob and weave? The two karts get out of the way and the three leaders go through. But no, they're caught up again. The back markers got involved. 33. And it's cost Kerwin a lot of time. Turney stays on the back. Turney is still there against Manson. Manson gets through. Kerwin can't. Kerwin's getting locked in behind. Manages to get through on the inside finally, but has he run out of time? Those 2 laps might have been enough to cause a problem. Kerwin has lost it all. His lap time there was a 34.1, while Manson and Turney were 33.5. There are 3 laps left, and I just do not think there is enough time for Kerwin to catch the front 2. But there will be a race between Manson and Turney. Manson, does he have enough grip left? Is there enough left in these tyres to stick to the front? 2 laps remain, and I'm not so sure. He's going to have to drive defensively, is Marco Manson. He doesn't have the outright pace, but he does have the lead. And if he closes every single door and makes the kart as wide as the track, he will win the race. Marco Manson holding on. Comes around to clock up number 24. There is only one more chance for Turney now. One more chance. He's got to have a shot if he wants it. He's got to take the plunge. He's not close enough. I think his tyres could be equal to Manson. Kerwin's not in the running. He's going to remain in 3rd place. But Manson is holding on at this stage. They go around the last half of the lap. Manson's still there. All he has to do is stay calm, hold his line and not let anyone go through. The checkered flag will come out for Marco Manson. He will win the race and he will easily take the results for the weekend. In the Mansons TCLM Vortex Mini Rock here at Giltrap Group Raceway, the Pool and Spa City of SAILS with Kartsport Auckland has been quite epic in regards to the finals. But definitely Marco Manson deserves it all. Cole Turney gave it a real good shot and should easily claim second overall for the weekend. Maxim might be there because he's had a fourth, a third, a first and a third. So he'll be up there in the points. It'll be very interesting to see where Kerwin ends up. And then there'll be a runoff really for third and fourth position overall. Right, we get ourselves set for the next outing because it is 4 o'clock already. And it's time to bring out, if my eyes are correct, the wonderful Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2s up next here at the Pool and Spa City of SAILS. Formation lap time here in the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2 category. I think it's going to be a little bit crazy. Just a little bit crazy. Prize giving will be 30 minutes after the final race. So all you competitors don't go away. If you disappear, you're not going to be in for the random prizes. There's about $1 million worth of stuff to give away, so make sure you hang around the club rooms afterwards. Formation lap is getting ourselves set for the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2. I've got a rough idea who will take out the title for the weekend. It's probably that guy Liam Lawson out in number 10, who has easily just launched himself away with the lead, and then it'll be battle for the minor honours as 59 decides to take the exotic path around turn 1, which was Tim Erickson, so he loses a lot of spots. He was 6th. He'll be down around 10 or 11 after the first lap. But Liam Lawson, Ryan Crombie would be nice, Darren Walker, Craig Cook, there's plenty of names there who can go for a battle. And it is Ryan Crombie who somehow got around Liam Lawson, but I got a feeling that Crombie's got no tyres left. I'm not sure he'll be able to hold that pace for the entire 25 laps. And Liam Lawson probably knows it and can relax and enjoy his moment. But in saying that, he'll want a clean sweep as well because race car driver. Everybody wants to win every time they're out there. Who doesn't? If you don't want to win, you wouldn't be doing it. So Liam Lawson out there in second, plenty of time. We've only done 2 laps so far. And Ryan Crombie has been working that kart so hard all weekend. I'm surprised he's even got enough tyres left to be able to turn it, let alone be out there racing. Third place is Darren Walker at this stage with Craig Cook in 4th. Ryan Nowacki in 5. Daniel Mayle is 6. Dwayne Smith 7. Sam Martin is 8. Mike Barry is 9. And Ross Carlson is in 10th. And the gap is closing between 1 and 2, so I expect some fireworks pretty soon. However, there is nothing else happening until you go down to 2, 4, 6, 8, about position number 10, where there's been a change. And that's Tim Eriksson trying to gain his spots back. Started in 6th, went up on the grass. He'll have his angry pants on and be wanting to make some moves and get back into that top 5 potential. But at this stage, it is Crombie, and Liam Lawson just has to wait. Absolutely no need to pressure his kart. He knows the game, he knows the rig, and he knows what he has to do. But Ryan Crombie also has to try and protect his kart and maintain his position with dying tyres. Crombie leading. They're doing laps of 29.1 up front. Darren Walker in 3rd is a 29.3. So he's 0.2 down straight away, which puts him nearly 2 seconds behind the leader. And that gap could keep growing. Further back in the field, there is a bit of hustle and bustle, but no major position changes. The only one that I will keep my eyes on is kart number 59, Tim Eriksson, who does make a move down the inside, squeezes under brakes, but can't make it stick. Maybe tried just a little bit too hard, but I do like the valiant effort, because he is a little bit upset, either with himself or someone else on the racetrack that put him up onto the grass in turn number 1 of lap number 1. Meanwhile, Crombie dropped down a 30.3. Wasn't the fastest lap. The best time for everyone was a 29. They're all dropping into the 30s. Well, they're not actually. Crombie and Lawson have slowed down a little bit. They've slowed down a fraction, not a lot in it. Not a lot at all, but enough to allow Darren Walker, kart number 14, to think he's in with a chance. Now, maybe they're both playing mind games here. But then again, when you are racing, you do tend to slow down a little bit rather than just circulating at speed. So Crombie, 29.1, that's better. And here goes Liam Lawson with his fastest lap time of a 28. So he's dropped into the 28s as Liam Lawson. He's had enough. He said, that'll do. We've done 7, make it 8 laps. I want it now. He's warmed up his tyres. He knows what the kart can do, and he is ready to pounce. They're both in the 28s now. It's given Ryan Crombie a little bit of a push. Magical stuff here in the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2s. Ryan Crombie still holding sway, leading the race ahead of Liam Lawson. But not for much longer the way things are looking, because Lawson has smashed out a 28.7 and he is there. One more lap and one little mistake from Crombie, and Lawson won't wait for a big gap. He'll take the tiny one. He'll launch that kart right into it. Under brakes, Liam Lawson chasing down Crombie. Here we go. Down the back straight. Is that enough? No, it's not quite. One more shot at it. And these two are starting to launch away, because it's a 29.2 for Darren Walker and a 28.7 for Crombie and Lawson. So Walker hasn't got a chance at this stage. Half a second off the pace. The gap is growing, but so too is it shrinking up front, with Crombie trying to hold off Lawson. This should be the one. Lawson will try it now. I reckon he'll go down the inside. He does. He'll go, he'll dive. He'll hold Crombie up. There's no need to panic on it. He knows that Crombie has no choice but to go wide. He can push him on the back all he wants, but it's not going to achieve anything. Liam Lawson shows the racecraft and goes through to take the lead of the race with 12 laps of 25 in. Ryan Crombie now has to make a decision. How hard does he push his tyres to take the lead? Why not? Give it a go. Run down to the wire. Run it until you burst the tyres, Crombie. Give it everything you can. He's still there. They're both doing the 29s now. They've lifted a little bit out of the 28s. And Walker did a 29.3. So too did Craig Cook. So too did Nowaki. And that's what happens when you're not racing. But let's take a look at the numbers as this goes on. Will Liam Lawson pin his ears back now and try and open up some kind of a gap? And look at Crombie. He is not giving up. Excellent stuff from Ryan Crombie in number 63. He's not going to let Liam Lawson out of his sights. He's going to give it a good shot. We are into lap 14 down. We are over halfway through the race now. The Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2s. Going crazy on Giltrap Group Raceway. Liam Lawson holding. The gap is massive. It's 3 seconds back to Walker. It is 5-6 seconds back to Craig Cook in fourth. So those two are on their own and they're already going to get into some lapped traffic. It's Ross Carlson down in 13th spot, who's got to be aware, and he's not aware. He got a nudge. He did not know they were there. That scared him a little bit, I think. Where did you guys come from? All right, I'll move over. Go have fun. Go race. I'm doing my own thing here. Liam Lawson didn't get into too much trouble. Ryan Crombie's still there, not letting him go. Crombie is all there. This is good stuff. Walker is in third. He'll soon catch up to the lap traffic and have no problem getting past. Same too with Craig Cook and Ryan Nowaki. So positions 3, 4, and 5 down to 6. They don't have to worry about it. They're just circulating. The race, however, is Liam Lawson. And I'm surprised he hasn't been able to pull away here. I thought Crombie would be all out of tyres the way he's worked that kart this weekend. 17 down of 25. More lap traffic coming, but this time there's two of them. And this time they get in the way a little bit. Managed to get through. Lawson and Crombie relax a little bit. Down the inside, through the lap traffic. Oh, the bump and run. Here comes Crombie. Has he made an advantage? Yes, he has. But has he gone too hot? He scrubs off the speed, plays the same game as Lawson. Lawson can go wide if he wants, but it's not going to achieve anything. There's been an accident down on the back straight, and they are not happy at all about that. Craig Cook, he is upset. He actually clapped him. So a little bit of gamesmanship. 43 and Craig Cook 16 came together, but Crombie still leads the race. 18, 19 laps down. So that has changed things a little bit further down the field. Are coming together for those drivers. They'll clear the air at prize giving. It won't be a problem. Crombie over Lawson. Let me find them. There they are down the back of the paddock. And they come through. Crombie is going to catch up to more lap traffic. He'll have to make a decisive move. How's he going to do this? He's okay with Lawson going down the outside, but will there be a switch? It won't matter. Crombie is on the inside run, holds his line on the inside. Great defensive driving, great racecraft. Now they play games because it's lap traffic. Crombie over Lawson. No one else is in this race. Crombie can use this to his advantage if he's clever with it. Goes down the inside. He's going to try and sandwich Liam Lawson in. It didn't work, but good try anyway. He pulls a small gap. It's all he needed. This will be a great bit of glory for Crombie if he can make this happen. It is 21 down of 25. Could this be the first time that someone's been able to say to Liam Lawson, no, you don't own the weekend? Ryan Crombie's under pressure. He's under a lot of pressure, and Liam Lawson is twitching as well. Will the switch happen? The pass made. And Liam Lawson gets it back. It is great racing from these two drivers. There's nothing ugly about it. It is clean-cut driving from both of them, and they are putting on a display, a pure display at the moment. Liam Lawson gains the lead back, and I don't think he's going to be touched now. 23 down, 2 to go. Plenty of lap traffic, but I don't think there's enough in Crombie's tyres, and I think he knows that too. Because there just wasn't enough grip for him to stay in front. Liam played games with him on the back straight. Crombie settles down a little bit now. He's going to get caught there. He does. And that'll be the difference. The lap traffic, just a little bit. But hang on a second. Crombie just suddenly, out of nowhere, decided to launch himself down the inside, but it wasn't enough. We are on the final lap. The final lap for the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2s here at the pool in Spa, City of SAILS. Liam Lawson leading the way ahead of Ryan Crombie, and what a race it was from both of them. But in the end, Liam Lawson will take the win. He will take the checkered flag, and he will take the weekend spoils. A clean sweep. It was stunning racing. And again, he'll be able to put it in his resume that he gave Liam Lawson a good run for his money. And he should be very, very pleased with how that went. Darren Walker, I reckon, is easily claimed third overall for the weekend because he's had a fourth and 4 third spots. So that should be simple for him. Ryan Nowacki, cart number 47, comes through in 4th spot. Tim Erickson moved all the way back up to 5th, so he did really well to recover in that race. Daniel Mayle finished 6th in the end with Dwayne Smith coming through in 7th. Craig Cook, Mike Barry, Gary Claxton, Sam Martin, and Tim Wakefield. That's how it wraps up for the Glen Eden Auto Electrical DD2s. Up next, West Speed KZ2s. We get to watch them launch off the line. So let me give you the heads up for the West Speed Motorsport KZ2s. Kart number 24, Smythe, has had a win, a second, a win, and a second. Kart number 89, Joshua Parkinson, has had a win, a second, a win, a second. This race decides the winner for the weekend of the KZ2s. Smythe and Parkinson. However, Matthew Kinsman has had 3 thirds and a fourth, so he should claim third spot. Let's watch the race start. It's going to be hectic. Who gets off the line? Smythe has the inside running, but Kinsman and Parkinson have been exceptionally fast this weekend off the line. Smythe has not had a good start in any of the heats or the pre-final. He does this time, and there's a stall on the line, and there's a crash, and they have hit and they've bumped, and it is Dodgems at the start of the KZ2s. And I think it was Parkinson. Yes, it was. Parkinson is out. Parkinson has lost the chance to win the weekend. What are they going to do now? We wait for the officials. The karts are an absolute mess. Graham Smythe finally got it underway, but it's been red flagged. And this is a disaster. I talked it up too much because now we have lost the potential champion, Parkinson and Smythe. We're going to have an absolute ripper this weekend, this last final race. Kinsman is still in it. Bugler is still in it. Adolf is still in it. But we have lost Joshua Parkinson. We have also lost, I would think, Connor Wilson. I'm not sure if he can get started. What a shame, an absolute shame. We've lost other karts, are pulling out over. They're putting them back into the pits. So they're going to make a decision here. What are they going to do? Kart 12 creeping off. Connor Wilson. Red flags all round. We wait and see what the marshals are going to do. Will they switch it out and bring out the next category and then let the KZ2s come back? Wow. Just stranded karts, and one of those was Parkinson, who stalled off the line. He was on the outside, position number 2. He was equal on points with Graham Smythe. They were ready to have a face-off, a battle royale for the championship this weekend. And Parkinson stalled on the line. 3 or 4 karts went into the back. It was messy. Really unfortunate racing incident at the start of the West Speed Motorsport KZ2s. Thankfully, no injuries. All of the safety and recovery gear did its job. The Hans devices, the neck braces, the helmets. But the karts are not where we want to be, and it's a real shame for Joshua Parkinson. And as I said, he had a second, a first, a second. He was up against Graham Smythe, who had a first, a second, a first, and a second. Car 30, Matthew Kinsman, has had 3 thirds and a fourth. So now we wait to see what they're going to do, because the KZ2s are off the track at the moment. And technically, the Urban Performance Rotax Juniors are up on the dummy grid, so logic would dictate that they'll pull them out early, tell all the drivers to get themselves ready. They were probably going to be waiting a quarter of an hour, knowing they had a bit of a gap before they had to get in their karts and come racing. But I suspect just the way they're lining up there, they may do that, and then we find out what they're doing for the KZ2s. The officials will make a call. The problem is it is 4:30 already. And we do have a curfew. 5 o'clock curfew is the rules, so we are at 4:30, even though it feels like lunchtime with the plenty of daylight. But a decision will be made. They might have enough of an opportunity if they punch through these Urban Performance Rotax Juniors. We just got to wait and see. The recovery machine is... We don't like it when it carts away 4 of them at once. That is not good to see at all, but what a shame, because we were set for an epic final. Now, if the KZ2s do not go out, they might have to go on countback. Well, they will have to go on countback, because technically that race won't be considered a race. They wouldn't be of a percentage to be considered. And unfortunately so. We wait and see. We don't know what is going to happen with KZ2s, but we do know the Urban Performance Rotax Juniors are up on the dummy grid, and they will be coming up way earlier than they expected to be, although technically this is the time they were due out on the actual schedule. But because we are behind on time, we're going to pull them out on the right time and decide what to do with the KZ2s. For those of you down there on the garage area, a round of applause for our 4 drivers, and especially for Joshua Parkinson, who was in for an epic battle but couldn't quite make it stick at this one. Such a shame, but let's see what happens. Let's not dwell on it too much. We will carry on regardless with our final race. I'm pretty sure that's what the officials are going to decide. Send out the juniors. The Rotax Max Juniors will probably be pulled out early. Let's wait and see. So confirming we are going to run now with the Urban Performance Rotax Juniors, and yes, the KZ2s will be back, the West Speed KZ2s, but I think we will be down by 4 or 5 potential winning carts out of that category. They will run after these lot. This lot here, the Crazies, have come back out to play. The 12 to 16 years, and they go hard and they go rough and they do not care. It is great racing here. And it should be a lot of fun. It is the Rotax Juniors with Urban Performance. It is now going to be the second to last race of our weekend here from Giltrap Group Raceway, the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of SAILS 2-day challenge. Yes, indeed. Who will claim the spoils? Well, surely Jay Irwin's up there, Sebastian Manson's up there, Sparrow, Lyons, Young, Baccaris. There's a whole bunch of them with potential. And here comes the formation lap. We're getting ourselves ready now. Looks pretty good. I'd be happy with that if I was the officials. Thankfully, I don't have a say in it. But let's see what happens here. They come around. There's a little bit of pace gained. And leading the way, the lights go out into Sebastian Manson, who takes charge of the race but doesn't get the best of starts. He's getting knocked around a little bit and may lose. No, does manage to come out of it clean. It's Jay Irwin who goes into second. And I think it's Mitchell Sparrow, yes it is, who's dropped himself into third. One of the Carters has lost a major amount of spots. I'll see that as they come around for the first lap. But at this stage, Manson will lead. Jay Irwin in second, Mitchell Sparrow in third. It was Blake Knowles who took down the lower numbers, but Hayden Lyons in 4, Jake Young in 5, Hayden Baccaris 6, Miles Finley moved up a spot, Emerson Vincent moved up a spot. Of course, Emerson should have been further up the grid, but didn't have the race he wanted last time out. So, Manson, Irwin, Sparrow, Lyons, Young, Baccaris, Findlay, Vincent, Workman, Knowles as they go through the start-finish line. Lap number 2. A lot of squealing tyres as they head through turn number 1, the big mob, but they're in single file, so there won't be many changes coming up here. However, that front 3 pack, this is going to be fun. It's going to be a good watch. Manson, Irwin and Sparrow. Who's your pick? Manson goes through. Irwin still in second. Sparrow still in third. And the rest of them, and I still haven't decided what we're going to call them. A mob, a gaggle, a flock. But they go through anyway. It's a big bunch of them. And they head into around for lap number 4 completed. It's still Manson, Irwin and Sparrow. Remember, this is not the final race of the weekend. We are bringing the KZ2s back out. And prize giving will be 30 minutes after those KZ2s. But look at this race right now. Sebastian Manson leading the way ahead of Jay Irwin, Mitchell Sparrow. Irwin in second, Sparrow in third, Lyons 4. But here we go, here comes Irwin. Irwin's giving it a shot and Irwin does it. Irwin gets in front of Manson. Great pass down on the infield. We haven't seen much of that this weekend, but he gets through and he makes it stick. And now there is starting to gap be formed. Here we go. It is Irwin over Manson, 6 laps down. Sparrow still sitting there waiting, and here we go. Another change because Manson has just ripped through on turn 1. Manson takes the lead back over Irwin. What a pass on the hairpin. Mitchell Sparrow thinks about it, waits there, sits there, wonders. Where's my opportunity? But look at the gap now from Manson. Just that one little mistake. And he claimed it back, still holds it on there through turn number 1. And the rest of the field is starting to spread out. Lyons is still 4th. Emerson Vincent is now 5. Ashton Phipps is 6. Hayden Backer has dropped down to 7. Jake Young is 8. Ollie Workman is 9. Miles Findlay is 10. But up front, the gap is closing yet again. Here comes Irwin. Irwin thinking about it once more. Sebastian Manson holding a hand on the trophy. Still out in front, a tiny little gap grows, but then it closes back up again under brakes. Manson, Irwin, Sparrow having a good run up front. Manson ahead. There is some great racing going on further down in the field. There's a mob of 5 trying to go through the infield at the same time. They've actually managed to achieve it. Yeah, they've knocked each other about a little bit, but they got through. I don't know how they did it. I don't even think they know how they did it, but they got through, and they're not finished yet because down on the inside, a great dive under brakes. Oh, what cool racing further down in the field. Epic stuff, and they're still going at it. It's positions 8, 9, 10, and 11. And the numbers are going up and down, and here they go on the infield again. 3 wide, he's given him a push. He's nearly spun him right around. Loses 2 spots. Oh, great stuff. Not for the driver, but it is for us watching on. Okay, we know what's happening there. Let's look at the race start up front again. Sebastian Manson is starting to pull away a gap. Now, the problem is for Irwin, not only is he losing distance on Manson as they go infield, but he's losing the gap to Sparrow. Mitchell Sparrow in 3rd has the chance here to make something happen. Mitchell Sparrow in 3rd, but there the gap grows again. So it chops and it changes. You don't know who is doing what. Manson, Irwin, Sparrow, Lyons, Vincent, Phipps, Young, Workman, Knowles. No changes in the top 10. It's all going silly from 10 down and lower, but for the rest of them, no change. Manson, Irwin, Sparrow, still holding out there. Is there a chance for Lyons and Vincent? Probably not. Not unless there's a mistake up front. They circulate nicely. There's been absolutely no change in the top 10. Well, not quite. 7 and 8 have switched around again. Ollie Workman moves up to 7. Jake Young back down to 8. But up front, where the decision is going to be made on the final. It is still Sebastian Manson ahead of Jay Irwin, with Mitchell Sparrow and Hayden Lyons unsure what to do. However, Hayden Lyons in 35 is currently 4th position, and he is on the back of Sparrow in 3rd. They go around past the pits now. Here they go, past the dummy area. The leaders are coming through the sweeper, and here comes 3 and 4. Look at this. There's a race on for 3rd spot. We watch 1 and 2 go through. Manson, Sparrow, but look at these guys. Look at Sparrow and Lyons. Sparrow and Lyons. Lyons 35, he thinks about the inside, not quite. Duck down the left-hander, into the right-hander. They miss the curb. They go right again. We know there's a race up front. That's for certain. 1 and 2 is okay, but look at 3 and 4 as they come through the sweeper now. And I think Lyons has a chance here. We are into lap 18 down, and he goes through down on the inside. Turn number 1. He makes it stick. He moves into 3rd spot. Wow. Great racing, great pressure. And now he's going to have to try and pull a gap to hold on to that 3rd position with 6 laps remaining. Meanwhile, up front, they are about to catch some lapped traffic. Sebastian Manson and Jay Irwin, they are still going at it together. They are on their own. 3rd place is a battle between Lyons and Sparrow. But up front, lap traffic coming. Here we go. We saw it cause problems in the previous race. Will it do the same thing here? The blue flag comes out. The driver will know. What does he do? Sticks to the inside line. Still on the racing line. Oh dear, they've made contact. They did make contact with the lap traffic, and that might have knocked the lap traffic down. But Manson and Irwin, yes it has. It has caused a major problem, but he's going to come back out onto the track. Fair bit of damage to the right-hand side of the kart, but still moving. But very, very lucky for our race leaders. They got around Manson and Irwin. 21 laps down. It was nearly all over. They took a big gamble going around the back marker at pace like they did. They made an assumption, and it nearly cost them dearly, but they got around anyway. The gamble paid off, but only just. They continue to circulate at the lead. Lyons is still 3rd. Sparrow is 4. Vincent is 5. Phipps, Workman, Young, Knowles, Peebles make up your top 10. Here we go. 55 and 20 on the infield. 22 laps gone. Has Irwin got anything left to try and make a pass? Not yet. 23 laps gone. Manson still holding the lead, but only just. Here we go. Irwin still thinking about it. We have got 1 lap remaining. Can Irwin do anything here? Or does Manson have enough left in the tank and the tyres? Irwin's there. Irwin's trying. There's no point doing that. You've got to go down the inside. Give it a shunt. Can't get there. Not close enough. He's there. Is he thereabouts? Can he do it? He goes down the inside. Irwin does it on the last turn as they come through, and Irwin claims the checkered flag. Irwin got him as they come through on the last lap. Wow, talk about racing at its finest. What a result for Jay Irwin. A last lunge just before the sweepers coming into the last, and he gets the win. Wow. I need to breathe here. Hang on a second, because that was absolutely outstanding. 35, Hayden Lyons did manage to stay in front of Sparrow. 71, Mitchell Sparrow was in fourth. Vincent stayed in fifth spot. And Phipps got sixth. That's hard to say 10 times really fast. Ollie Workman, Jake Young, Blake Knowles, Joshua Peebles make up your top 10. Lily Malone, Jake Millen, Miles Findlay, Raymond Mellon, Xavier Faulkner, 13, 14 and 15. Now, if I try and work out, I am pretty sure, I'm pretty confident that Jay Irwin has won the weekend, but only just, with a win, and a win. That'll be it. And that'll be Manson in second place if my calculations are right. So well done to Irwin. Did a sensational job there. But now we switch back, everyone. We switch back to the KZ2s, the West Speed KZ2s. Settle yourselves in, because we are back to a restart for our final race of the weekend. The West Speed KZ2s at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of SAILS from Gill Trap Group Raceway. Your live coverage brought to you by Rotax and Right Karts. We'll be with it in a minute or so. And so we set the scene for the final race here for the 2021 City of SAILS, brought to you by Pool and Spa Maintenance. Coming to you from Giltrap Group Raceway and our live coverage online thanks to Wright Karts and Rotax. This wonderful Kartsport Auckland event and the West Speed Motorsport KZ2s will give us the final hurrah. Hopefully this time not what we had in the last race. Plenty of karts have managed to repair themselves and get back out on the track, which is wonderful news. A broken chain for Parkinson is what stalled him on the line. And I actually thought Smythe had a false start in the last effort, so maybe he'll get it right this time. We keep an eye on them. We wait for the lights to go out. They are gone, and it's a fairly even start this time around. Nothing too chaotic. Graham Smythe gets the whole shot. Parkinson in with Kinsman in third, and then we have Aldolf in fourth. And I think it's Bugler slotted himself into five. They all get through clean and simple this time around. And this is the race we wanted. Graham Smythe out front, Parkinson right in behind. And here's the deal. They both have 2 wins. They both have second places. They are going to win. One of them will take home the big points and take home the glorious trophy. Third place will be very, very interesting. That should be number 30 Kinsman over the weekend. And even if Parkinson and Smythe fall out of this race, I don't think Kinsman has enough points to take away from them. But at this stage, Smythe, look at him go. He has got one hand firmly on the trophy with 2 laps down. And he wants it. It is the West Speed Motorsport KZ2 class here at the Pool and Spa City of SAILS for 2021. And right now, Graham Smythe is showing that he has the tyres to set himself up with a lead and a gap. He is circulating in 28.0. Parkinson, 28.2. Kinsman, 28.2. Aldolf, 28.5. Bugler, 28.8. So a gap is starting to be formed. There is some passing potential further down in the field, but they are not in the running for the glorious trophy right now. It is the blue cart, number 24, of Graham Smythe out front. He drops down the gears and he starts to pump them through as he goes through the infield. Smythe leading. Parkinson second. Kinsman in third. It's going to be Smythe or Parkinson for the championship, with 5 laps gone of 25. Smythe still holding a good lead. The gap is 0.6 of a second. That's enough. And it's a 1 second gap back to Kinsman. 2.6 seconds between the leader and 4th place. That is the gap that Smythe is creating. And look at him, he's already starting to catch up on some back markers. Incredible driving by these front 4, 5, 6 of them as they rip through in the 27s now. 27 second lap times from Smythe, Parkinson and Aldolf in 4th. Can Michael, kart number 5, can he do anything? But he is so far behind the front 3, he really needs them to falter so he can catch up and get in this race. But currently Smythe is doing 27.8, Parkinson 27.9, Kinsman 27.9. So Kinsman has no answer. He doesn't know how to get up into second at this stage. Parkinson's doing enough. But here comes Graham Smythe yet again, circulating smoothly with a 27.828. That was his last lap. He's still in the 27.8s, but so too is Parkinson now, who has managed to catch up to the same speed. But he's not closing in. He needs those tenths, doesn't he? He's on lap number 8. And he needs 1/10 of a second every time, and I don't think he's got the cart to do it right now. Maybe Smythe might drop back a few. That'll give Parkinson the opportunity, but at this stage, one hand is on the trophy for Graham Smythe. As he continues to lap around here, very fluid, very, very smooth. They all rip down the gears as they go into the infield. They come out and they grab a few more cogs and they come into the sweeper. He's getting closer to the lap traffic now. The lap traffic is number 62, Nathan Krang, who is normally further up the field, so he hasn't had the best of starts in this final for the 2021 Pool and Spa Maintenance City of SAILS. Graham Smythe certainly has. His gap has grown to a 1 second and then 1.5 seconds back to third place. He is dropping in 27.7s now. He is 2/10 quicker than the rest. He's got his eyes set. He grabs the gear lever, throws it down. If he can catch that back marker, it'll give him another little advantage in the race. It'll put in another little bit of entertainment for us, but it'll make it that extra bit harder for everyone else to catch up. There are 2 back markers starting to come into sight. Curran and Krang, and they are going to start racing each other. They are there for last place at the moment, but they've got every right to be out there racing each other. And now Smythe is right there behind them. He sees them. The move has been made by Krang, and now Smythe has to do it as well. The blue flag was raised. Here it comes. Smythe goes down the inside, clean and simple. Good move by 33 to stay out of the way. Curran doing a good job. He knows there's more coming. And lets them through as they go down the dipper. They come past the dummy grid, and here comes Smythe through the sweepers. But I will say that the gap is closed right up between 2 and 3 now. Is this the opportunity for Kinsman? Can he grab second spot? I don't think it'll give him too much more of an advantage when it comes to the overall championship points, but it is certainly nice to have the bragging rights to grab second instead of third. Matt Kinsman. Smythe goes around the back marker, but here comes Kinsman. Kinsman is going to have a think about it. The back marker is going to play a part now. It is Parkinson holding second, but Kinsman is close. And Kinsman wants that back marker. I bet you he does, because he knows it's going to slow Parkinson down. Smythe is out in front. Don't worry about that. Here is the race right now, is second and third. The back marker just gets it clean out of the way. What a good job from Krang. So here comes second and third. What can Kinsman do? We are into lap 16. 9 remain. Parkinson manages to pull away, but Kinsman's right there. The teammates going at it. This is serious bragging rights at KFC afterwards. Who has to buy the burgers? Kinsman is already thinking if he gets past, he can order the double. The double with cheese. Parkinson holding on. Just barely. He has no way of catching Smythe up ahead. We are into lap 17, soon to click over 18, and Smythe has grown the gap to nearly 2 seconds because these two are now fighting. I'm not even sure Parkinson knows that Kinsman is right there. Turn 1. Here we go. This is great stuff from these two. Kinsman gets in closer now on the infield. Oh, he goes over the curbs, and that might have cost him a little bit of flow. He's going to have to make a dive under brakes. He thinks about it as they enter the sweepers. Backs off a little bit. There is a yellow flag, but it's out of the way. And there goes it. He does it. Kinsman goes through on the hairpin, but they bump and run each other. And is Parkinson going to get it back? No, he doesn't. Kinsman claims second. He now gets to eat. Parkinson has to buy the food for tonight. Graham Smythe way out in front. Here comes some lap traffic, gets right out of the way. More good awareness. Great driving from these karters. Parkinson is not letting this go. There are 5 laps remaining and Kinsman knows it. I reckon Smythe can probably drop the dial down a little bit. 27.8s now. Parkinson, what can he do? I think he's still got his hand on second overall for the weekend. But you really want to claim second on the race in the final. You don't want to hand it over. Especially not to a teammate. Kinsman, second. Parkinson, third. It is still Adolf in fourth with Bugler in 5. Goffin, Hall, Armstrong, Thompson. Wilson is 10th. Nathan Krang is in 11. He's moved up a few spots, as I expected he should do. Malcolm, Hunt and Curran. And then it's Galb and Callum down at the end of the field. But the lead is Smythe with Kinsman holding off Parkinson now. 3 laps to go. And so far this weekend, Kinsman has done no better than third. So this will be his best run for the day. He's had a fourth. He's had 3 thirds, but no second and no first. Could he finally get the highest step on the podium? It's good for the resume. And it's good for the driving skills as well. And hey, it's great for bragging rights back in the club rooms. Smythe still holding sway. This will be lap 24 clocked in now for Smythe as he comes past the start-finish line. 24 clicks on. Final lap now. Lap traffic ahead, but it's not a problem. And that final race between Kinsman and Parkinson, I don't think it's going to change. I just don't think Parkinson's got the tyres to do it. He'll have to settle in and hold spot 3. But it will be Graham Smythe as he enters the sweeper now. Graham Smythe will come through and Graham Smythe will take the checkered flag. And then it will be Kinsman and Parkinson. 1, 2 and 3 with Smythe claiming the spoils for the weekend. After an incredibly dramatic start in this final race where they had to have another crack at it after a red flag. And it is all over for the weekend. Parkinson should still hold on to second overall with a second, a first, a second, and a third. It'll be enough. But he couldn't quite do it. Broken chain on the start. And then they had to restart. They red flagged straight away with 4 karts getting knocked out. I think 1 didn't make it back to the grid. So 3 were repaired. And that is it. That is the end of all the racing here at the Pool and Spa Maintenance City of SAILS for 2021, coming to you from Giltrap Group Raceway. Your online coverage was proudly brought to you by Wright Karts and Rotax. My name is Craig Lord. We're best friends now, so you can call me Sooty. Thanks to young Josh, who's been pushing buttons on the computer for me, our 2 cameramen, Mark and Ethan, over the weekend. And I can safely say, I think that Kartsport Auckland has managed to do a live stream to you with 1 camera, a couple of people working on a budget, and it shows that a club can do it for you. For those of you who have been watching online, please subscribe. It'll help our new page, our new channel on YouTube, and from here, Kartsport Auckland can grow the coverage, make it bigger and better as each round kicks on. The prize giving will now be happening 30 minutes away. And if you are still here as a driver, you want to be in there, because if your name is drawn from the hat, there are some major prizes to be won this weekend. For those of you watching on at home or wherever you are, you don't win anything. But thanks for watching nonetheless. From us here in the commentary room, it is a goodbye and it is a thank you. And hopefully we talk to you again real soon. If not, definitely next year. Bye-bye for now. from the 2021 Pool and Spa City of Sails.